previously on the LCS.
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 6 of the North American LCS.
Mega Zero also captured on towards Baton.
Wow, Mega Zero flashed to tank the ult.
There's a bear and a cow coming at you. Brunchu, you're in trouble. He gets bounced, he gets slammed, he gets flipped, he gets destroyed. And it is going to be Dignitas with another win, going 3-0 for the weekend. Fantastic performance.
I actually had to acknowledge to myself that, oh my, I'm still alive.
You want to talk about the hook. That's what you want to talk about.
I was really excited about that, yeah.
Oh, and he's going to get melted. Muffin Cutie taken so low. You can see the Zonyas coming out from Link, but he gets hooked in there. Suna comes in. Bam, it's an ace. That's it. Vulcan take the win. CLG a 0-3 this week. Chaos is not here this week. Big pressure on that guy on your screen right now. Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle at the back, just hitting one after the other. There's a double kill for him. Loudamonis goes in. That's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA strand. That's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Brunchu 1-on-1. It's going to be the pentakill. But beautiful play. Wild Turtle stepping up. Chaos, do you have something to answer right now? Because your replacement is doing a fantastic job. And that is the game for Team Solo Mid.
We've been living with Chaos for 2 years. We have to factor everything in, talk to everyone, and make a really solid decision because we don't want to regret it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 7 of the North American LCS. I am, of course, Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is Joshua Jatt Leesman, who's back from his stint over in Europe.
Yeah, and the Europe stint was absolutely awesome. I got to go to the Cologne studio and meet with the European players, and then I got to go to Lille, France as well. And then as soon as I come back, we get TSM versus CLG right off the bat.
Well, of course, we are happy to have you back here in North America. And in just a few moments, our special extended LCS weekend will begin. There may be no IPL for you this weekend, of course, but we hope you guys still enjoy the 6 big matches we have for you today. And, of course, the 6 big matches coming tomorrow. Well, as you saw in that video, it certainly was a crazy week back here in Los Angeles. The big story, of course, was the shakeup in Team Solo Mid's roster when they announced the benching of their longtime AD carry, Chaos.
Yeah, the big story last week was the fact that Wild Turtle subbed in and got his first LCS pentakill of the North American LCS. No one in the North American LCS had gotten one. Won MVP of the week, and now, during the break, we realized that he is the now permanent new AD carry member of TSM.
And of course, TSM went 3-0 along with Dignitas last weekend. It was a big weekend for both teams chasing Curse in first place.
Those guys, I think that's the first weekend we've had 2 teams actually go 3-0 in the same time. So they're still chasing after Curse. Curse is on a bye. CLG and Vulcan are also right close to each other at 4th and 5th in the standings. Plus, the bottom 4 teams really have to start thinking about promotion and relegation because the 7th and 8th get dropped down to relegation just like that.
Yeah, and even after everything that happened last week, there was still no movement in the standings, though. It was, of course, Curse. They still remain top 12-2. Fantastic record for them. They've had a bye last week, so we'll see how they perform. Dignitas and TSM, they both went 3-0 at 14-4 and 12-5. And CLG, they're slipping away from this top 3 pack. They are at 8-9 now.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that is Vulcan at 7-10 beat CLG last week, and they're going to be nipping at their heels. Marn's 5-10. They went 1-2. They're still kind of struggling now with Niantonso. And then Complexity and GGU at 3-12 really have to claw their way up from the bottom of those standings.
So we have 6 very important games today, of course, that could easily throw a big monkey wrench into those standings. First up, it's the classic rivalry. It's Team Solo Mid and CLG going head-to-head once again. CLG really needs this win, but they're up against last week's MVP, Wild Turtle. We'll see how that works out. Next, of course, it's going to be the new clash of the Titans. It is first place Curse taking on second place Dignitas. You will not want to miss that game for sure. Up third, of course, is going to be Good Game University. They are back from their break, and they are going to be battling against Vulcan. A lot of eyes are on Vulcan, of course. Can they pull it off? Can they get into the top 4?
Yeah, and of course, we're definitely not done after that because following it, we have Complexity versus Marn. Marn beat them up last week, but Complexity have shown they're capable of some powerful play. They beat Dignitas, right? They can see if they can move forward. Then it's a battle between 2 teams at the very top of their game right now. TSM versus Dignitas, and the last match of the day is just as crazy as every other match. Such an amazing day. We have CLG versus Curse to end it out.
Absolute massive day of games, of course. We'll get into our first match of the day in just a few moments. But first, we have a question of the day for you. So, the question is, for Twitter guys, which item do you think has made the biggest impact on the LCS so far, and why?
Put all your answers up on Twitter, and be sure to mention @LOL eSports, and then use the hashtag LCS. And of course, we'll read the best of the best from those answers live on our broadcast later today.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And speaking of which, don't forget to go over to lolesports.com and vote for who'll be winning this weekend's games.
Yeah, click on the matches at the top right and go to Week 7 and vote away.
Yeah, and we have one more addition to the LCS this weekend, of course. Today marks the debut of Damasia's Wings in pro play, of course. I'm talking about the battle-hardened beauty with the Bluebird, Quinn, and our trusty Eagle Valor.
Quite an awesome introduction. Now, Quinn does have a pretty strong lane phase despite having the 525 range. She can trade really well, and it's not her team fighting necessarily, but her split pushing if she's going to be seen in competitive play. Some teams could play her mid, and you really want to avoid team fights and skirmish. To give you an example of how good her mobility could actually be, a home guard boots Quinn in the duration of her bird form. Her tag team can go from her nexus to the entrance of the other team's base during the duration of the bird form. But with all that, the pro players haven't been practicing her that much, and we're probably not going to see her this week like we saw Thresh as soon as he was released.
Such a build-up for nothing.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. We have to take a short break, of course, but when we come back, it's going to be our very first match of the weekend, Team Solo Mid versus CLG. You don't want to miss it.
We've had a really good track record versus TSM.
I feel like their anti-TSM plan is basically anti-Dyrus because they banned 3 of my champs.
Like, roster changes change everything, so like I don't really know what Kex's role on the team is, but he might have been the shot caller, or he might have like had the specific role like calling targets in team fights, something like that, but they don't have that synergy anymore.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS, live from Los Angeles. It's time to get the party started with Team Solo Mid versus CLG, and we literally mean party, since today is TSM Dyrus' 21st birthday. Good, happy birthday, Dyrus.
Happy birthday, Dyrus?
Yeah, I think everybody's going to say that. We wish you all the best, of course, and remember, you've got games tomorrow, so don't overdo it tonight. Now, on to business. Last week, despite a long history of close games, Counterlogic Gaming was forced to surrender at 23 minutes after a relentless onslaught from the revitalized Team Solo Mid. Where'd that burst of TSM energy come from? Well, we got to talk about Wild Turtle.
Yeah, and that last game against CLG, his bot lane Draven against Doublelift was incredibly effective, but we have to remember, the last time that TSM made a roster swap was over a year ago when Dyrus replaced the Rain Man. TSM went on a rampage. They won 5 North American LAN events in a row, so when TSM makes roster changes, it seems to revitalize everybody on that team. So that's one of the big things, along with Wild Turtle's performance, that led to that victory.
And speaking of changes, of course, Counterlogic Gaming, they made changes last week, but it was none of a good kind. It was Karthus for Hotshot GG.
Yeah, and that top lane Karthus for him didn't work out last game. He died a whole bunch. He got dove early on. His late game just didn't arrive. But the big thing for them, CLG has been inconsistent this year. And no one expects the inconsistency from CLG because they've been around so long. They're like the Yankees of the North American League of Legends team. People expect them to win. But they're a new team. People forget that they pretty much changed every single lane before Season 3, and they still have a lot of growing pains to go through.
I see such similarities between, ironically, them and Evil Geniuses right now in the North American
CLG
LCS.
EU.
Both 4th place. They used to be CLG EU. Both 4th place in the league, and neither really quite finding their position in Season 3 right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. Now, going into this game, of course, CLG, they feel confident that their playstyle would give them the edge they need. But as you'll see, Reginald and crew, they've done their homework.
Traditionally, CLG has been one of our hardest opponents due to their playstyle, which is very strong against our playstyle.
I'm pretty confident going up against TSM, and their only really scary player is actually Reggie, but I feel like Link can lock him down pretty easily.
I think a lot of it's preparation, and we didn't do that in the past, and we're doing it, and we're taking a big step forward to do it.
Never really been scared of them. They play pretty predictably.
We've had a really good track record versus TSM. We're like 90% win ratio in scrims, so we're feeling really confident versus TSM.
Yeah, feeling really confident against TSM, and can they transcend that scrim ratio into wins here in the LCS?
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for them. It's just a matter of TSM not caring about the scrims against CLG. CLG always seems so overconfident in a lot of those videos, it seems, because we got to remember, they're an 8-9 team. They're not a 90% win rate team right now.
They're not a 90% win rate. We'll see how it works. So let's take a look at the lineups and see how they stack up. Of course, it's going to be the blue team, Team Solo Mid, Dyrus in that top lane, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald in the mid lane, the brand new full permanent Wild Turtle as the AD carry, and X Special as his support.
And on the red side, it's CLG. We have Hotshot GG in the top lane, Chowster in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Doublelift, the AD carry, and Aphromoo supporting him.
So what are we expecting here? So we're going to have the picks and bans starting in a few moments. Anything after last week's game that we think may well change?
Yeah, well, the big thing about Doublelift is he's going to have a backup AD carry if it's not Vayne. Because
Yes.
I was talking to him yesterday, and I was just like, so when Vayne was banned, did you forget about something to play? He's like, I actually did. I hadn't thought of what to play if they banned Vayne. This week he's going to be prepared. I'm going to say if Vayne's not available, he's probably going to take something like Caitlyn because that's always been his fallback. But CLG's going to be way better prepared this week.
Yeah, they hope they have pulled something different out. Of course, we're going straight into the picks and bans. Vayne and Rumble taken straight out. Those top laners, they've been strong as well. Rumble, you know, expecting Elise to probably go here as well, but immediately the Vayne ban. Let's hope he has got something new.
Yeah, you can tell these teams have really prepared real quick with the early bans. The Evelynn ban against CLG has to be a callback from some of the scrims because that's not even something I think CLG has played really in the LCS, but we still see it in the ban list. The Thresh, of course, is just going over X Special, and the Taric ban is because I believe this is before, no, it's after the Taric nerf,
This
so
is
I'm not sure
3.04
why
run
they're
now.
banning out the Taric.
Yeah.
Because this was the 3.04 patch, which is just one back of what's on live.
Yes, literally live has just passed us. Malphite, the final ban out, and looking like Dyrus is going to lock in Shen. Will it be his birthday champion? We'll find out. Whether it be going to be the jungler, maybe the odd one could pick it up. But it tends to be the top laner these days with Shen.
I feel like Dyrus is going to be sticking on Shen. Last week during Wild Turtle's Pentakill, it might not have happened if he didn't come in at the last second with his Shen shield. And this also blocks hotshot split pushing, but those were super, super fast lock-ins for COG. Whether this is a jungle Nasus or whether that is hotshot on Nasus, because way before Nasus ever became popular, before Diamond Proc started playing him in the jungle, hotshot played him in top lane.
Yeah, and of course, we'll see if it works out. Caitlyn, though, was one of the champions that actually was banned out quite heavily last week. There was a few people that targeted towards him because everyone was just saying, well, Caitlyn's just too strong right now.
It's the laning, right? If you have the right laning style on Caitlyn, you just have that 650 range pole that you keep the other 80 carry at, and they just can't get to you. And anybody who's going to have the mechanics to do that is going to be double lift. So the Caitlyn pick is his fallback for Vayne, and we'll see if that goes. For TSM, though, I mean, the odd run on Jin Zhao, that's what he's been playing all season as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but will they take Lulu away? That's what I was just about to say, because the Lulu-Caitlyn combo is a pretty nasty one. Of course, taking that away from them. As soon as they see the Caitlyn out, is this reaction, or would they just be going Lulu anyway?
I think they'd be going Lulu anyway. Like, X-Special did play a lot of Taric. That's obviously been banned away by themselves. And then his fallback supports are like Lulu and Sona, right? They play a little bit of Leona if they want to tower dive, but they're going to be able to keep, especially Nasus at bay, if they pick Lulu and keep him back there. And you also got to keep in mind how many supports are actually off the table right now. Taric's gone. Thresh is gone. Those are a lot of the big things that Aphromoo already plays. I don't know how much Sona he plays, but he'd almost have to go with something like that. There's still the Nunu possibilities because the Nunu Caitlyn lane used to be very strong, and we'll see how that ends up going out for him.
Well, looking like Lux is being highlighted right now. And
Janna.
there is, of course, Janna. Janna, we saw Patoy playing last week. I wonder if he's going to go the full AP like Patoy did.
Yeah, how
Teleport.
much protect the double lift are we actually going to see so far? Because there's already the Wither potential coming out from Hotshot if he's going on Nasus. Lux, whether that's a 1v2 or a solo lane Lux, I'm not sure, because Caitlyn Janna is something that could be known to go mid lane. And this is a very interesting composition that we have coming out from CLG so far. Of course, we have Draven from Wild Turtle. He played that 2 times last week during his MVP performance. Wild Turtle averaged 8 kills a game last week.
Yeah, and he's against Double Lift, who says Draven's trash.
Draven's trash. And he killed us.
And he killed him many times. Xerath being selected here. Going to switch it up to Diana, though, so it's going to be Reggie on Diana. Will that be in mid, though?
I think that's going to be mid lane for Reginald, and that's going to be really tough. This would open up CLG to be able to 1v2 against him, because even in that preview video, we saw CLG was saying, Reginald is like the only player on TSM that scares us right now. So it wouldn't surprise me that much if they went straight at him. And with that Nunu pick, that would tell me that it's probably a Nunu jungle. Hotshot's going to play Nasus. Link is going to play Lux. And they'll have the support Janna for Aphromoo. That's like taking Protect the Double Lift to the next extreme.
Taking the Protect the Double Lift, but will they go Korean style? Will they switch things up? Obviously, we've seen a lot of the lane jumping. We've seen a lot of the pushing on the top and bottoms of the turrets. Are they going to switch things up again?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to predict something, I'd say that CLG is going to be going mid lane to try to shut down Dyrus. They might not want to lane straight up against Draven and not opt into those lane swap situations. Hotshot with Teleport is just going to be trying to survive. The big issue will be whether Link goes mid or in a side lane, because that's going to be the struggling one. And you look at TSM, and that is another very dive-heavy composition. I mean, during the whole swap rounds, TSM was talking about, with Wild Turtle, they can synergize better with their aggressive play styles, and this is one of those things. There's no real protection for Wild Turtle here.
And I'd be interested to see whether Team Solo Mid have something prepared here, whether they've, with their new player, they've had a week with him this time instead of, I think, before they had the LCS last week, they'd played 2 games with him. So they've had a whole week to prepare now with that new man on your screen there, Wild Turtle. How are they going to work out? And you know, everybody's seen the Game Cribs video now. Yeah. Everybody knows what happened in that team. All of them actually chose Wild Turtle in their choices. Whether it was a pressured situation or not, they all clearly saw a problem there. And I wonder how much, you know, obviously you were in a team before. You were in a team with ImyCutiePie. There must have been problems there, I'm sure, without harping on ImyCutiePie. But, you know, how much is it a problem, especially when you're in game, if there's 2 shot callers calling different things out, conflicting information?
It honestly depends on the team, for the most part. Some teams actually deal with chaos very well. CLG is someone who's had to deal with chaos pretty much this entire time. But Team Solo Mid, with someone as strong as Reginald, he really has to be able to overpower the rest of the team as far as in-game calls. If you want to argue later, go for it, but just don't do it during the game. And with all the pressure being on Wild Turtle right now, he's not going to be someone to be challenging Reginald this early on. And I just can't.
Absolutely not.
I can't believe how much pressure Wild Turtle is under at this exact moment. I mean, the second time they're playing COG, last week he was playing with house money because he was just the sub. Now that he's the permanent member, now that Chaos has been flown back to New York, this is it. If he doesn't perform now, people are going to be calling him out immediately.
Oh, absolutely, because you're damn right, Chaos. For all the Chaos fans out there, they're all going to be watching this on as it's the exact same as if your favorite player in a team would just been traded away in the season, and you're suddenly going, why have we got this guy? What happened? And there's actually quite a few people, you know, even speaking to the pros, they've all said, you know, Chaos is better than Wild Turtle. He's got the experience, he's got the knowledge, but Wild Turtle is a fresh breeze maybe that Team Solo mid. And remember, last time they changed a player, TSM won on an absolute tear.
And they're already 3-0 with Wild Turtle in the LCS. Looking at these early wards, though, there's wards on each other's blue buffs, essentially, and they've really mirrored each other almost exactly. The only extra thing, though, is COG has an extra ward down on the map. It does look like, just by the positioning of COG, though, it is going to be that 2v1 mid against Reginald, and I really want to see how Link deals with the 1v2 or just 1v1 Lux top lane, because Lux in a long lane is very, very dangerous.
It does look like it was just the Explorer Ward. Yes, it was. The only Explorer Ward placed in the banana bush on the bottom river area. As it is, they do have that ward, of course, on the blue buff. They're going to keep full vision of what happens there, and it does look like we're going to have some lane switches, as you called it. I do see it looking like Reginald is going to be the mid lane. He's going to be up against, so where are they going? Where's Double Lift and Aframu going? They are going towards the mid by the looks of it, but they've got 4 members at that jungle at the moment. Yeah, they're really helping Chouster get this early start in the jungle. It's a smiteless pull for Nunu, so his counter jungling potential is really high right now. And when you put 2 people in the mid lane, you make your buff control on the rest of the map so much greater. So I'm not sure if Chouster's going to be trying to do any early game invades. It looks now like he's just trying to get his early buffs under control, but the potential will be there. Well, we see X Special getting straight in on towards Hotshot GG. Here comes Wild Turtle with those spinning blades, trying to get the axe on towards him, but it was X Special that kept the pressure on him, and they're trying to zone him out as much as possible. Blue buff, meanwhile, is going to go to Chouster. There it is, consumes and smites it down. Odd One also getting spotted out, picking up his blue buff himself. Yeah, so no mysteries for the junglers here. They know well and good that all the buffs have been taken, and they both saw each other taking the blue buffs. So now the question becomes, where does Chouster go? It looks like Aframu's already trying to invade a little bit. They're keeping Reginald pushed back, but maybe they're just going for the mid shove because Chouster doesn't seem to be screwing around here. He's pushing mid. Yeah, there's 3 members of CLG in that mid lane at the moment, and they're keeping the pressure right down on this middle. This is something we see the Koreans do. It's also something we saw Dignitas doing last week. Yeah, this is becoming such a global strategy. I almost don't want to call it the Korean strat anymore, but look at this pressure. Dyrus already coming down, so we wondered how Link was going to handle that 1v1 top lane. It seems to be fine because he's not laning against anyone right now. They've actually swapped Dyrus into the mid lane because TSM doesn't want Reginald getting shut down. Yeah, and you can see they do immediately keep them back. So, what do we see of this? We haven't seen Janna for a long, long time. We saw it last week appear. We saw, I think, Elements ran it at MLG. Patoy ran it last week here at the LCS as well. And now, everybody's picking back Janna up. What has changed in Janna that people are suddenly seeing, actually, as I say that, Youngwon goes aggressive, but he's forced back? Yeah, well, one of the big things about Janna, as we're getting a surprise ARAM in the mid lane with 7 members there right now, is her 2v2 laning isn't that good early on, but if you're only going to be doing lane swaps, like her team fighting is still incredible, and the utility she brings to the rest of the team is awesome. So if you're just going to be doing 1v2 lanes in mid lane, Janna totally works. Well, we do see good reactions from Team Solo mid here. Now, Dyrus going down towards that bottom, and everybody's equaled themselves out. Reginald now in that top against Link, and of course the AD carry of Wild Turtle and X Special have measured up in the mid lane against Double Lift and Aframu. So we do see switching once again coming out, though. CLG keeping things really fluid here, but will he catch them out? Will they lose out trying to track around too much? Yeah, this is just the big chess match, and you can already see that Chouster is pretty far behind. He spent so much time in that mid lane where the Odd One was just farming the jungle, and they didn't actually kill the mid turret. But now, because COG has rotated to the bottom lane, it's the other way around, and Hotshot's actually had to come mid to push out this lane. And they're going to put the Spirit Fire down. They're going to keep the pressure down, but Wild Turtle keeping their axes spinning, keeping the damage down. So mid turrets, I think they're both down to about half health, and now Dyrus is back in that 2v1 situation. Not the birthday wish he wanted, but he's going to keep his pressure down. And this mid lane, they're going to have to do something about this.
Yeah, the good thing about having Nasus defend this is he can stop Wild Turtle from sieging down the turret. He's not stopping the Odd Runner X special, though, and that's a lot of harass that they've already taken. But CLG do have issues, and just like TSM did earlier, they're roaming their top solo down mid just to help hold it. This is a very, very strange opening for this game, G-Man.
Very, very strange. Dyrus taking incredibly low down this bottom lane as well. He needs help from the Odd One, but the Odd One is busy. He's being kept in that mid lane, and they're keeping the pressure on that turret. They're going to see if they can take this one. Wild Turtle keeping those axes spinning on towards Hotshot GG as well. Reginald getting a free farm now in this top lane.
And this is the big win for TSM amongst all this. You can kind of tell before the game, CLG had one goal here. It was get double if farm, well, 2 goals, and stop Reggie from farming. They haven't stopped Reggie from farming whatsoever. TSM has made a good lane swap adjustment to the 2v1 mid, and Diana's just having a ball up top.
Well, we finally see the Odd One is going to go back. Wild Turtle continuing to keep the pressure on, actually keeping up CS with double lift, despite the fact that they had to counter-react to exactly what was going on. So the pressure in both lanes is happening quite well here. And then we see Chowster coming back in with that Nunu, almost doing a drive-by smite there straight away on towards the minions. And bottom lane, you know, Dyrus was incredibly low. He's actually managed to tank himself up a little bit, keeping himself healthy. But this bottom turret is taking low as well.
Yeah, we're going to see who breaks first here, and if CLG starts getting the first few towers, they're going to roll through the rest. I mean, when CLG's on point, their turret calling is very great. They have the pre-warded in the Tribe Rush, so Wild Turtle coming down isn't going to get to them, but it is going to delay the turrets going down. So, like, it's not those 4-minute turrets that we saw a couple weeks back when the 2v1 lanes all started happening in North America. This is a very tactical, everyone swap the lanes, try to hold your turrets as long as possible, because I really feel like the first turret to fall could just cascade into the rest of the front line falling.
It looks to me like CLG, they've all just backed. In fact, they're going top, are they? Or are they going to go mid? I would expect them to switch back in towards that mid, keep the pressure back on mid, because we see Wild Turtle back down this bottom. He's going to keep the pressure down. They realized they were about to lose that bottom turret, and they didn't want to do it. And yes, they are. CLG, you can see double lift and after move heading back towards that mid lane.
And the really surprising thing about all this is no one's farm is actually that bad. Like, even Hotshot on Nasus or Dyrus on Shen, who've been following and chasing around the 1v2s, are sitting at 35 and 34 minion kills, right? Even Chowster's keeping his levels up. No one's actually falling behind because of this. Like, they're all matching each other extremely well, and until someone gets caught out of position in transit, we're not going to see a fight. But as of the first 7.5 minutes, they haven't even been trying. It has really just been about trying to outmaneuver and get the first turret down. Nobody cares about fighting at this point.
And Chowster seemingly realized he's fell behind a little bit, gets that Philo Stone to catch himself back in there. Wild Turtle with the BF sword, and looks like that bottom lane is going to take some pressure. I think Hotshot GG may take it because it was already low. There it is. First turret of the game does go down. It's Hotshot GG that took it. And did we just see a drive-by from Chowster there taking that blue buff?
Slight advantage CLG. No, he was warding the blue buff. They had the timer on it because they knew previously.
Will we see a laser?
But because they know the blue buff is getting taken, Double Lift is doing his best to push down the mid lane.
Oh, he didn't quite get it. Reginald managed to catch it just at the right time. Didn't quite finish it off, though. But now we see a dive in towards the middle lane. It's actually the Odd One. He's been dived himself. He tried to go in, tried to go aggressive, but it's a little bit too early. And you see the ace in the hole coming out. That's going to force him back. Reginald bought time, though, to get back in towards that mid lane.
Yeah, and they're going to keep the pressure on this one because they really didn't care that much about the blue buff. Even though it looked like they were trying to steal it, that was the distraction. The main objective is to get this middle turret, and it looks like they did it.
They did indeed, and that is 2-0 in turrets. And CLG, despite having a lot of rotating going on, seems they have finally caught TSM on the hop and managed to take 2 of those turrets down. You can immediately see, looks like they're going to transcend in towards that top lane. Meanwhile, TSM look like they're going to try and take Dragon.
Yeah, they can tell that CLG got their objectives, and they're really just kind of leaving the Dragon to be taken. Hotshot had to fall back after over-pushing the bottom lane. Double Lift really maybe would have been able to support this, but they just didn't keep it as a protective thing on their radar, right? CLG cares about the turrets. TSM cares about the Dragon. It's a 1,000 gold edge, and that's because 750 that is from the extra turret. And I still think that the 2 turrets are way more important than that 1 Dragon for CLG.
So let's take a quick look through the items you can see as everyone goes back to buy. Wild Turtle did get that BF sword very early on. Now we see the BF sword popping in for Double Lift there. Has built up quite a CS advantage as well over Wild Turtle.
Yeah, it's been that Caitlyn pressure, and it's a matter of CLG really outmaneuvering a little bit. That teleport bottom lane from Hotshot is so timely. It's going to be tough for him to hold this turret, though, even though it's full health. The Wither on Wild Turtle, I have to say, is amazing for this base race action. Look at how well the Spirit Fire cleared those creeps, and look at how, even though it was 3 people, they only got half the turret on that push.
Yeah, very good stuff. It's the equivalent of a pretty large exhaust, I think, straight away on towards him. Meanwhile, we do see Reginald looking like he's going to try and set up on Link in the mid lane. No, it's just going to come in, try and clear out that wave, and the pressure continuing on this bottom lane. TSM realize they need to start knocking turrets down. Yeah,
and this is going to continue to be a wacky game. I don't see Hotshot holding this turret much longer. He's going to have to run away now, otherwise they're going to go for a kill.
Yeah, and you can see that straight away. The dash straight on towards Hotshot. He's going to get the 3-talent poke. Will it get him in the end? No, he won't. The odd one didn't quite get the bounce. One more hit would have bounced him up there.
And on the other side of the map, CLG sacrificing that bottom turret. They want to get this top turret. There is Chouster coming up on Nunu. The shove is there, but TSM knows it's coming. Reginald walked up through the ward at the blue buff, and again, Chouster backs away. Like, this is one of the most tactical games I have seen these two teams play against each other.
Well, we saw the ping as well on towards... Oh, they're diving in the top lane, actually. They're going on towards double lift, but that Howling Gale keeps them back. Will they follow into this one? No, they won't. And the 90 caliber net from double lift kept him out of danger.
But look at this. CLG's not even caring about the fighting. They're going straight back to the mid lane. This time, though, they finally don't see the odd one coming in from the back. They are going to get jumped on. They're flanking around the side, though. Look at that.
But the odd one's got no one with him. He got no support. Well, he has got support because you can see X Specials there. It's about the only support he is going to get, though. No damage to follow it up. And he is going to keep him pressured. Dyrus thought about pushing that top lane. He's still 2v1, and he's actually doing a pretty good job. He's keeping up with Hotshot, despite the fact Hotshot's had a lot longer to free farm.
The big thing about this is just... Nah, I don't think Dyrus has had that much extra time to free farm over Hotshot. They've both been swapping around so much. I mean, it's CLG over-swapping them a little bit, and that's mainly given the advantage to double lift. Hotshot's actually spent a huge amount of time 2 and 3v1 in the lanes, but it's because of the Spirit Fire that Hotshot's been able to keep up.
Look at the big advantage that it has built up is CLG in terms of AD carries. 110 CS now to just shy of 90. That's a 23 CS difference already built up between them, and now Dyrus is in trouble. He's got to get out of this.
Yeah, and this is the 4 people top for CLG, but because Link got seen in the ward, TSM is trading in the mid turret. So once again, we're going to see a world record of turrets before player kills in this game, because this is going to be the 5th.
This is going to be the 5th turret going down, and that will be the 2nd for Team Solo Mid. They're going to continue in that middle lane. Meanwhile, CLG continue in the top lane. It's actually a bit of a transition. It may be a base race that comes out. I don't think either will commit to it fully. Wild Turtle, of course, wasn't with him. He was free farming down the bottom. But again, he's not really keeping up the farm because everything is being given to double lift right now.
Yeah, and I do think this is going to overall play in the advantage of CLG, right? Like, they are somewhat running a bunch of supports in double lift, right? Like, Nasus lane isn't necessarily, he can turn into a bit of a monster late game, but it's his Wither and it's his Spirit Fire. They're kind of good support abilities if they wanted to play like that. Lux has so many support abilities in mid lane as well. They're running a Nunu in the jungle. Like, the amount of steroids they can put on double lift is absolutely immense, but they need double lift to power up. And the way they're doing the lane swaps and the fact that they're 13 minutes in without even getting a fight off is hugely playing into their edge right now.
Absolutely. And we can see Hotshot looking to try and come in, try and get that Spirit Fire down, steal away the golem from Wild Turtle. Wasn't going to happen. Wild Turtle kept those axes spinning. So, looking like we're not going to get anything in certainly the first 15 minutes. No first kills. How do they stand? Because they're going to start moving into mid-game now. Lane phase is over, and the towers are all gone. And we're still not seeing any aggression. So who stands to win and lose out of this?
Right, so, I mean, let's just take it kind of one by one here. Hotshot versus Dyrus, if they go into a split push war. He does have a teleport to match Dyrus' ultimate, and neither one of those guys can really threaten each other. I think Hotshot would actually duel Shen a little better than Shen will duel Nasus, so that would be even an edge for CLG. Jungle-wise, like, the odd one versus Chouster, I'd say the odd one would have been able to put a little more, like, fighting pressure early, but we're not there. So now the utility of Nunu is actually really going to come in strong. You look at the mid lanes, Reginald's all about the diving, whereas Link's about kind of the poking out, and then how does TSM actually get onto double lift in a support the double lift composition? They're going to be diving Diana plus Xin Zhao plus Shen, but I don't know if they can dive through it because they got the resets coming from Janna and the peel coming from Nunu. Like, coming mid-game, when we actually do see the first team fights, if double lift can get to an infinity edge to go with the Blood Boil, I think CLG is going to be in a really good position unless they somehow get outmaneuvered. But just based on the first 14.5 minutes here, D-Man, it looks like they're the ones doing the outmaneuvering.
Yeah, and again, Wild Turtles just shoved that bottom lane, and Doublelift's like, thank you very much. I'm just going to pick up a heck of a lot more CS. You can see it's a 40 CS difference now. That's built up over 20 CS in just the last few minutes. Meanwhile, Hotshot GG is getting pressured by Dyrus, has to position himself around that cupcake. Well, it's maybe his birthday. It's not the cake he's after. And he does back away from this one. And look at it. It's just slowly but surely. There's the Infinity Edge now coming. And the Oracle's also coming out pretty early on from Aframu.
So this means CLG going to be going for a lot of map control. And look at Aframu, though. Double gold per 10 items. No Ruby Sightstone as of yet. So they're not playing a regular game right here. The only other time we haven't seen a Ruby Sightstone was actually last week in the LCS, where Edward didn't build one on Thresh in one of their stomp victories over Dragonborns. Now with the Dragon coming up, though, CLG has the Oracles. Hotshot has a teleport to come down with Dyrus. If TSM wants to stop this one, this would be the first fight of the game. CLG does have the big item they wanted with the Infinity Edge onto Doublelift, because he's really the only one who cares about his items right now. But we may not even see the Dragon. I think they're still content just pushing lanes.
Well, I think TSM want to try and shove the minions up mid, but against Lux, I don't think that's really possible. X-Special has picked up the Oracle. He's going to see the ward in the bush, and he's going to clear out the mini little death bush, as I like to call it, and they are looking like they may well leash out the Dragon here. Of course, Dyrus can come stand united and join the fight anytime he so wishes. And CLG, for the first time, despite their mantra of never fight for Dragon, they may actually go for it.
And look at all the wards TSM has put around the Dragon area. That's 5 already they have vision into CLG's jungle, so CLG's approach would be very well documented. They've already split up, and because of that TSM started on the Dragon, they have an Oracles of their own on X-Special, so they have complete vision denial. CLG trying to push down mid lane, but I don't know how much they're going to be able to get out of this.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure down. Again, it's going to be Link getting on there. They're going to get at least a couple of hits, but they've got to be careful that TSM don't completely collapse on them. We do see Dyrus coming in as well. They're actually heading north, and Dyrus is going to head them off. We're going to see a full flashed out Link. Had to use it to get away from that Shadow Dash.
It's like the first summoner spell other than teleport we've seen used this game. Like, this is how little these guys are actually fighting each other. Link managed to avoid that one, and now there is a 4v3 push by TSM in the mid lane, but the wave clear from CLG with the charged up Janna Tornadoes and Lux being able to just ultimate if all goes to hell and they can just push it through. There's not much TSM can do to counter push this one. CLG is like so comfortable holding this one, but Hotshot may be getting dove here. TSM finally trying to make a play.
He's got the ward though in the tri-bush, and he sees it already. He sees Reginald coming down there, and immediately CLG react to this one. They keep the pressure on the mid lane and the bot lane. Doublelift doing what he does, and he is keeping the pressure on towards that. They may dive on towards Wild Turtle here.
Inner turret's so much more valuable than outer turrets. Wild Turtle still stuck back, but they're not even caring about the diving. They don't want to kill people, they want to kill turrets, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here.
And there's Link coming around the side there, poking it down, and Doublelift keeping the pressure on Wild Turtle, trying to keep those axes spinning. We do see the old one going in, but he's not going to do a great deal of damage. Meanwhile, the top lane, they do recall back. Reginald actually sticking around a little bit longer. He's going to take the columns away from Hotshot. Hotshot's going to come in, maybe Q it instead. He's going to get dived on. Reginald going aggressive on Hotshot. I don't think he's got enough to dive on towards the turret, though. Will he follow it through? No, he will not. And Hotshot just delays him that little bit longer. And then it's going to be Reggie finally picking up. He tried to get a steal. Actually, Reggie's gone aggressive on towards Hotshot. He's not going to be able to dive that turret.
Hotshot's taken so much harass, though. He still has his ultimate, and Reginald does have an ignite up. This could be like the first thing we might see, but here it goes.
He's dived in, and that's straight away. Hotshot turns his ultimate. Ace in the hole comes out. Doublelift back there. He's taken so low. Will the Piltover Peacemaker come out? Yes, it will. And it's going to be first blood for Doublelift at 18 minutes into the game.
Finally, is about what I was going to say. Hotshot baited that one in just right. He knew he had backup, and Reginald was tired of being kited around. He wanted to fight someone, so he put himself in a bad situation. There was not a real reason to push him back there. He was denying Hotshot already. TSM did have a slight gold lead, but this is CLG control. We haven't seen control like this from CLG since like Season 1. When they just farmed out a game and just waited for the team fights and really waited for the other team to make mistakes. We'll see if TSM falls for this trap or if TSM can creatively move around the map enough to make good plays happen.
And all the plays they keep doing is Doublelift keeps extending that farm lead. You can see Wild Turtle, he's back off in the top lane. He's desperately trying to catch up. 6,200 to 7,000. He's got 1,000 on him already because he just got that first blood. 200 minions now, building up that lead over Wild Turtle.
Yeah, 200 minions at 19 minutes is quite a good score, and this is definitely throwing Wild Turtle and even TSM off their game. TSM wants to brawl. Hotshot wants to freeze minion waves. Like, that's actually what he's doing there. He's trying to make sure that he keeps farming safe. He wants to farm up his Q at this point. Hotshot's Q farm isn't that great right now. It's only plus 114 20 minutes in because he's mainly been clearing with Spirit Fire. But at this point in the game, you can tell CLG's in it for the long haul.
Link's coming to try and steal away this blue buff. He's going to throw out Luminescence. Laser comes across and he gets it. Link steals it away from TSM, and that is very important for Lux.
Yeah, because now, especially with the cooldown reduction on his ultimate, that's just more wave clear. It's more stalling. It's more farm for Doublelift as he gets later and later. Doublelift's going for the 7-item Caitlyn this game, I'm pretty sure. It's the 6 items plus Nunu Blood Boil and the Janna shield. So maybe that's like an 8-item Caitlyn because it's almost a BF sword worth of damage that Janna can add to him. Going to continue the tower pushing, but it does look like COG is just in pure farm mode.
They're in 3-man push on towards his top lane. Are they going to keep it on? No, they're not. They realize that TSM are coming across. They didn't have a great deal of vision, and they back away from that top lane inner turret. They're still sticking around the tri-bush, though. They may keep coming. And as you mentioned, the fact that Chowster is on Nunu, he can put that blue buff onto Doublelift. It just gives him a massive burst.
Yeah, the Blood Boil will be so huge. And Chowster's only got 2 points in it right now, right? He's all about Ice Blast for some reason. Here's Reginald going, diving on Link.
Reginald diving on Link. He's going to keep the aggression on. He may well have been able to follow it up there. And if it wasn't for the light binding that kept him pinned down there, this just shows to me that Reggie's starting to get impatient.
And we saw his impatience in his last tower dive that he fell to. He does the Nashor's Tooth on Diana, which is the pre-nerf Nashor's Tooth, by the way, because once again, we are on 3.04, which is 1 patch behind the one that just hit live, right? So these guys still playing on that stuff. And look at Doublelift's items just starting to cruise around. The fact that he picked up a red elixir, though, actually tells me CLG might be looking to fight over the next dragon.
We'll see. It is going to be spawning in a minute's time. CLG, see if they're going to go in and ward it out as well. And as you mentioned, the fact that they have now got that Sightstone on there. Hasn't got Ruby Sightstone yet, but he will be able to put down a number of wards. I think back in towards this mid lane with that blue buff still, remember. Not much longer left on it, I don't feel, but Doublelift, he's going to clear that wave, shove it out. There's everything points towards the fact CLG want to fight.
They're trying to clear out all the waves between Dragon. Everyone's stopped caring about the top lane right now, which is very rare for this game. This game's been all about split pressure and keeping every single lane shoved. So there's 42 seconds left. Aphromu's been sitting on that double gold per 10. There's a red buff sitting on Doublelift as well. They've already stolen the blue away from Reginald as well, so like a buff advantage as well as a potential vision advantage for CLG would be coming out here. But they got to keep in mind, actually, like it's 22 minutes in. The Baron is actually an objective they'd have to worry about as well. So they can't get ahead of themselves with this Dragon play.
So TSM are setting up for a potential to try and catch someone out here. Wild Turtle seeing if he can use himself as the bait. And it is going to go, and Chowster went in there, but Reginald had just stepped away. They're going to get the damage from Wild Turtle, but it's not going to be enough. And again, Link managed to keep them at bay and just be enough of a threat to keep them off. If Reginald had stayed in that bush like he was for a good portion of that fight before it happened, then he may be able to catch them. Hotshot GG, though, coming down. He's not going to see them. There's going to be 4 members. Can they dive on towards him? Will the Audacious Charge come out? No! Instead, he goes in on towards Link. Link gets taken down. Now they're straight away on towards Chowster. The odd one trying to keep on him. Gets an Ice Blast, keeps him at bay.
And this is the play that TSM's been wanting to make for a while. They pressured the Dragon with the Baron with the Oracles, and Doublelift has had to peel back up. But CLG has no vision over this area, and they could engage themselves in a 5v4. They got to be real careful about this Baron play. There goes Reggie again.
There goes Reggie, but the rest of the team had split off towards Hotshot GG, so he's kind of on his own. Dyrus had to use his Stand United to get in there. One more flash comes out. Aphromu does get away from it, saves himself that Oracle and voids the damage.
But TSM will keep the pressure on this Baron. They didn't take harass here. There are a lot of flashes of CLG, though, so CLG's going to try to keep vision inside. They have to be careful about Reginald coming over, but all the steal potential is there if they want it, and Hotshot is going into harass.
Home guard boots as well, picked up by Link. He's running back to this fight. He's managed to respawn himself, so we'll see whether he gets back in. They are perfectly set up right now. I'm not sure if the TSM want to stick around with this one. They're going to dive on towards Chowster. Here comes the laser, but he misses. It's Doublelift that picks up the kill on Reginald, and now Howling Gale comes out. Can they separate Wild Turtle from the pack? They are a 4-man versus 5, and they do try and catch them. You can see the Ghost comes out from Hotshot. He wants to get on towards him. The Wither's going to be down there in a moment. There's the Wither. He cleanses it off. The Ace and the Hole came through as well. Hick Special may be the target next, but they do keep them away from Baron.
And TSM spent such a long time trying to poke around that Baron, and it really just gave him like a 1-for-1. Now CLG's on the counterattack. Everyone from TSM is low, and the siege continues. This could be just another turret for CLG.
And there it goes. It's 4-3 in turrets now, a 2,000 gold advantage. and only 2-1 in kills at 24 minutes into this game. It's been pretty action-packed, but still there's just been no kills. It's very much a tactical game of power live chess.
Yeah, we're so used to seeing, like, anytime someone's making rotation into a lane, you're just like, there's going to be a fight. It's going to come here. These teams aren't that interested in that. Like, Reginald seems to be the only one interested in fighting, and that's the reason he's the only one on TSM that has died, right? The other people at TSM aren't diving in as far, and even though we just saw the battle around the Baron, they're tired of that. We might see a battle around the Dragon now. Last fight, Doublelift didn't even use his Red Elixir. Now he's got a Phantom Dancer and a Giant Spell, so he's even stronger after that kill onto Reginald's Diana. CLG would want to fight this one because TSM is all piled up in that Dragon Pit.
They're all piled up and they're going to go in there. You can see Reginald. Oh, he missed the moonfall there. Tried to pull them in, didn't quite catch on towards him. Special's been split off there. And now Reginald, there's the Dragon gone down. Will they continue to fight for this one? They realize the objective is no longer there, so it's purely kills they're looking for. And it's CLG being the aggressor once again. They're chasing on towards Team Solo Mid. They put the Wither down on towards Wild Turtle, but they are going to be able to get away from this, though.
This is such a weird game. Like, the fact that they were grouped up there, CLG had pretty much all their ultimates except for Absolute Zero on Chouster and just decided not to fight. TSM tanked up the Dragon. They definitely weren't all at full health, and CLG let them run away. They were afraid of a bad engage. They said, we know we have a slight lead. We know we're out tower killing you. We know we're going to have Doublelift with Nunu at the end of the game, and we know he's out farming Wild Turtle by a huge margin, not even counting the fact that Hotshot is going to be able to wither him late game, and CLG is going to take their fights elsewhere when they're good and ready.
Reginald's going to see if he can get the blue steel on there. Doesn't manage to catch it. Didn't see whether he did. It gets the moonfall. It's a great pull in. It's going to be Aframu that goes down. Chouster's going to get Absolute Zero full channel. No, Odd One interrupts him, but Odd One goes down now. Reginald taking incredibly low. Can he get in there? Chouster's taking low. Hotshot GG taken low. He goes down. It's Wild Turtle that picks up that kill. Now Doublelift trying to turn it, but he gets focused on. Reginald not quite catching on. Catches him with the Crescent Dash. Shadow Dash full length. And that's going to be an ace for Team Solo Mid. Now they're going to pick up Baron.
26 minutes into the game, TSM gets the initiation they wanted. I don't know why CLG was so aggressive after not wanting to fight a Dragon. Aframu got caught without getting his Janna ultimate off. That's one of the big reasons they couldn't protect Doublelift through the rest of that fight, and that's a huge reason why TSM picks up the Baron.
Absolutely fantastic play. So, finally, we have the action that we've all been craving. It's a 3,000 gold difference. There's still a tower behind Team Solo Mid, but with that Baron, you would suspect they may well be able to push some of those lanes. Still not touched any of the inner turrets right now. Meanwhile, the top lane, of course, of Team Solo Mid's base is being pressured. There was a lot of minions actually on that inhibitor turret for a short while there. The Odd One just went in and did cleanup duty. So we'll see where the pressure goes.
Yeah, and it's going to be a matter of whether TSM can push through now, because the whole game they haven't been able to really shove any of the lanes. You can look at CLG's potential wave clear, Spirit Fire, Janna Tornadoes, Lux's Final Spark, her Lucent Singularity, like even Caitlyn's shove. It's not an easy task for TSM to shove this whatsoever. Hotshot will have his teleport if Darius decides to split push, and I feel like if TSM actually wants to make a play with this Baron, they're probably going to have to catch someone on CLG out of position or get a miraculous dive off of, but it is so difficult to dive onto this CLG lineup because they will be diving most likely without creeps.
Well, as it stands, we haven't seen Aframu go in the way of Fatoya and Elements, but instead it's going to be Reginald diving in there on towards Hotshot GG. Shadow Dash comes in. They do manage to turn him down. The ultimate's running. Is it going to be enough to save him and keep him away from it? Yes, there will, but doesn't matter. Team Solo Mid take down the inner turret. Odd One goes in, goes aggressive on towards Chouster. We do see the Glitter Lance flashing past, and now CLG going to try and turn this one down itself. They do manage to get the slow on Wild Turtle, but they haven't got enough to back it up.
Getting the inner or the outer turret there on CLG's mid lane is a big move for them. Also getting Hotshot's Ghost and ultimate down. Hotshot might die here.
He's absolutely caught out. Wild Turtle's ultimate was flinging through. There's the final spark coming through. Can they get on towards Reginald? One more shot from Doublelift would have done it, but he had to back away. And Wild Turtle keeps the pressure down that they can't pursue.
And they still got plenty of time on this Baron buff. The death timer on Hotshot is long. Darius' split push will be working. CLG tried to snipe through. That's not something that's going to work. TSM's too coordinated to block that one. The siege continues, but how well can CLG hold this one? I feel like Reginald's too low to dive, and they're going to be taking this one slow with Darius split pushing that side lane.
Yeah, the slow but sure split push from Shen is going to happen, and it's Darius that's working it down. He's up to level 17 right now, the highest level in the game, I believe. By, looks like 2 levels as well, 2 levels ahead of everyone, Darius right now. So that split push Shen is going to be actually a pretty scary thing right now.
They definitely first picked that for a reason. It's out split pushing what CLG is able to throw at them. And they're making real good use of this Baron buff that is TSM. Wild Turtle even though he was getting out farmed by Doublelift, he's only 600 gold behind. And in an absolute brawl, if they've managed to kill COG supports, Turtle's still a huge, huge threat to them. Linkholv actually misses a little bit. I wonder if COG's going to try to go on this because they know Reginald's in mid.
Yeah, they thought about keeping pressure down, but Reginald is, like he's mentioned, in that mid, and he's keeping the pressure on, pushing forward. TSM continuing on towards the top turret. COG a little bit caught unawares. They're not too sure which objective to try and defend. It looks like they're going to give up on this top turret, and that is going to be another turret down. And TSM now 6-4 in turrets. That Baron buff working. Great advantages, stretching their lead to 5,000 gold. And Dyrus also keeping the pressure on. We're going to see Reggie going in on towards Hotshot, pulls the Moonfall. Dyrus is going to get the Shadow Dash instead. No, they back out. Dyrus was already tanking the turret up, purposely done it there to just give Reggie the cover. And they're keeping on towards the turret. They're pressuring on the top turret now. COG reacting to this. They're coming back down, but it's buying time in the top.
Yeah, there's not enough threat on COG right now. Doublelift is trying to fight off one side, and they don't seem to have enough on the other as Reggie dives in.
Reggie goes in. He goes aggressive on Link. Link has to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. Remember, Reginald out of mana now, and they're going to keep the pressure on. Dyrus taken incredibly low by the turret now, but they switch it up there. No mana for Reginald. Surely not going to well this fight. They do pick up the kill. Absolute Zero coming out. Ace in the hole on Dyrus. Dyrus is going to go down. Can they get on towards Reginald? They're losing the top turret as well. The top inhibitor turret will go down, but they are keeping the pressure on.
Yet, COG cannot deal with this. They lost their inner turret. Doublelift now out of the base, has healed, but he's still not got the damage to push them all off here. TSM on the aggressive.
They're still keeping the pressure on. The odd one has gone in there. Pops the ultimate. Chowster's going to get caught out. One more spinning blade. It's Wild Turtle throwing out his ultimate. But Doublelift, he's hammering away still. Can he do enough to keep them at bay? Has to back away quickly, and it's going to be the inhibitor going down as well as the bottom inhibitor. Two inhibitors picked up quickly, and that was probably the best use of a Baron I've seen in a long time from Team Solo Mid. Doublelift is going to get Reginald in the bottom lane. He takes him down, but it's more of a case of just pick up any objective you can.
Yeah, noble sacrifice from Reginald there, giving up his life for the second inhibitor, because now they know they have COG cornered. Their backs are against the wall. Finally, Doublelift has picked up his big third item, and I'm almost a little confused at this overall COG strategy, the way it's played out, right? They've been talking so much in between these weeks about how having fewer amounts of threats makes it so they can't make mistakes during a game. They make one mistake and the game's seemingly over. And if they're only running Doublelift as the only threat on the team, they just give themselves even less room for error. And they made one mistake getting caught at blue buff. It turned into the Baron, and it lost them the two inhibitors.
And more to the point, you know, if they know they're up against the Shen, they know they're going to get a split push. If you've just got 1 point of danger, how do you deal with that split push?
It's a great question, right? Like, they were doing it a great job the entire game until they messed up right in that spot, because Hotshot could deal with Dyrus for the majority of the game. Link could keep the wave shoved out, and Doublelift could basically brawl everyone because he was so far ahead in damage. But then, once they fell behind to a point where Hotshot couldn't deal with Dyrus, they lost control of Reginald because their lanes weren't getting shoved out. And when Doublelift built that Giant's Belt, he really lost the hyper damage threat that Wild Turtle has picked up himself. Like, look at the damage differential between Wild Turtle's build and Doublelift's build. And even though Wild Turtle has 80 less minion kills, you think of if it was actually a 1v1, despite Doublelift having 5 kills, like, Wild Turtle actually got a pretty good chance there, right? So maybe Doublelift could have gotten a defensive item like late in his build, but right now it's trouble, and Hotshot just has to run away.
He's going to try and run away, but I think he's going to get caught out again. Reginald diving on towards this one. Dyrus is slowly but surely collapsing in towards him. I think he's going to get away just in time. And Dyrus, you got to give credit to his build as well. He knew he was only ever going to be up against Hotshot GG. He could see what Hotshot was building, realized, if I just get a bit of damage, there's absolutely nothing he can do against me.
And it's one of those things, Doublelift can't kill everyone in these situations. Link still doesn't have a Rabadon's death cap. He actually went a somewhat defensive Lux build, and TSM is running rampant inside their base here. I love the flank by Reginald coming around the side, making it so this defense is dangerous for CLG.
They go in, they go in, they go in. Can they catch on towards him? It's the odd one they choose, and they put the Wither down on him, they put the Snowball on him, and they are turning it around. Reginald claps in from the side. He goes in towards Chowster, tries to bait some of the damage. Remember, he has that Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's trying to see if he can just pull any aggression in his Doublelift. They're trying to focus. Of course, if he goes down, he's the only member of CLG that's got kills so far, and there is a massive damage difference if he was to drop, and they realize it. Dyrus goes in. They're tanking out this turret. They're going to keep the pressure on.
They're just going to try to hold this one out. You can see the turret falling a bit. The big issue here, though, is there's 2 waves of super minions pushing the sides. COG is completely cornered by the minions. They pretty much have to fight now or risk losing all 3 inhibitors or their Nexus turrets.
And Hotshot GG's going to have to use that ultimate. There's the final spark coming through, but it was only X-Special they caught on. That turret's going down. Wild Turtle takes it down, and now they go aggressive. Hotshot has to use his ultimate. Reginald goes in, pops Absolute Sonya's Hourglass. Absolute Zero coming out from Jouster was enough. Doublelift takes down Reginald, but Wild Turtle dropped Hotshot GG, and now it's TSM running.
Yeah, but COG's base is getting destroyed. There's no way they can continue this assault. Link trying to hold off the Nexus turrets. They both fell to the super minions, and now TSM just can take whatever they want.
And they are slowly coming in. That's the third inhibitor going down. Doublelift does get poked by that axe, but they have to deal with all these super minions. They're pinging it, and now they realize it. TSM have just pinged it. They realize the damage is coming down there. Doublelift, one more hit. Doublelift goes down, and Team Solo Mid are gonna take the game against Counter Logic Gaming. It's 12-6. It took a long time to come, but the turret damage, the turret fight, it finally went to Team Solo Mid again. And, well, happy birthday, Dyrus.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race for Wild Turtle in that case, because they didn't try to make too many plays. They got the one mistake. They capitalized on CLG. Big smiles all around. That's 4-0 since adding Wild Turtle to the roster for Team Solo Mid. And, you know, don't want to criticize CLG too hard because that was another innovative strategy that was working for a long time. But the one mistake, losing into the blue buff and giving up Baron, really cost.
So to put you on the spot, if you were to quickly look at that tactic that CLG did, it's a new tactic, a new strategy from CLG, something very different from what we've seen before, and it worked for a while. They were 4-2 up in turrets. What would you change? You need another point of aggression in there. Would it be an aggressive jungler, an aggressive top laner, or aggressive mid?
I actually think that that line of the way they were playing can work. We've seen super support teams work for AD carries before, but Doublelift can't get away with building a defensive item, first and foremost. When he had that Giants belt, he didn't have the oomph in team fights. And most importantly, their supports can't get caught out. They have a very strong front line in Nasus and Nunu, and they can't have Janet losing the start of the fights. You just can't make a mistake when you have one threat.
Well, we do have a replay, and it's going to be of the ace moment. So take us through it, Jat, and see exactly what happened here.
Watch Aframu trying to clear with wards and dying before his ultimate gets off. Imagine if he had peeled them all back at that moment and Doublelift had another 3 or 4 seconds to beat on everyone on TSM. Look at the health bars right now for TSM. Reggie had to disengage. Everyone's low. Imagine 2 free seconds for Monsoon. Reggie would be dead. X-Special would be dead. Then it would be Dyer's first turtle on Link on Doublelift, and that fight would have been a lot closer. But because they lost Aframu at the very start of that fight, they got the ace, they punished them from their air, and they got the Baron. And after this thing, we knew how the rest of the game went.
Yeah, it is absolutely the turning point in the fight because, and you gotta wonder why COG stayed around. They were clearly trying to get positional advantage for Baron, but they kind of went a little too deep. I think they expected TSM, after they'd taken that dragon, to just completely back.
That was exactly it. I mean, there's no other reason Aframu would be checking that brush for a ward. He saw the ward in the brush. He obviously didn't have vision around the outside of that blue buff ward, so they were thinking TSM wasn't even close to that, and they were actually just getting vision control, setting up for a Baron. TSM tactically outplayed them in that situation.
Yeah, so fantastic and well played, Team Solar Mid. Coming up next, we will have an interview with the birthday boy himself, Dyrus from Team Solar Mid, and then it's Curse versus Dignitas. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us right now is Dyrus from TSM. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
21st birthday, wow. And you're a professional gamer. I tell you what, there's a lot of people that would be loving to be in your position right now.
As long as I don't drink before the games.
Exactly what we said. And you've got games tomorrow, so you're going to have to take it easy tonight.
Yep.
So, straight away, sorry to jump over you there, Jap, but what did you see in the picks and bans? This was a different counter-logic gaming we were seeing in the picks and bans straight away.
We saw a lot of Evelyn in his solo queue games, so I assumed he had some Evelyn coming up, and we weren't really sure what they were going to run, so we were just like, okay, let's just go with standard and what we're like comfortable with, because when we get a new member, we don't want to try too many new things. So we were kind of scared going into this week, because it is kind of a big week for NA in general, and so far I think it went okay for this game.
Yeah. Now, how did you react to their split push at the start of the game? Because like there wasn't first blood until 16 or 17 minutes into that game. Like, is that a style of CLG you've seen before, where they just didn't seem to have any interest in fighting you at all?
Very, very similar style to what they already do. When you see their picks, they got Nasus for split pushing and pushing. They have Caitlyn and Janna. Right off the bat, I'm like, they're probably going to send either 2 top or 2 middle. And they sent 2 middle against the melee Diana, who usually does well against Lux, I suppose. And Lux was top. And usually I would have went cloth armor there, but since I was like, what if they sent AP top? So I just went fort pot. And then we were kind of scared about how fast they were pushing middle, but we acted very well. And we reacted. I ended up going mid, and then I ended up going bot, and then there was a lot of lane swapping, and we reduced the tower damage like minimally. We kept towers from dying, and we ended up getting dragon. One time we lost 2 towers, but we eventually came back later because that's the strength of their comp.
Yeah, was there any sense of urgency from your team? Like when you're just kind of trading turrets, not really killing anyone. I know Reggie got a little too hyped in top lane that one time and dove, hotshot, ended up dying for it. Also the Baron playing that game. Like, what was your communication like? Was there a huge sense of urgency to try to get the game over? Or were you comfortable with your late game since you essentially had more threats than CLG?
For me alone, I wasn't sure how to think of it. I'm just going to do my job. And Reggie sounded really calm. He was like, okay, we got dragons. They're split pushing comp, and they only have 2 towers on us. We just have to keep playing solidly, take out their 3rd towers, pressure certain points, and we'll slowly win the game. But he did get a little bit greedy for that top kill. I did tell him to back several times, but it didn't matter too much, although it was a deadlocked game, so first blood could be pretty brutal. But since it was already that late in the game and their comp was so much based on split pushing in a certain way, and to make Double F super strong with the Nunu jungle, it wasn't that much of a problem because they should have been much more ahead. But we dealt with it pretty well, and I got worried at the Baron because we got the kill. I'm like, okay, yes, and then it's like, let's do Baron. It's like, wait a second. For me, what I think about the Baron philosophy is that from 15 minutes to 30 minutes, Baron is a noob magnet, whether it's in solo queue, whether it's in competitive play, any kind of play. And for Dragon, it's like 5 minutes to like 10, unless you're like Udyr with Madrids, of course.
Okay. So walk me through the turning point in the game, really, when you guys caught Aphromoo at your own blue buff. How do you think that play developed, and why did you win that fight so hard?
I don't quite remember. All I remember is I came out 2-0, and we did have Shen ult, and we have the synergy between Diana and Shen. We have people diving, and we don't really need to protect Draven because we're just going to go in, and he's just going to hit the first target. And Draven hits very hard, even harder than Caitlyn, but he did have Nunu and Janna, so he probably did more damage, but overall we have the Xin Zhao damage, and it just all like calculates up. And I'm not too sure how it like started. It looked kind of shady at one point because it looked like we couldn't reach them, but it turned out okay.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and finally, of course, you know, this is the first week with a permanent replacement for Chaos. Obviously, we've all seen the video, we've seen the feels, we've had the feels. Got to be honest, it's a teary moment for, I think, everyone that watched that, probably with yourself and then Chaos towards the end there. And that's kind of what I was expecting from most of the team. You guys had been together for, you know, yourself a year, some of the other guys 2 years. How has it been moving on from Chaos?
It's pretty rough, like emotionally. I've had a lot of thinking to do, and when we're playing with Wild Turtle, there's a lot of things that aren't there that used to be there before. But at the same time, Wild Turtle brings a lot of thinking to the team. He's not afraid to voice his own opinion, even though he's the newest member. And when I was the newest member of TSM, I was like, all right, guys, just take me on the ride. But for him, he's like, I think we could have done this or done that. And he criticizes, and he's not afraid to, you know, step up and voice his own opinion.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. Well, I hope your birthday continues to be awesome, and we'll see whether you win any more games today. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another rematch between our #1 and 2 team, and nobody is looking forward to this game more than the players themselves. Take a look at this.
The matchup between us and Curse seems to be the most anticipated one so far, since we are the rated teams #1 and 2 in the LCS right now.
Well, of course, this is our biggest match because they're like chasing after us.
We're one of the teams that taken the game off them so far. We're hoping to repeat that, but they might give us some issues. So they're probably going to be the hardest team we play.
I think we're getting a better feel for them, and I think we're starting to understand how we can beat them, what we need to do to take our strategic advantage and push it.
Personally, I just see it as any other match that we're going to have. It's just another game that we have to win.
I wish everyone had the confidence of Crumbs there. It's just another game. We got to win it.
Yeah, they're only the #1 seed in the LCS.
Yeah,
no biggie.
It only means everything to them, of course. This will be our third match between these two teams. These Titans, these new Titans, I think it's safe to say, of the North American LCS. They are currently drawing 1-1 with each other. And, well, when they last met in week 4 of the Super Wednesday, Dignitas handed Curse their first LCS defeat and snapped their 8-game win streak.
Yeah, and Dignitas controlled every phase of that game. The overall score at the end was 15-2-36 for Dignitas over Curse. And Dignitas, even though they don't think of it themselves as an innovators, they really kind of are the innovators of the North American LCS. They do more lane swaps than anyone else. They use Diana pretty much wherever they can. They bring out the new champions, and they have the most success with those strategies. Like Patoy, for instance, ran a teleport Janna and got 141 minion kills against Marn. Like, that's not something you see from the other LCS teams.
It's not something you see from supports very often either.
No.
Maybe the Koreans. We've seen it a couple of times. We've seen Mad Life and Lustboy doing a similar sort of thing, and they did admit themselves that's something they do watch a lot of. The question is, though, will the bye week help Curse, or will it hinder them?
Yeah, I think it's going to help Curse in the long run here. They do prepare very well. They have Liquid, obviously, their manager, that they mind game very well with. And just based on how much improvement Curse has went through since Season 2 to now, makes me think they take prep time very well and very seriously. And because they know that Dignitas is the rival for them right now, there's no way they didn't prepare amazingly for this game.
And it seems to me that obviously they are the team. They're currently the top in North America, but they didn't make it through to Season 2 finals. They had to sit there. They were there. They had to sit and watch from the sidelines. And it seems to me that it's just given that hunger. That hunger's like, next time we are going to be there.
Yeah, and another thing that's going to be giving them the hunger, and we hear it all the time, a lot of these guys have been benched from other teams and have now came to this team. So it's like the redemption that's like, yeah, we were the best all along. Hear us roar, right? And Curse Gaming is really doing that.
They want to one-up everyone. Let's check out the lineups, of course. On the blue side, it will be Curse today. It is Boy in the top lane, St. Vicious in that jungle, Night Jackie in the mid lane, Cop, the highest AD carry in all of North America, in fact,
KDA.
and Elements as the support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. We have Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Scara in mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy, of course, on support.
And the top lanes are the game featured matchup of the day, of course. It is going to be Voyboy versus Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, and the surprising thing about this, in the 2 games they played each other, it has been Elise versus Nidalee, both times. And Kiwi Kids actually came out on top. So even though Voyboy is pretty much the all-star of North America, he's got the stream viewers, everyone is amazing, he hasn't had Kiwi Kid's number. It's been the other way around. So whether they mess this around a little bit more, how they're going to counterpick it, I feel like Voyboy and the rest of Curse is going to focus more on shutting Kiwi Kid down, because Kiwi Kid was the unknown coming into this year. But now teams recognize how strong Kiwi Kid is, and I think Curse is going to take him appropriately.
Yeah, but an absolute fantastic pickup, I feel, for Dignitas. You know, even when Scara announced it, like the new top laner, they were shuffling around. Crumbs was going to jungle. Everyone's like, Kiwi Kid? Who's this guy?
Yeah, it's not only that he fits their play style very well with the champions he plays and how he can create a lot of pressure in the top lane, but he fits in personality-wise with the rest of the team.
Absolutely does.
Like, a lot of people are saying that they're convinced Kiwi Kid and Scar are clones of each other because they just smile and laugh so much. They all get around amazingly with I'm a Cutie Pie. Like, that team with the Kiwi Kid edition is probably the happiest team in the LCS.
Absolutely. I mean, Kiwi Kid, since we've seen him in the LCS, he's like got that big grin in his face. The only person who's got probably got a bigger grin is Wild Turtle right now.
Yeah, or even I'm a Cutie Pie sometimes, trying to chase down Cop with that KDA. I was looking at the stats on the website the other day, by the way, as we're getting into this game. Cop has 9 deaths all year in 14 games. It's one of the reasons his KDA is so incredible. I'm a Cutie Pie has 30. There's not another like long-time starting 80 carry that has fewer than 30 deaths that's not Cop. It goes Cop at 9, Cutie Pie at 30. Actually, last week when Wild Turtle won the MVP, he died more that week than Cop has died the whole year. 9 deaths to 10.
And he was MVP.
Yeah.
And
10 deaths isn't that many in 3 games.
That's
just to put it in perspective how little Cop dies.
Yeah.
0.6 a game.
And in perspective, he's played, what, 14 games this season.
Yeah.
And 2 of those were defeats where normally when you do have a defeat is when you have those kills coming in, those deaths on you. And is that down to simply Cop sits back?
It's his play style. And he reckons himself with Score from KT Rolster B, which is a comparison for any of you who follow the Korean scene. But it's a matter of getting damage off early and then letting the rest of the team go and get kills. It is the way he plays Misfortune. He'll get his bullet time off at the start of the fight, not the end of the fight. He'll get everyone low. Voidboy, Nijaki, and St. Vicious will go in for the cleanup. Like, he does have a fair amount of kills, but he's an assist-heavy 80 carry, and he makes sure he doesn't die. That's just the way the team whirls.
So we're into Champ Select. What are we thinking with the bans here? They're immediately coming in quick and fast. It is going to be Rumble, Diana, Misfortune, and Rise. So a lot of research obviously done between these teams.
Yeah, the big things about this is you look at Kiwi Kid's top laners, and the main things he's played is Elise, Rumble, and Singed. Elise has nerfs in this patch. She lost range on her ranged Q from 650 to 625. Also, the damage went down, and that was put in the melee thing. So Elise isn't as strong. Diana is something they run top lane or mid lane as well, and Singed got hit in the patch too. So the only thing that was kind of left for Kiwi Kid was Rumble, but they banned that out. So this is very much stopping Kiwi Kid from being effective. Voidboy wants to destroy him in this matchup, and you can see Curse's strategy is revolved around it.
And the funny thing is, talking to the players beforehand, obviously, Curse think Dignitas have been hurt by this patch. Dignitas think Curse have been hurt by the patch because of, obviously, Kiwi Kid's losses, but also the Jarvan loss for St. Vicious.
And I'm wondering what St. Vicious is going to play as well. The thing is, they got the Volibear right away, and then the Nasus was picked on the other side. So it's like, those are the 2 junglers that they play now. It was Jin Zhao and Jarvan and Vi at the start of the season. All 3 of those were hit, and they're just like, well, we'll play the other guys that are now at the top. So what's going to happen if Nasus and Volibear get hit? Then it's going to be crazy for these guys, but they've already locked in their junglers. I mean, Caitlyn is a really smart pick for I'm a Cutie Pie. It's like, he knows Cop wants to be really safe and passive. They've already gotten rid of Misfortune, so it's like, what are you going to play now? How are you going to be passive?
Yeah, and he takes away Varus as well. So long-range champion. And that's going to give Cop a thought there. And it's giving St. Vicious thoughts, that's for sure. You can see he's contemplating, but what will Dignitas go? They're normally very clever in their picks and bans.
Big thing is Kale is available. Scara loves Kale. He seems to pick it all the time. The fact they didn't first pick Kale is a little jarring, considering Volibear was first picked for Curse in the first place, so there was no immediate pressure to pick Nasus. But because it didn't get taken on the backside by Curse, I would expect it to come out of Dignitas. Really, Scara's champions are like Gragas, Diana, and Kale. And he could go either way, but Kale does seem like the stronger choice for him.
Well, the fact that they have got Caitlyn in now, are we expecting to maybe see a similar thing? At the moment, similar picks to COG right now.
Right. I mean, they got the 2 of the 3. Here comes Janna, right? They have played it in the past. Obviously, we talked about the game they had against Marn, where Patoy just went crazy minion kill-wise with Janna. But, I mean, Lulu's available. I think that's the thing they're going to lock in. Patoy is an Alistar, Zyra, and Lulu player through and through, right? So he's very versatile, but that's the smart pick for them.
And that's a tower-pushing monster they've got right now. And the fact that, like you mentioned, Scara happy on Kale. Instant lock-in there for Nijaki. And whoa, and we do have a Karthus as well.
This is it. It's Gragas top lane for Voidboy. He does this, and he has done it in the past. He doesn't actually know what he's playing against on Dignitas' side, unless he's over-scouted Kiwi Kid. I mean, I'm expecting Kiwi Kid to go with something like a Renekton and just try to brawl Gragas, and that I feel like that's tough for Voyboy, but like, Voyboy pulls off magic in the top lane sometimes. You think he's just done for, and it's like, first blood, minute into the game is Gragas level 2. You're like, how did that happen? And that's a really bold lineup for Curse. That is not something we've seen them run remotely all year.
So switching it up here. Patoy with the final choice. What will Kiwi Kid go with? He's had a lot of his champions banned out. Is he going to have something new prepared, or will he just be singed?
Yeah, Singed with the nerfs. I'm not sure if he wants to run this against them. Yes, Singed is good against like heavy AP compositions because he can itemize that quite well, but man, it was a Renekton like I thought. Yeah.
Your crystal ball is back.
It's back.
Yeah, you obviously left it here. It's clearly what it was.
Feel at home with Curse and Dignitas for some reason. Maybe it's because I played for the team.
You knew exactly. You're reading, you're channeling the inner Skara right now.
Yeah.
So what do we see from these two team compositions? There's obviously a lot of damage, new stuff coming out from Curse here after their week away.
Curse has a nuke-heavy composition, right? Like, Varus will lead the fights off with his ultimate, and then Cop is going to sit in the back, right? Like, it's all about burst and crowd control for Curse. They're very much about surviving laning phase and just blowing you up right at the start of it. For Dignitas, it's the lane game again. Renekton, probably the most solid top laner that we've seen from these players. They pick it consistently. Scar's at home on Kale. Cutie Pie picked Caitlyn for the lane. Dignitas wants to win the lanes. Curse wants to blow people up in team fights.
We'll see who really takes advantage from this one, of course. Curse currently top of the table, 12-2. Dignitas, meanwhile, they're chasing. And if they could pick up a win here, they won't pass them, but it'll definitely claw them a little bit closer. And, of course, Curse have got some big games coming up as well. I believe they're playing CLG later on tonight. So.
Yeah. And I think Dig's playing TSM as well. So
yeah,
it's like...
It's a crazy day.
It's pretty big. This was going to be IPL 6, but I'm happy that we're casting in the sweet, comfy studio.
Well, we're in the sweet, comfy studio. I gotta be honest, casting in Vegas would be pretty good. Would be pretty sweet. And hello to you guys that are in Vegas. I know there's a couple of you that have got rooms there, and you have managed to set yourselves up. So it's great that the community can pull themselves together after adversity, as it was. So, what are we seeing? Curse, Dignitas. What do we think? Which way is this tip really from the start, from the lane phase, from the mid game, from the end game, if we were to reach that phase? Of course, we just went 18.5 minutes without a single kill.
I don't think we're going to see that from these teams. These teams tend to take a lot more aggression early. I mean, we're talking with Dyrus at the end of that last game, and he's saying, you know, COG does like to avoid confrontation fairly frequently. But you look at the last time these teams played where Dignitas just ripped through Curse at the start of the game. They're going to take the initiative fast. St. Fish is going to take the initiative fast. When he's playing Volibear, like, they didn't really realize the power of Volibear until they played against KT Roaster B at the MLG exhibition matches. Now they fully know. And here we go, right away, they're running into each other.
My word, you see Crumbs coming straight around. He does take a bit of poke and puts the ping ward down instantaneously. And that is going to cause some problems. And wow, instant fights possibly. Back and forward, and the pink ward goes down from Curse. Let the war begin with the wards.
Boom, the 125 gold advantage right now for Curse because they killed that pink ward. But we talked about the lanes. Look at the triple red elixir on Dignitas. They really, really are looking to beat the lanes. So if they fall behind to an early ploy, it's going to be bad. There's a lot of wards out. St. Fish is just kind of taking free harass in mid lane. And I don't think either of these teams is going to invade, but they have managed to ward each other's junglers.
Yeah, they both went in for that one. And both realized they've got no pink ward, so they know that that ward is there. There's nothing they can do about it. So will they change their strategy? It's looking like Dignitas going for a bit of a late invade here in towards the red.
Yeah, and they're a little bit spread out here, so if Curse could somehow go in early, Dignitas would have seen that ward over the wall, so they know the Curse is in the area. We could very well see something like this here. Dignitas would have to lead with the ward into that brush if they want to see the engagement. This could be a huge thing. It's 4v5, though, because Kiwi Kid is running up top.
Absolutely. Dignitas have no idea that there's a 5-man Curse in this bush, and this is going to be explosive. They're both going to go out. The red buff will spawn in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and Dignitas is going to be going for red buff. I feel like this is advantage Curse, or they're just waiting.
Wow.
Oh, no, Saint's going in. 4v5.
Patience game. St. Vicious goes in. The aggression goes down. St. Vicious taking low, as is Skara. And the ignite comes out. The exhaust is used. Skara goes down. It's first blood. It's Cop that picks it up. And the belly slam comes out from Voyboy. It's Voyboy going down now. Crumb's in trouble as well. He's going to get dropped. One more shot. Double kill for Cop. And would you believe it's a 3-1 for Curse already?
The mind games were victorious for Curse. They sensed it. Like, they only saw Dignitas invade threw the one ward in the river, and then they thought a minute later they were going to be here. They put the ward down beforehand. They knew they were 4v5. Dignitas was trying to outweight them because they'd seen the ward be placed over the wall, and they thought they'd be forgotten about. But because Kiwi Kid was up top for that early advantage, disaster. Because Voyboy teleported up right after the 3-for-1.
And if Kiwi Kid was there, that may well have been a very different fight, but he wasn't. He had Ignite. He could have got a full-on slice and dice on everyone and put a lot of pressure down, and now we're seeing Elements harassing Crumbs.
And this is the start that Curse really needed. The triple red elixir start for Dignitas was all about the lanes.
Oh, they're collapsing
and
on
now they got
Elements.
to be real careful because Skara getting caught out in the mid lane.
As it is, we do see Nijaki keeping the pressure down. Crumbs is going to pick up that blue buff. They did try and collapse, but instead they forced him away from that one. And now, well, we do see it's a 0-1-1. I'm a cutie pie, something he's not been used to. And Patoy, Cop, hasn't gone back, so he's got a heck of a lot of gold on him already. Got those 2 kills and the assist. He must be sitting on nearly 1,000 gold already that he could go back and buy. Yeah, 1,100.
It's close to 1,200, right? And the only thing that Cutie Pie would have to do here, if he can somehow get his level advantage back, would be beat him in the lane right now with his red elixir. But as soon as Cop shops, that lane is pretty much over for Dignitas.
So Kiwi Kid keeping the pressure on, despite the fact he had that free lane while they were all fighting in that. He knew he had a lot of advantages there. He's not getting anything over Voyboy. Voyboy's got those 3 assists, in fact, and Voyboy probably ahead in gold as well. But yeah, we do see, yeah, there you go. Immediately sat on 1,000 gold, exactly the same goal back between the two, which is, how does that work out when he's had 3 assists over him? I guess, it's because there's that many people getting the assists. There wasn't a big split, was there?
Exactly, because the assist gold is always half of the kill gold, and if everyone participates in the assist, the pool is much smaller, as well as obviously the 5 or 6 minion kills that Kiwi Kid got extra before Voyboy got up there. And it was an interesting start by Voyboy as well. He's gone with the utility spec Gragas, so he's got like the Explorer Ward and the Total Biscuit, and he's actually just farming out Kiwi Kid. The lane's in a really bad spot for Kiwi Kid as well, so Voyboy's safe up there.
Yeah, we've seen St. Vicious using the pink ward on the tri-burst there, so he really wants to keep some aggression, keep that pressure, and keep the fear, I think, on Dignitas in that bottom lane. And speaking of fear, here he comes.
Look out, because he pink ward out. There's no flashes for... No, there's both flashes. They should be able to get away.
They flash in on towards Patoy. They do already flip him. They don't going to get enough damage down, but it is going to be enough to harass them. There's the shot coming out from Cop, but it is just going to force them back.
So they did manage to burn Patoy's flash, and the ward advantage sticks through for Curse in that bottom lane. Dignitas really has to crawl their way back here, and there's an interesting thing with all of Dignitas' items. They actually started like all consumables except for the Butcher's Blade on Crumb, so just now on their first back are they actually buying real items that will last them a little bit of time.
Well, Kiwi Kid is going to keep pressure on there, but as you mentioned, you know, Voyboy is one of those few top laners, like Shusha, I guess, that used to play Gragas in that top lane long time ago. So it's now, is it really becoming that viable again that we could be seeing the Season 1 turnaround with the meta, all the APs coming back in there?
Well, it's definitely viable for Voyboy. Like, this is something he's done a lot in solo queue. And Gragas is the type that has the escapability in the long lane, that he's able to push up a little bit and would still be able to run away. And because of all the AD he gets from his drink, he can actually kind of brawl a little bit. So he's just playing it safe, and they're generally picking it just so they can fit the double AP. It's a solid pick in that top lane.
And we do see, again, that bear tippy-toeing into the bush. Can he get on across towards I'm a Cutie Pie? Just showed himself, and they already knew he was there. But we do have Crumbs as well coming down.
Yeah, he got spotted out by that ward in the river. Realizes it now because he's pink warded the brush. But because of that whole situation, there's no way Crumbs is sneaking up on anyone, and that lane is going to continue to get farmed out bottom.
Yeah, he's going to work his way down. The barrels keeping Kiwi Kid well away, and now this time it's Crumb's turn to sit and wait, lay and pray. The dog is ready to pounce, but instead he's going to back.
Yeah, there's not much pouncing he'd be able to do in that, as Kiwi Kid trying to get very aggressive onto Voyboy, but I don't think much is going to happen. And I got to really kind of applaud the pick of Varus by Curse, because especially against Nasus, who just shuts down your attack speed, the amount of spells and kind of AD caster that Varus has become means that despite the wither, he's going to be able to make meaningful contributions throughout the game.
Well, they continue back and forward, and now the fact that Cobb has gone back, he's got that Vampiric Scepter, he's got that boots, he's got a big advantage built up over Cutie Pie, who's only got the longsword to go with those boots. Definitely going to be causing problems, but as it stands, the fact that he's on Caitlyn, he does give him that long-range poke. The fact that he's got Lulu alongside him, he can still cause problems.
Yeah, but he doesn't outrange Cop as badly as he's going to outrange the other AD carries. Couple things about Varus is he's 575 range. Most AD carries are 550, and he's got move speed advantage. But there's a just aggressive Requiem. Oh my goodness, we didn't see that coming. That was the harass and hitting 6. Nijaki did the smartest thing. He pinged 6 down in the jungle, so Skara couldn't even call it.
Just simply said, yeah, you go on, keep the pressure on him. They seem to be going aggressive. You're going to get it. And here comes St. Vicious. He's going to come around the back. And now Patoy's in trouble. Crumbs is about to come from the top lane. Patoy's going to get in there. The rest of his team have backed off and left him.
Yeah, the creep wave ran out. They're not able to get there yet. So Dignitas has the ability to just respond to this. No flash on Patoy.
Now he's going to come in there. And actually, St. Vicious is just going to simply use it. The wither goes down. Crumbs does put a lot of damage down on him. And St. Vicious realized, if I hit Patoy here, I'm a dead Dan.
Yeah, he made sure that his bear would stay alive for a little bit longer. Even though Volibear can tank a lot of turrets with his passive, he's not willing to take that risk. They got a 4-for-1. Cop has complete control of this bottom lane, and they don't want to let them swing back in favor.
No. We do see the Crocodile going back and buying. He's at 61 CS, has got a slight advantage over Voyboy, and actually has pressed him into that turret pretty much the whole first 8 minutes of this laning phase. They are 12,100 to 10,000, so it's a 2k difference. There's not a lot swinging, despite that 4-1 kill advantage.
Yeah, and the fact that it was 3-1, like a minute and a half into the game, means Dignitas has held off fairly well. St. Vicious is living in the bottom lane, so they're really trying to punish Cutie-Pie. Here's the teleport. Cutie-Pie's dead.
He's a dead man. The flip comes in, and it's Voyboy with the belly slam to finish it off. And that is a dead, long-haired Cutie-Pie.
So even though Voyboy had been getting pushed into his turret against Kiwi Kid, he was never really in threat, and he was able to turn that teleport into a big kill. Got to keep in mind, Voyboy's down a combat summoner in that top lane because he's brought the teleport. So good play by them, and it's just a matter of getting some presence up top again so they don't give up a turret for that kill on Cutie-Pie.
Voyboy's sticking around, actually, in this mid lane. It is giving Kiwi Kid all the time to free farm and keep the pressure on that top. Jackie looks like he's going to go towards the top lane instead, so they're having a lane switch here. Why would that be? I mean, is Kiwi Kid causing that many problems for Voyboy?
No, I think this was a matter of convenience. Voyboy was just swinging up through the mid lane, didn't want to waste the time to run there again, and since Jackie was in the base already, he's like, fine, I'm going to run top. So we'll see if that convenience lane swap is going to cost him, because Karthus is not as strong of a 1v2 laner as Gragas. Despite Hotshot trying him last week in a top lane, it doesn't work out for him, and immediately when they see Karthus in the top lane, they know he's vulnerable. Crumbs might go for a dive with Kiwi Kid here.
Yeah, we saw it last week, like you mentioned. Hotshot GG tried to run that in the top lane, and Jackie's like, well, I'm going to check this Tribush. I'm kind of not sure. I'm going to put a ward down. Oh, surprise! I see a big dog.
So one step ahead right there by Curse. They recognized the vulnerability, and they went to close it immediately. This is getting the blue buff over to Jackie, but they're still not pushing Kiwi Kid out of that top lane. Gotta say, for all the advantages Kiwi Kid has kind of been granted in that lane, he hasn't done a huge amount of capitalization. He was there at the start of the game, so he had an experience edge early on Voyboy. Voyboy teleported down. He's been playing against a Karthus as well. Yes, he's out minion killing, but he hasn't gotten damage on the turret, and he hasn't gotten any kills.
The one and only difference right now is the fact that Crumbs has a slight edge on St. Vicious in terms of experience, but I feel that's just going to swing back and forward. Of course, St. Vicious is backing off to base now. Well, we do see Crumbs clearing out. In fact, no, he's going towards Dragon. Now they're going to start the Dragon off here.
So they got the pink ward on the Dragon at the moment. They know that Voyboy just swung top lane and has no teleport, but Kiwi Kid is down there on Renekton as well. The ultimate was popped by Crumbs, so if they don't get this Dragon now, they can't fight afterwards. Nass Assault kills Dragon real fast, by the way, and they get this no problem.
It's going to be Dignitas picking it up and closing that gold gap. 5-1 still in kills, but it is just 1,000 gold between the two, and they are keeping this one up. You can see in terms of CS, it's actually very even in the mid lane. There is an advantage for Cop. You'd expect that. He's got the BF sword very early on. He got the Vampiric Scepter very early and had those 2 kills given to him very early on. So you'd expect that 20 CS difference. But as it stands, they're keeping in this one, Dignitas.
Yeah, and Cutie-Pie really just has to survive as far as it goes. The fact that he's already died 3 times means he actually doesn't have to worry that much about dying again. He's worth substantially less gold, and Cop won't get incredibly fed off of it. But here comes St. Vicious going for Skara.
He's going full pause in. He does manage to get the flip down. Remember, St. Vicious can use that ultimate if he wants to. In fact, he's trying to see if he can survive without it. Whoa, he left that one late.
He's dead.
Oh, he's dead. He left it too late. He was trying to bait for the Requiem, and you can see St. Vicious keeping the pressure on. Very well played.
Skara, I think, wanted to ultimate the Frenzy Bite from St. Vicious because that's going to do the majority of the damage, but there were too many executes that were ready to come down. He got one. Well, he actually missed the Frenzy, missed the Requiem as well. The Skittle would have killed him, so he had to pop his ult anyway, but it was essentially, at the end of the day, a waste.
Very much Good play by Curse there, keeping the pressure down and working away on that turret, taking that half of the hit points off that mid turret. You can see this bottom turret, that is getting pressured, of course. The fact that Cop has that BF sword now, you can see the chunks coming off that tower is just dropping very, very quickly. And Cutie Pie doing what he can to keep them away. They may even take the turret here. You can see Elements actually stayed a little bit too long. Can they go aggressive? No.
Yeah, Elements wanted that turret to fall because he was going to pound a crescendo right there, and then the Verisalt would follow up, but they couldn't kill the turret instead. That's fine for them, though. I'm a Cutie Pie has to go back into the lane. And not only is this a 2,100 gold advantage for Curse, Dignitas started with 3 Elixirs of Fortitude. So that's another 750 gold that has just been expended straight off the bat. So this lead, 3,000 now, is closer to 4.
So big, big advantages building up for Curse. The current #1 in the LCS and looking like they could try and stay there right now. A win over Dignitas would definitely stretch that lead massively. There's not really anyone other than Dignitas that could catch them right now, I feel, unless they went on a massive tilt.
Yeah, I think we were talking with the Odd One, and he was saying even if TSM won every single game for the rest of the year, there's no way they're passing Curse because they only got 2 more games against Curse, and if Curse wins out, they're fine. So really, Curse controls their own destiny, and they're doing a great job winning it here.
Well, they don't have Twisted Fate, so they're not controlling destiny yet.
Oh, God.
I know, Freak's not here, so I had to pull out a bad pun now and again.
But the good news is that we have Curse with the lead in this time. Rod of Ages being completed onto Jackie, and he is just controlling Scar in the lane, which is another surprising thing. Scar on Kale usually controls the enemy, but Jackie's done such a great job farming on Karthus that it's just been the other way around.
And you can see he's completed that Rod of Ages. Meanwhile, Nash's Tooth for Scara. Actually, he's been talking about 3.5 Scara has, and he's like, why did you nerf my Nash's Tooth? But he could see why. He could see why he needed to do it. He's like, yeah, okay, yeah. He kind of needed to do it. The pressure, though, is Curse. They are starting to group up in that mid lane. Remember, they've already taken half the health off that mid turret. So if they could do a condensed push on towards it, Voyboy's gone back down the bottom. Cop's gone up towards the top. And Kiwi Kid trying to put pressure on him, but realized I'm up against an almost infinity-edged Cop right now.
Yeah, and the great thing about Varus against Renekton is Renekton usually stacks a huge amount of health, but the Blighted Quiver that he's going to be able to cut through every time he decides to detonate it will be good for him late game. This is looking pretty dire for Dignitas. Like, they're trying to kind of stall and stay in it. They did pick up the Dragon, but they're slowly falling behind in pressure, and they haven't been able to turn around any kills whatsoever. So now Kiwi Kid, who was the kind of lone member pulling ahead for Dignitas, is getting 1v2.
Getting picked on. They're trying to do the same to Voyboy. Voyboy's actually sitting it out in the bush. He's waiting. You're going to see an explosive cast come out very quickly on towards Cutie Pie. As soon as he comes around that corner, I expect him to go full aggression. There's a barrel comes out, rolls through, doesn't bother following it up there because Batoy was with him.
Yeah, he's not going to deal with that 1v2. You're not bursting out someone through a Lulu ult if you're just a solo Voyboy, but this is one of the reasons he likes this. He's going to just spam these barrels. Trying to get him low. It's not the kill, but at least he's forcing him back in the lane.
And he's going for Batoy now. He's rolling out that barrel, as it were, on towards Batoy. He's going to have the belly slam back up in a moment. And there's the wild growth. Oh! Flashes out the belly slam. But Voyboy continues. Requiem's going to come out. He wants to get the barrel on Cutie Pie. He gets the kill. Now Jackie takes it down. And wow, they had control.
They know exactly what they were doing. I was like, Voyboy's not going to 1v2. Voyboy, he's 1v2ing. He's going for it. And it absolutely worked. Dignitas is so far behind, especially now an 0-4 I'm a Cutie Pie. Can't deal with the burst that Curse is just hitting them over and over with.
Absolute damage, and it's Nijaki that's picking the benefit up. That's the scumbag Requiem that you have on your team. It's like, I'm just going to press R, and we're going to win.
Well, we're kind of talking about the way Curse plays, right? Like, St. Fishes will roam around a lot. Voyboy's the playmaker in top. Cop is the assist master, but Jackie camps his lane. So if he's on Karthus and he's not getting pressured in the lane, it's like the perfect thing because he gets to support all the lanes without roaming. This has always been the strength of Karthus, and because those Requiems are so effective, Dignitas really seems out of sorts, and again, the top lane's getting pushed. We'll see if Dignitas can collapse on them, but there's so many wards on the map and so much control, Curse doesn't really seem to be getting caught out.
Crumb's using the wither pretty early on Cop there. Does get a Q down. And you can see Kiwi Kid, he's trying to get in. The flash comes out with the crescendo straight away there. Kiwi Kid with the exhaust down on him. Cop's trying to keep the pressure on. Can they get that kill death ratio down? No, they cannot. Scara was coming around the side, but there's the explosive cast blowing in Crumbs there. He's going to come in, put the intervention down. Nice timing there. And he's going to be coming out with 3 kills. Fantastic play, fantastic turnaround from Dignitas.
And they got the turret after all that. Scara coming in and actually just not going for Cop was the biggest surprise for Curse because it managed to get them Voyboy and Elements. They don't care about the KDA stats. That death would have been huge for Cop, and he was dead to rights. But Dignitas made the right play, got 2 kills and a turret for it.
So turnarounds from Dignitas. It's going to give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. 2,000 gold difference between them. 7-3 in kills, but equal in turrets. And now it's Dignitas stacking up. They're heading towards that dragon. It is spawned, and they're going in.
It was kind of just like that they pulled back in. Because of the blue buff that was on Scar before that play and the Nashor's tooth, his intervention's already back up. I wonder if that's going to catch Curse out of sorts. The big thing is Crumbs and Kiwi Kid are down ultimate, so Dignitas can't rush this right away. Otherwise, they'd be at a bit of a disadvantage. There's actually a lot of ults down across the board. These teams want a slight delay before they really brawl. Here they go.
Crumbs has been caught out. There's a lot of pressure. He gets flipped in, but the wild growth and intervention at the same time, that's actually mitigating and not working too well. Nijaki, he wants to get himself involved. He's going to get taken low, but PewDiePie's not going to finish that one off. Explosive cast comes on towards Kiwi Kid as Jack jumps out of his seat almost there as PewDiePie tries to get the pressure on. You can see Voyboy, he's going to chase in towards Kiwi Kid. Skara tries to give him a bait. One more barrel will be enough. Can he land it at the right time? He goes in towards it. Kiwi Kid dodges out of it, and now he's going to get caught out by the belly slam. Oh, and Elements comes in with a Q and finishes off nicely.
So Curse way ahead in that one. It was because Dignitas with the ultimates from Nasus and Renekton just couldn't have the sustained fight. Yes, Curse was down ultimates as well, but Voyboy got the ultimate back at just the right time, and they rolled through him for another dragon.
Wow, wow, wow. That's all I can say about that fight. 4,000 gold, just the turning point that Curse needed after that loss in the top lane. And it keeps a big advantage now, a big hold over Dignitas, and now they're pressuring this mid lane. Not going to go straight in for it. They realize that Dignitas have respawned, they're all coming back, and they're going to go spend some of that big gold that they've managed to build. You can see Infinity Edge now coming out for Cop. He's got that, had that Vampiric Scepter from very much at the start. Saint Vicious, Runic Bulwark already picked up 18.5 minutes into this game. Great advantage for Saint Vicious, 105 in this one. And of course, we're going to see Nijaki. He's probably going to get, is he going to go Zonya's in now? What's he heading towards?
Nijaki is unknown at this point. Like, the Rod of Ages is a great start. He really can go any direction he wants. Zonya's against this team might be a good idea because he's probably just going to be kind of flashing in and going for it. But the rest of the team, just the burst, he could just be going straight for Rabadons as well. They get so much burst from Voyboy. Nijaki wants to come in at the end of fights, and it's really just a matter of farming. The fact that Jackie's sitting on 1,200 gold as I try to figure this out more and more tells me he's going for a needlessly large rod next, which would signal death cap.
It does signal death cap and Curse. Pressuring in that mid. Skara, of course, on his favorite champion. And while you were away, we did the stats on really these champions. And actually, despite the fact Kayle has had 48 or 49 bans against Kayle so far in the LCS, actually only has like a 30% max win ratio.
That's unreal. Like, sometimes those highly contested champions, people just pick them like so early. They're just jumping on top of them right away because that allows the other team to plan it, right? They knew, Curse knew that if they left Skara Kayle, he was going to play Kayle. And they went for a huge kill everyone at once AoE composition, and that makes immediately intervention less valuable because you only get to intervention just the one target, whereas everyone's getting hit by the AoE.
Gives them the choice. Who are you going to save, yourself or your buddies, when that Requiem comes out? Oh, Skara does try and catch a glimpse on towards St. Vicious. Will clear out that ward. Did have a pink of his own down as well. It is St. Vicious now in that mid lane. A little poking towards Crumbs as Nijaki continues to farm it out. It's in terms of the farm, very much a battle between these. Kiwi Kid still winning out in the farm against Voyboy, but obviously the 1-2-4, the fact that he's been teleporting into these fights and picking up kills and assists has helped out Voyboy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see Nijaki has that advantage, but he is 3-0-4. Big advantage over Skara in 1-2-2 there. Meanwhile, the AD carries 2-0-4. Of course, there's 2 kills picked up by Cop early on. Give him a CS advantage as well. Mid lane being pressured here by Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas trying to make something happen, but they just can't seem to get it. PewDiePie is doing so much to get himself back in this game. They can't overpower anything that Curse is doing unless they have the AD carry cleanup at the end. Kiwi Kid consistently now fighting against 2 people in the top lane as well, and Dignitas does just entirely have their backs against the wall.
Voyboy does have that Morellonomicon now, as well as the Source Boots, so he's going full AP explosive on them. Of course, did get the Seeker's Arm Guards in there, so maybe going for a little bit of defense. Of course, he was against Renekton, so you'd expect that. St. Vicious taking a lot of tower damage there, actually. Skara couldn't quite follow up on it.
They're just trying to poke down this turret. Amongst all the chaos, the fact that Dignitas has only lost 1 turret in 22 minutes is quite an accomplishment. I mean, it does say the Curse is looking more for kills, gotten 9 of them, The Dragon was the last thing they picked up as well, but like, for how controlling they've been, 3,500 gold is not that much. Their builds do seem a little better. The fights have really been going their way, and the fact that I'm a Cutie Pie is so far behind on farm all point really well for Curse. But if it stretches too long and Cutie Pie actually gets items, Curse definitely hasn't won this one yet.
Well, they're actually gaining in gold. If I remember rightly, when the big fight at Dragon went down, they were over 4,000 gold ahead.
I think so, yeah.
So I think Dignitas are actually clawing this one back in terms of gold. You can see it's just 3.4k gold now, so it is definitely working in their favor. Cutie Pie doesn't want to take too many of those barrels, though. They do hurt, and Voyboy is starting to stack up a lot more damage.
I'm sure they still have memory of that Voyboy 1v2 that came in at the Requiem at the end, and they're got to be careful of that one. You can see in bot lane, they're like already just running away from Voyboy. That amount of pressure in a 1v2 like that is just so hard to replicate, and it's really giving Curse an edge in that bot.
Crumbs is just coming around the side there. He spotted St. Vicious, I think, going up towards the top. Kiwi Kid needs to be avoiding the danger here. He's going to head through that tri-bush. There's nothing to warn him. Kiwi Kid is just going to back away. He knows there's surely a 3v1 stack in that top lane now.
And you can see Dignitas moving to help as well. Crumbs trying to make it up. I wonder if Kiwi Kid can hold. The minions are there as well, but Curse, respecting Dignitas' tower holding ability, falling back. And the fact that Jackie's going back as well means if Scar shoves real fast, they're pinging the turret. He's like, I'm taking this.
Yeah, Insk wants to take it. Jackie immediately coming straight back. He goes back. I'm going to buy the death cap, and I'm running back. Let's see what that Requiem can do next time he comes around. It's going to certainly be hurting quite a lot. Scara, though, with that creep wave, it's going to clear it out. But Jackie has got back in time.
Yeah, gone back in time. Was that a joke that I missed? Or
No, that wasn't a joke. I said he got back in time.
Oh, got back in time.
He's not gone back to the future, man.
I was really confused.
Not
like,
Brown.
He's playing Karthus, not silly. What's going on? But he pushed out. And that's an old school Karthus build, to be fair. That's what we saw all through Season 2 when Karthus was big, was always Roa into death cap. And the fact that Jackie's gotten there so quickly is huge for them.
Well, we do have a pause coming out here. Like, now you can see it straight away. The first pause I think we've had for quite a while in the North American LCS.
I think so, yeah.
I do. I remember seeing a lot of them in Europe for you guys.
It's the first pause I've had in North America in at least 2.5 weeks.
And you know what it is? We're back.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
It's a little bit true.
We are back together. It looks like Nijaki, the way he was fiddling with his keyboard there, it looks like it's a keyboard problem for Nijaki. He's going to put his headset back on, so hopefully we will get him back underway in a moment. But all sat there, of course, the teams, they can't discuss strategies here, and you can see they're all just sat in silence, which in itself is, I think, is probably pretty tricky to do when you've just been in the flow. The game, 23 minutes, 52 seconds into this game. And
it's
to
tough.
just
it's got to be tough.
Stop dead.
Yeah, they're practiced, right? We're in week 7 here in North America, so they've definitely had to go through this stuff before. Hopefully this delay doesn't take too long. I heard there's actually like a group building right now, like a fan-made party in the Cosmopolitan for the people who got stranded in Vegas. So, hello. How's it going, guys?
Hello, Vegas. Wish I was there. Honestly, I do. I really do. Because it was a great time at IPL 5. And shame that IPL 6 didn't happen. But at least we still have the awesome 12 matches that would have taken part there. And they're going to take part here in Los Angeles instead. Not a bad location after all.
Yeah, this is still a pretty good location. And these games are spectacular. Like this one, despite it feeling so one-sided for Curse, isn't that one-sided for Curse? Like it's 3,200 gold.
It's getting smaller. We just said 3,500 a minute ago. We said 4,000 before. It's definitely shrinking.
Scar is still pushing down that mid lane. I mean, yes, Nijaki made it back in time to save that turret, but it's low. They kill that turret. They're getting it to about 2,000. And like, yes, the double AP composition is threatening for Curse, and their team fighting can be very good, but the Runic Bulwark got completed by Crumbs. He made it there. I'm a Cutie Pie is still farming. He's only 10 minion kills behind Cop, despite giving up the 2 kills early. His items are way behind. His gold is way behind because he's 0-4, but he's farming well. Like, Patoy's got 32 CS on Lulu, right? That's one of the reasons I'm a Cutie Pie doesn't have as many. And now that we're back into the game, I want to see if Dignitas makes a move because they're surviving quite well.
Yeah, of course, the problem there was Nijaki's power went out on his keyboard and mouse, which is a problem. You can't do a great deal without your keyboard and mouse. They are effectively your hands and legs in the game of esports.
And look at this item build for Scar. He just finished his death cap, and everyone on Dignitas is building elixirs right now. So Crumbs, I'm a Cutie Pie, and Scar across the board, 4 elixirs. They know that the Dragon is going to be up here. They want to fight here. This is their move to make it back in the game. They're not going to wait until 35 minutes to make this happen. They're going now.
Oh, they can't quite see that ward. They put the pink down around Banana Bush, but they can't see it. But like you mentioned, they chug the potions down. They're going aggressive. They're going straight on towards Nijaki. Can they get him down and get out of that defile as quick as possible? Wild growth from Kiwi Kid goes down. Patoy's going to get spotted. It is Nijaki that goes down. Here comes the Requiem. him. Patoy will drop Cutie Pie. Oh, so low. Didn't go down from it though, but it is Elements getting Kiwi Kid at the same time. And now St. Vicious. Oh, flash flip coming out from St. Vicious there. Excellent stuff. That is exactly why Snoopy's been talking about the flip flash being required on Volibear. And Crumbs is really the only man standing. Cutie Pie did get away from that one, but he's got nothing left.
Yeah, Dignitas made the play. They didn't get the Dragon, and they've lost the fight. This is a huge power play for Curse. They're getting the turrets, and Dignitas is still down members. Honestly, I'm a Cutie Pie's got to be careful.
Oh my god, he's going to get caught out. Surely the barrel from Voidboy. No, he stood on the trap. He stood on the trap and couldn't follow through, and that must have been painful for Voidboy. You can see in his face, it's just
It's a painful lost kill, but they're going to win the war, it seems like, because that fight was a huge swing for them. The investment that Dignitas put into that, building 4 elixirs before that fight, 1,000 gold dumped in, to still lose it is not good in the long run. Jackie had really good positioning throughout that fight. He flashed in right at the end, got a really big Requiem off. Cop stayed invincible, did not die, didn't really take damage throughout that fight, and now Curse is really, I feel like, in control.
It seemed to me that actually just Kiwi Kid went in a little bit too early, caught his team off guard. You know, they were all planning to go in, but he kind of needed Crumbs to go following straight behind him with that Runic Bulwark, but he went in that early that he took a lot of damage straight away, and Jackie, of course, getting aggressive. That flash flip, though, from St. Vicious.
It was great.
We had Snoopy talking about it on the EU LCS with yourself, talking about the difference between having the Ghost and having the flash on Volibear.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of the surprise, right? Ghost probably would have been better throughout the fight if he's chasing people down. And if he had Ghost, he would have gotten him in that situation anyway. It's the initiation that the flash flip is substantially better in. And Cutie Pie's in a lot of trouble. Cop just brawling him.
He cleanses out of it, but I don't think he's going to get away. 90 caliber net not really available, and one more shot will do it from Cop. There's the 90 caliber net. Came up just too late. And now Patoy getting caught out here. The flip is available by St. Vicious. He's going down on all 4s. He wants to get the grasp on there. Spirit Fire comes out from Crumbs. Can they turn it back around on towards St. Vicious? Skara is with him. Of course, they do have those pots running. Have they got enough, though? Jackie going to keep the pressure on Skara. He's forcing him back, and he does just defend him.
And actually, Kiwi Kid coming in from the back as well, trying to fight St. Vicious, but he can't go, and he's going to get caught here.
He's going to get caught. There's the flip. Jackie comes in with a Defile, but the rest of Dignitas coming swinging around. Can they turn the fight around? Instead, they just have to use defensive duties on Kiwi Kid. Voidboy coming in. He gets the Bally Slam, but intervention comes out from Kiwi Kid. Crescendo came out. It's Patoy that gets caught out there, and now Crumbs goes back in, but there's just not enough damage, and Curse pick up another kill and the tower.
And Dignitas is falling apart a little bit here. The entire time, Cop was split pushing that lane after soloing I'm a Cutie Pie. Then Kiwi Kid also made a mistake of his own, got caught out by Curse. Curse is capitalizing on every little thing that Dignitas is pulling off right now and just not letting up.
It is working very well for them. And Dignitas, well, they haven't lost an inhibitor yet, but they are 9,000 down in gold. 14-4 in kills, 3-1 in turrets. Big advantages for Curse, and that's starting to equate into some pretty big items. You can see Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and Bilgewater Cutlass already picked up by Cop. Now he's got the Fortitude Pot just to keep himself extra safe. He's got to nurse that KDA. It's 405, and it's just ever increasing over the rest of North America.
Yeah, I'm sure in that early tower dive where Voidboy and Elements ended up dying, Cop was like, I thought for sure I was dead there. Cop is still in single-digit deaths. This is his 15th game in the North American LCS. He is just immaculately alive all the time, and I think it's going to continue for the rest of this game unless Dignitas just makes it their sole mission to kill him instead of trying to come back in this game, because the front line from Curse is like so immense right now, with Jackie flashing in, with St. Vicious going there with the bear, Voidboy diving through everybody with Gragas. Like, Cop almost has to work to die.
Has to throw himself in there to die, and well, in complete retrospect, I'm a Cutie Pie. He can't catch a break right now. He does finally manage to catch Voidboy in a trap there, but 0-5-2. Just with that Bloodthirster and Phantom Dancer and Berserker Greaves, he's definitely felt a long way behind Cop.
Yeah, and Cop, if he can get that Blade of the Rune King, will be even more powerful. Big thing here, Voidboy's got Teleport. If Dignitas tries to fight them in the Baron area, you can see Curse has really the entire area warded up. Patoy hasn't even made it to his Ruby Sightstone yet. He's tried to go for that double gold per 10 items, and he didn't get the Ruby Sight Stone. And then Elements, of course, didn't go for it either. But Skara gets completely destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed. Caught out with that wall of pain, and now they're going to try and turn it onto Crumbs, and the teleport comes in. Voyboy belly dashes the wrong way. Doesn't matter. He still has explosive cast to work it out. You can see the wild growth, but it's not going to be enough to save him. And Cop is unstoppable. 5-0-6. The KDA continues. PewDiePie, he's going to try and keep pushing that bottom, but it's a 4-man push from Curse on mid lane.
Yeah, it's like a mini base race here. We have Saintfishes going back for him as well. He would have his flash flip up if he wants to get him, but Curse definitely has the upper hand in this trade.
Absolutely. You can't face base race 4v1. It's simply not possible. The maths don't work, and you can see Saintfishes, he's doing what he can, and PewDiePie realizes he has to back away from this one. Meanwhile, Curse looking like they're going to rotate round. They're going to start clearing out the Baron.
Yeah, they got the Oracles on Elements. They see the ward in the back. They also know that Dignitas is a little bit scattered, but I think they're playing it safe. They know they can just go back to base, heal up, and then just take the victory as it comes to them because they are so strong.
Oh, Dignitas, they're trying to get in. Actually, Elements was the only one. Everybody else had backed off, and suddenly they came in. I thought maybe they could both get caught, but instead it could have been reversed. Kiwi Kid, he needs to keep farming. He's trying to keep farming, but it seems to me he's just not built enough magic resist. I don't know. He's building up tanky, which is great against Cop, but the fact he's got Voyboy and Nijaki in there with that massive amount of magic damage now. They've both got Rabadon's death caps.
Kiwi Kid's not getting much more MR than he has right now. Like, he's went for Mercury Trends and a Spear Visage. He's sitting at 140, and the Runic Bulwark has given him 25 more. Like, 165 with close to 3,000 health is pretty strong. It's just the fact that Curse's APs have so much damage right now, it doesn't feel like enough because they can burst through whatever they want.
Yeah, and in fact, he's got that Void Staff in there as well. It's definitely going to help out. And here we go. That AP combo of Nijaki and Voyboy. Curse, well, they had that week off, and it seems they used it absolutely perfectly to work out a new strategy that works for them as a team. And Skara, you can see, taking damage there from Voyboy. The tower just being worked on. I mean, PewDiePie is non-existent. He's down the bottom, and this turret is going down. There's nothing they can do about it. One more hit will do it. Kiwi Kid does go in, but see, Curse, they just react so quickly. They step away. One more shot. Cop takes down the turret.
Cop did have to burn his Verisalt, which would make them slightly weaker in this fight, but I feel like the goal lead is enough. Kiwi Kid popped his Renekton ultimate. He wants to engage.
And PewDiePie's joined the fight, but there's 5 of them, and all of them, that Vara slow, just popped down, and Curse are just saying, come at me, bro. We are ready for this fight. Elements is ready and waiting to flash crescendo.
And they got the flash everything up if they want. Flash Flip, Flash Gragas, Flash Crescendo. But I think the biggest thing on their minds is this inhibitor. If Dignitas wants to fight them, Curse will win. It's just a matter of time.
And then barrels.
There it is.
They keep hitting, they keep landing. Saintfishes goes in. It's Skara taken out of the fight. It's Cop forces the intervention out of it and now just turns. He can solo up on Crumbs. He's got that much damage. Kiwi Kid, the rest of the team taking him down. Cop does take down one, and there's going to be another. Requiem comes out. Boom! Takes down another 2 straight away. And wow, the inhibitor drops, and Curse surely going to pick up victory here. You see the Queen look in the bottom corner there. The Power Ranger, I think some call it as well. But they all have smiles on their face, and they will be taking down the Nexus turret. There's nothing that Dignitas can do to prevent this one. They're going to work down the inhibitor. The Nexus going down. 6-0-7 for Cop. He continues that KDA run.
Just adds more kills and assists to his still 9 deaths all season. That was really the polar opposite of the last time these teams met because Curse had control from the very start. They got the first blood mind games, they outganked, they played the Dragons properly, they did the Barons, and then Dignitas fell apart down the stretches. They continually got caught, and Curse just seemed to do everything right.
And this just builds in towards then level 1 fights. We've not seen a great deal of them, a lot at all. And that's the danger of them. This time, Dignitas went in prepared. They all had Fortitude pots. You said it at the start. There was 3 Fortitude pots. They were ready and waiting. They had this pre-planned, but Curse were ready for it.
Yeah, Curse had the advantage of putting all 5 people in there, right? Voyboy knew he had the flexibility to be wherever he wanted at level 1 because of the teleport, whereas Kiwi Kid didn't. Kiwi Kid was so focused on winning that 1v1 against Voyboy that he needed to be in that lane at the start of the game. Curse had other plans, and I feel like they out-strategized him there.
And the funny thing is, you know, the fact that Voyboy is known as being the assassin. He's the assassin man, which is probably why Kiwi Kid was so up for it. It's like, yes, I'm going to get a 1v1. It's going to be awesome. Wait a minute, where is he? Why is he? Guys, there might be a problem. Because that barrel, I think, he took the belly slam, actually, didn't he, to start with?
Yeah.
Which is what caught them all. And they straight in, caught them, slowed everyone. And they had so many slows. I think Cop took the slow as well. So there was just, it's like a giant net thrown over the whole of Dignitas.
And the biggest thing was it was 5v4. They got the ward straight in the brush that Dignitas was waiting in. They pretty much guessed that they would be in that spot. And did it right.
Did
they
it
all
right,
went in
sent
together.
the bear in to start with as well, sent St. Vicious in. It was a 3-1 exchange, and really that was kind of what turned things around. So it's time for a short break, but we'll be back with an interview with Elements from Curse. Don't go in there, guys. It's going to be GGU versus Vulcan coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined by Elements from Curse. And wow, a great win for you guys. That's pretty much securing the first place in the NALCS. But first off, we want to talk about the picks and bans. You guys have had a week off, and it seems you've been preparing something new.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. That was a little interesting team comp that we haven't really showed you guys before. And busted it out, and it seemed to work quite well.
Yeah, I mean, right from the start of that game, you guys took control. Talk me through the mind games that happened in level 1, and how did you guys come out so far ahead?
It was mostly just prepping for the level 1 and knowing what they were going to do and what we wanted to do. And it was that little Explorer ward over the side that I think helped a little bit to see if they were going to come in. And then we assumed they were going to be in that little brush, hiding in their red. And that's exactly where they were. It dropped a ward right in, could see everything. We had total vision of that area, and then it was just, you know, focus this target, focus that target, this, that, this. They actually had a little bit stronger of like they had more a little bit bruiserly level 1, but we had the poke and we had the kind of ability to back up a little bit and then go back in and kind of kiting around their melee champions. So that's what we did. We called out the targets, and then we had just a really great level 1 that snowballed the game.
I mean, and there was the fact that you guys had 5 people there. Like,
Yeah.
Kiwi Kid wasn't even there.
We noticed that from the ward as well. So we were like, we're staying here. Like, if they're there, we're going to win this, like, bar none.
Awesome stuff. So then as the game progressed, you had the advantage off level 1. Cop never died during that entire game. It was close at one point, but, like, how did you guys keep control of the match after that level 1?
It's mostly about just pushing your advantages and taking very, very, very small leads and continuing to push. I mean, if you constantly just take, like, you know, a little bite, another little scratch, another little hit to the enemy team, they're always going to be getting a little bit behind, and you're going to be getting a little bit ahead. But I mean, once you do that 4 or 5 times, now that's a big lead, and that's a big behind. And from there, you can make the bigger plays. You can control Baron. They're at the mercy of us instead of us being at the mercy of them.
Yeah, and there was your item build at the end there. You had like a Chalice of Harmony and a Shirelia's Reverie. I didn't see the Ruby Sightstone coming out, though. Is that an active decision that you made?
Yeah, I don't always want to get the Ruby Sightstone. Sometimes it's better just to get flat-out items and just buy greens and pinks for when we need them. I mean, you don't always have to have this, like, you know, plethora of wards across the map. I mean, you just need them in the vital areas where you need to push, and especially because we have the map advantage. I don't need to have all these wards out. I only need to have it, you know, 1 on the top, 1 around race, and then, you know, 1 over there, and we can pretty much see the whole map. And if, you know, Void's buying wards and Saints are buying wards and Karth is buying wards, because we're so far ahead, it makes my job that much easier, and I can get real items to support, and I can do more.
And how are you finding life in the LCS now? Obviously, you guys are settled in Vegas. We should have been in Vegas this weekend, but we're not. We're here in Los Angeles. You guys have been traveling to Los Angeles. It's not that big a deal, I guess. It's like an hour trip over here.
45 minutes or so flight.
Yeah, you guys feeling pretty comfortable now? Obviously, you're looking comfortable. You're 13-2 in the LCS.
Yeah, I think our play is just continually going up, and we're learning more, and we're taking it more seriously than we ever have. Even going into LCS, we're still pushing ourselves and going forward, and that's really great. And, you know, despite living in Vegas, and, you know, I mean, I'm not a fan of the weather. As I said last time in my interview, like, my skin's like falling apart, and I'm just like, breathing is difficult with desert air. I'm like, it's gonna be one of those days. Awful dry today. And, you know, other than that, I mean, we're gamers. We sit inside anyways. You know, turn on a humidifier, and, you know, it's just like home, be comfortable, practice, and get everything we need done and prepped for our next games.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but Vegas is definitely going to get a lot hotter.
Oh, I'm not. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm going to have like 4 fans in my bed, just like, you know, 1 like under the sheets, like 1 going on top of me, like fan coming in this side, just like, yeah, I'm just like, please be able to sleep.
And of course, MLG, it went pretty well for you guys, but you did have that KT Rolls to B loss. How do you see yourself preparing? Because at the moment, you are kind of the big hope for North America right now. You're looking to lead, looking like you've almost certainly got it in the bag now for North America. And certainly the first split, looking at the second split, you guys could potentially be in the finals against these teams. Is there anything you guys are starting to look at? Obviously, you learn the best from a loss. So is there anything you're looking at, you know, what can we pick up from these guys?
Well, I mean, it was a learning lesson from them. But to be honest, we were more prepping for the teams that we were going to beat in LCS that week, and we proved that we could go 3-0 because we prepped for those 3 teams. We didn't really prep for KT Rolls to B because it was just an exhibition match. I mean, I think we learned more from them than they learned from us. I mean, they just stomped us, and they might go, you know, oh, another North American team, like, whoop-de-doo, right? But we learned, you know, how they play. And coming into the second match, you know, granted, I had probably the worst game I've had in my total career, you know, like, just miss. But that's like, besides the point. Even, you know, with my terrible play that game, we still managed to, you know, just brawl with them. It was like, we were even for most part of the game, going into, like, 20 minutes. So that proves that we can, you know, when push comes to shove, we can shove back versus the Koreans, you know, despite losing. And you know, going in unprepared versus them, I think we did great, and I think we learned a lot. So I am confident versus them. If we put as much work into overseas teams as we do North American teams, I don't see us failing.
And I got 2 more questions about MLG. Firstly, obviously, the Janna. You broke out the Janna to start with. We've seen Patoy running it. You kind of got a lot of CS there. You built up a bit of an AP going on. Is that something that we're going to see more of, you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, Janna is is really great for disengaging and stuff like that. And one of the great things about Janna is like her W just like chunks. Like you get that AP, that hurts. Like you can burst down a single target, and the slow is really good. And the fact that you almost don't even need boots on her because she's always so fast with the W and her passive. I mean, like that's just extra gold. You can just go straight AP on her, and she's almost like this pseudo viable AP carry that can also push lanes and hold lanes. So that's really where her power comes in. And then her ultimate. I mean, if you get like a decap, which is you know hard to do on a support, but if you're able to get that, that's like a 1600 or something AoE heal. Like, oh, we just had a team fight where everyone's low. Like, here you go, let's restart that. Like, back it up and let's go push again. Like, that's crazy. And if you can use that to your advantage, you're really going to have like a super powerful team comp, and you're going to be able to reset and keep pushing.
And speaking of teams, I want to ask you about TSM. You know, obviously you've been through many different shakeups with Canalogic Gaming when you were in there before. You've moved on to Curse. Things are looking great in Curse through team changes. Do you feel that what TSM have done with Chaos, obviously the Chaos situation, I mean, you know, I don't know how it worked with you. You obviously been through the crazy turmoil that CLG has, the shouting match. I mean, we look at TSM now, and actually that's pretty low in the drama. And we've already seen St. Vicious saying that's around about 3 out of 10 on a CLG scale.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks for an individual, but you can either you know doubt on yourself and woe is me, or you can pick up your slacks and get on another team and keep pushing. And that's really what makes, I think, a player. It doesn't matter if you get kicked off a team, get on another team, prove people wrong. I mean I went through or everybody on Curse went through just like the dirt and just crawling. We were 4th and 5th and 6th place team for like 8 months, and we really got our act together, and we pushed, and look where we are now. So I mean, like, not to use myself as an example, but like, even if you get knocked down, come back, and like you can get back on a top team. From CLG to Curse now, I mean, if you really want it, you can get it.
So if you're talking about the teams that are kind of down and out, which Curse was at one point, and then making it back in, do you see any parallels with some of the lower teams in the LCS, like 5th through 4th in North America? Who do you have your eyes on the most as like potential big-time competitors?
Actually, Marin. I think they do quite well, and when we scrim them, they give us a little bit of runner for our money sometimes, which is nice to see. I mean that's better competition. That's good for viewers. That's good for us. We get practice, they get practice, and it overall just makes all the teams stronger. And that's what we're gonna get. That's how we're gonna get more competitive strategies. Like look at last year. Like that is laughable gameplay from last year. We look at that. I'm like, that's how we played League of Legends. Like idiot. Like we were just so bad back then, and I think the game's going to constantly evolve and progress, and we're going to get strategies, and since the game always gets changed every 2 to 3 weeks as well. I mean, the game's constantly evolving, and the players are evolving, and people might say League of Legends is not that in depth of a game, and you might not have the skill level that it takes, but I mean, this is a constantly evolving game that you have to be on top of. Just because the skill mechanics aren't there, the team mechanics are way above. Like it's like comparing chess to football. It's an individual mind game versus a team game and flowing with the team. That's the difference for League of Legends.
Yeah, and that's actually what we find with the amateur teams, is they may have the skill, they may be just as good players, but they have no team synergy between them. And you talk about how much it's evolving. How do you feel? Obviously, 3.04 is the patch we're now on. We've moved on from 3.03. How do you feel that's affected you guys as a team and potentially everybody else?
I think the game's just getting more balanced as we progress. I mean, again, we're looking at a year ago. I mean, there's so many like champions. Man, how do we deal with all these champions? And now it's just like, oh, like everything's pretty balanced. The game has really gotten to a state where it really comes down to what teams know the game best and what teams are able to use the champions because they're all on a pretty much level playing field for the most part.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elements. Thanks for joining us. It was a great victory for you guys, looking strong in the top. Now, you guys, of course, hear us talk about the players all the time, just like we have with Elements, but you never get to hear us talk about ourselves. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at what it's like to be live as a shoutcaster. It is time to move on. All right. That's horrible. That was horrible. Why are we doing that?
Where'd you get the dent in your head?
I don't know.
Match today is right around the corner.
A shoutcaster is basically a sports broadcaster.
Shoutcasting is, commentating whatever is on the screen, trying to hype it up as much as possible, and deliver a good amount of information as well.
If you don't understand the high-level strategies, we're going to help break those down. And if you just like yelling like we do, then we're going to bring that as well.
But they finally picked up the kill on Needly onto Oriana. Everyone on CLG is dead.
Play-by-play shoutcasting is pretty much calling the shots and setting up my color to deliver the information that the audience needs to know.
I'm a color shoutcaster, so basically I add a lot of analysis, the jokes, and the spice to the cast.
These guys really have to know exactly what's happening from a high level of play.
It's such a complicated game. We have so many different champions, we have so many different skills, we have so many different tactics, that if I didn't teach somebody something about the game during a cast, I don't think I've really done my job.
In high school, I just started commentating things, whether it was recorded commentaries that were just analysis or actual live broadcast of tournament games.
Coming up with 2 part-time jobs, I'd go to a weekend at Comic-Con or an MLG, and then I'd go back for 3 weeks to 3 months and stock yogurt on the shelf and stock milk at a grocery store.
Kobe24 has come into it recently. He's the new guy, I guess you could say, in the casting circuit.
They haven't really given me any hazing or grief or anything.
Jat really almost came out of nowhere as a phenomenal shoutcaster.
He was kind of the first player that retired from the game to become a commentator.
If I'm casting with Freak or something, he comes up with tons of bad jokes.
I know I'll miss you too, but I gotta say, Jat, I'm gonna miss you the most of all.
Riv has a really smooth style. He can just talk seemingly forever and always give you really good things to bounce off of.
He always seems to just come up with little catchphrases.
When the sapling got the first blood kill and he yells touchdown sapling.
Can he still get the damage down? The sapling can run it! Oh, he gets him! Touchdown sapling!
Yeah, I completely remember that. It was on St. Vicious from the album.
It's hilarious, and everyone loved it, and it was a great clip, it was a great call, and I never would have thought of that.
Moments like that for, the play-by-plays, they actually come from the beginning of the fight, whether it's going to happen or not, and you have to use them sparingly. Thinking about how many people listen or view online is absolutely amazing.
I like to think shoutcasting is going to be around for a while.
I never believed it would be a full-time job, but here we are.
I'm hoping that I never have to go back to an office job. I think that esports is here to stay.
Absolutely. You never have to work a day in your life if you do something you love. Yogurt's fun, but I like video games a little bit more.
I could not agree more with those guys either. So fantastic stuff. It is time for our 3rd match of the day. It's Good Game University versus Vulcan. Despite Vulcan's recent success, they've yet to figure out how to beat Good Game University, having dropped both games to them so far this season. However, with 4th place in their sights, Vulcan needs to score the win here today. Of course, Counterlogic Gaming, they've already lost to Team Solo Mid today. They are chasing them down.
Yeah, and it's a really weird thing to think for GGU as a 3-12 team. 2 of their wins have came against Vulcan, right?
Yeah.
So these are games that actually Vulcan shouldn't have dropped. If Vulcan just took care of business against the bottom teams, they would have already passed CLG essentially, right? So they really need to work it up in this game. Last time, GGU beat them strongly. The first time it was with a poke comp. So it's really just a matter of Vulcan getting their game together and not getting caught off guard by GGU.
And Zion Spartan, of course, he's been playing that Akali in that top lane. It's working well for him against Vulcan.
Yeah, that last game they had in week 4, 8-4-8. Once he got going, he really just started taking over the game. But for Vulcan, it's their success, Mandatory Cloud and Go Suzuna. So, 4 times that Mandatory Cloud has played in Italy, he's won. A lot of people didn't realize coming into this week, Zuna had more kills than any other AD carry in the LCS. Vulcan actually has more minion kills per game than any other team as well. So, they can farm, they can get gold, and they can be powerful. They just got to break this GGU curse.
Yeah, and if you see the playbook there, looks like Smithy with the playbooks.
Smithy's Season 3 Secrets document.
Yeah, right. Season 3 doc. Maybe. We'll see whether it works out for Vulcan. Maybe he's got the anti-GGU strategy finally figured out. We'll see if it is. They are 0-2, of course. Let's check out the lineups, though. On the blue side, it is going to be Good Game University. Zion Spartan in that top lane. Nintendo Dex in the jungle. Jintei, the substitute mid laner, whether he's ever going to... Play. I mean, I don't know whether it's good or bad to be a substitute there. Well, nevertheless, we'll get back to that in a moment. Don't match me as the AD and Bloodwater as the support.
And in the red corner for Vulcan, we have Psycho Sid in the top lane, X-Smithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna on AD carry, and of course Muffin Cutie on support.
Yeah, and of course it's Shifter that I'm talking about is that AP champion. And, I wonder how it is to be a temp, to know that this guy is going to come in. Once he finally arrives, he's going to replace you. So you're not a permanent fixture. So do you enjoy the moment while it lasts? Like, say, Wild Turtle was last week. It's just like, well, this is only a week off. I'm going to have fun. Or do you suddenly think, oh, God, it's been like 6 weeks now. Maybe this is my position. I've been here 6 weeks. I've been here over half the season.
And I really have to worry about GGU synergy. right? Like, because unlike a lot of these other teams, they don't have the gaming house yet. So they're not all kind of able to buddy-buddy. Jinte, how do you be on a team for 5 weeks, every week knowing that if Shifter comes back, I'm probably off the team? Like, how much synergy is that going to build between the team? And they haven't captured that yet, but it could be because they're back and forth, they're constantly changing their roster, and they haven't been able to get settled.
Well, as the beat drops in, it means, of course, it is going to be Champ Select, and it is Nidalee being banned out straight away. No surprises there. Mandatory Clouds won every single game with Nidalee. Kale also taken out. We've just seen, didn't quite work out for Skara. Akali and Twitch being the others removed.
Yeah, so Akali targeted right at Zion Spartan. Twitch targeted right at Don't Mash Me. Don't Mash Me at the start of the year was looking good on Twitch. Everyone had to ban it. He was like the superstar AD carry coming up. After the first week, everyone was like, GGU's the sleeper lower 14 that's going to make it back up, but they've had so many issues since then that really just haven't been fixed, and now Vulcan is just targeting their strongest champions.
So we do have one more ban to come through. Twisted Fate and Orianna being the final ones, and wow, instant lock-in for Nasus from GGU. So they wanted that dog.
Yeah. And this just seems like the thing. Nasus Volibear might just be the junglers back and forth. I mean, I know Vulcan plays some other junglers, like Xmithy likes Hecarim the horse. He also likes jungling Lee Sin and stuff, but it wouldn't surprise me that much if they did go with Volibear. They could do those Volibear Thresh ganks that the first team I saw do it was Gambit Gaming, but they are very easy to execute for once you get good at it, and it's just a matter of Vulcan going for that later. Since GGU already had their jungler, Vulcan didn't need to lock in Volibear quite yet.
Well, they're locking in their AP carry as their first pick, first choice for Mandatory Cloud, so he clearly wanted Diana. Diana's still very strong in this patch.
Oh yeah, Diana is going to continue to be strong. I mean, even without Nashor's Tooth on 305, you just build the Zanyas first and kind of change your playstyle. But if you do go Nashor's on Diana, you get kind of better split push and overall pressure, and that'll be a good thing for Vulcan. I mean, when they lost to GGU the first time, the poke composition was very good against them. Obviously, GGU had to ban out Nidalee themselves because they were afraid of Mandatory Cloud getting it, so they don't really have to worry about poke comp, but they guarantee it when they bring so much hard initiation with Diana and Thresh.
We see Rice being picked up. Jinte wanted that one. It is one of his favorite champions, and now after speaking with him, and Lulu, of course, being taken as the support. Lulu kind of been the staple diet as support lately.
It's Lulu and Sona and Thresh. It seems to be the ones that these guys are going for.
Oh, Janna.
The spin of Janna in there for one of the games that worked out okay. Probably not seeing that much Taric. It looks like both the supports are locked in on both sides. So for Vulcan, they love late game carries for Zuna. Tristana, Kog'Maw, probably going to be the two big choices for him as well. And I mean, like, tons of stuff is on the board. Psycho Sid could be playing Shen, he could be playing Elise. A lot of these big things will come out for Vulcan, and this looks like the Vulcan that they want to play.
Yeah, they seem happy with that one. There is the Volibear, as you mentioned. It's going to be Nasus. He's probably going to be Volibear, and sure enough, Kog'Maw, of course, being locked in there, realizing he doesn't really need a massive escape mechanism. He saw Ryze in there. He's like, well, I'm not going to let him near me. And you're going to see Zion Spartan, well, actually, it won't be Zion Spartan, it'll be Nintendo Dex on the jungler, of course, trying to get near him. But there's not a great deal he needs to worry about. He's not going to get collapsed on.
Yeah, and we talked about him hyper-carrying,
yeah,
right? He's going to do that with Kog'Maw. It's just a matter of will GGU try to shut him down with Caitlyn. If they do the lane swaps, if they don't do the lane swaps, it does look like they have GGU. That's just their composition, right? There's not a huge amount of synergy. It's like the poke of Jace, but it's the initiation of Ryze, jungling of Nasus. They're just going to try to win the game. I almost feel like GGU is still playing solo queue in some situations, whereas Vulcan has much better team synergy.
Yeah, there's two pokes, and then there's too close. It seems a little bit weird.
Those compositions can totally work.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of they're picking those for the champions. They're not picking those for the team comp, as far as I can tell.
Let's just play what you're comfortable on and see if it works for you. Final pick, of course, is going to be Elise being selected. Hasn't been locked in yet by Vulcan. Now remember, they did beat, I think it was CLG last weekend, of course. That was with the late Tristana, as you mentioned. It's just all about those late champions from, and we did see Zuna. He is the highest, he's not the highest KDA, but he's got the most kills. He's 83 kills, I believe it is.
He had 80, I think it was 83 kills. He was real close. Like, I'm a Cutie Pie at 82, Doublelift had 82. It was like super, super close, but that's the final composition for Vulcan. Elise coming in, that's late game comp for Vulcan. They got the Volibear stuff coming in with Thresh, and then Diana just hard engage. You run Kog'Maw, not necessarily like sometimes you protect the Cog, but Cog works best if you just overload with threats. Because then, if they don't kill Diana, or at least Kog'Maw kills, but if they do, then everyone else gets mopped up.
Yeah, so it does look like Psycho Sid's going to be in that top, of course. He was the man that came in that kept sort of gave Zuna a lease of life, I think it was, for Vulcan. You know, Vulcan, he talked about it, how Zuna used to be the quiet guy. Can you believe that? On the team. But now he's definitely a vocal member of Vulcan. And sometimes even speaking to Muffy and Cutie, he's just like, just shut up a minute. We need to think. Just keep down a little bit.
Yeah, well, he helps him do more damage, as he was talking about in team fights. Like, when Zuna's screaming, everyone just gets that jolt of confidence. And, I mean, even when TSM still had Chaos was the most vocal about, like, how distracting that was for him during team fights. Zuna just yelling and yelling at him. And for a team like GGU, who does seem to still be a little bit disjointed, if they get down a little bit, they're going to have to pick themselves up. Got to keep in mind, though, they are 2-0 against Vulcan.
Well, we'll see how that transcends into victory. What do we see in terms of team composition between the two? We just talked about GGU, how they have 2 pokes, and they have some pretty close stuff. So they've got a mix of everything. There's just a massive damage, though, coming out from Vulcan.
Yeah, so Vulcan is just all about the massive damage. They have the stronger ganks, I think, from Volibear as well. And then for GGU, they're just going to try to win the lanes. Like, they're picked the comfort champions for themselves. They picked strong laners, and they have to win from that.
Well, there are the players. There is the game. We are about to get underway. If you've just joined us, you've missed some hell of action as well. You've missed CLG TSM. What were you doing? You missed Curse Dignitas. Where have you been? I don't even know what you were thinking. It is GGU versus Vulcan right now. It is the battle for bottom, trying to get off the bottom for GGU. And Vulcan, they are trying to pass CLG, and they are incredibly close to getting that 4th spot.
Yeah, they would tie them exactly if they win this game, as far as I can tell, because CLG was 8-9 at the start of the day. They're 8-10 now. Vulcan 7-10. They win this, they're 8-10. They win this, they're in the top 4.
Wow.
Huge things at stake.
Huge game at stake here for Vulcan. I wonder if that's going to maybe add pressure to themselves.
That very well could. And, I mean, this is kind of what we saw in the last game.
It's Dignitas.
They were in the exact same spot. Look out. They're all waiting in the bush. They have all 5. They're deep warding and just running through, though. And GGU is scattered right now. So this does look like a good thing for Vulcan. They get spotted out by that ward right here. And there's fallback pings from GGU. They do not want to get caught by 5.
They don't seem to want to engage us, but they have started to collect together. We see already Zion Spartan was taking a position in that bottom lane, so we're expecting him to be down the bottom. So they wanted to 2v1 switch this one up, but it seems Vulcan pretty much have it in their heads. They want their red buff. They are finally backing away from this one, and they are going to go back. So what are we expecting from lanes between these guys?
So the swaps could be absolutely anywhere. I mean, GGU with the Lulu Kate, wherever that goes, it's a shove lane. They will completely out-shove whatever Zuna and Muff and Cutie put out with Kog'Maw and Thresh. So if they go top, they're going to have to shove in real hard. But it looks like they put in the 2v2, which would at least negate the shove a little bit and extend the laning phase, which I think would be good for Vulcan in the long run.
We do see it is going to be Zuna and Muff and Cutie in the top, so it looks like they're going to counter each other. So it is going to be just roles reverse, but it's still going to be duo lane versus duo lane. AP mids are going to stay in the mid lane. You can see Jintai is going to be setting up against Mandatory Cloud. Mandatory Cloud, definitely one of the strong AP champions. Interesting item build, though, from Diana there. It's just stacking out the potions.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big reasons why Diana is played in mid so much, is like, Diana used to be a little bit vulnerable to the early harass. Like, you can see Jintai just spamming the auto attacks on him. But if Mandatory Cloud brings enough potions, he will get to farm, be able to get level 6, and then become the threat. So this is how Diana escapes the early game, is with a massive potions.
And you were talked about the shove lane, the poke lane. We're going to expect GGU to have Vulcan pressed against his turret for a large portion of the game. Meanwhile, you can see the hook coming straight in from Muffy Cutie on towards Bloodwater, and immediately Zuna harassing back on towards him, trying to get the poke down. But as you would expect in terms of CS, you would expect Don't Mash Me to take the lead here.
Yeah, and they got to be careful what they're hooking in there when it's a 2-level advantage, essentially. Both of them are level 2 versus level 1. That is a survival lane, as far as it is right now for Zuna, until they power up or until they land a hook while they're not level 2 versus level 1. So that lane is going to be about Vulcan turtling around, and then if GGU overpushes, that's when Xsmithy's going to come in for Lantern ganks.
Here he is. Smithy trying to position himself. Wasn't sure. There is a ward in that tri-bush, so doesn't want to sneak around and go and show himself. Instead, no, it looks like he's been pulled off. He's staying well back from this one. I think Muffin Cutie's just trying to see if he can hook in Bloodwater. He would come charging through. Meanwhile, Mandatory Cloud is taking the wraiths away.
Those are really early wraiths, and that tells me that Xsmithy would want to spend a lot of time up top. It's almost like it's a premeditated gank, because otherwise he'd have to go straight back to base or run all the way back. So either Xsmithy shops now or he ganks right after that double call.
So we'll see whether he goes in. Of course, there is a bunch of wards still stacked out. Really not a lot being placed out by Bloodwater. He's got no reason to fear, I don't think. He's got that one ward in the tri-bush, and it's going to show him the moment Smithy steps around that corner. Look at him, he's just waiting, but he's backing. He's backing off.
Yeah, he decided against it, and it's a really fortunate thing they didn't walk all the way around to the tri-brush, because now the threat of Volibear still exists on the rest of the map. They don't know where he is. They don't know that he's coming bottom potentially to gank Psycho Sid's lane. And very early on, the early laning, almost solo queue strategy that GGU is picking is working out with a very small gold lead.
Jintai keeping the pressure on Mandatory Cloud, but Jintai out of mana. He's chugging those mana pots down. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, we haven't seen a great deal. We do see Smithy tippy-toeing down there, as is Nintendo Dex, and it's Psycho Sid versus Zion Spartan down here, Elise versus Jace.
And we'll see how this lane goes. This is the first Elise we've seen on 3.04 in the LCS, and we'll see if the nerfs come into too big effect. Zion Spartan sitting on that red elixir will be able to give him an advantage in a bit of a fight. Psycho Sid not really in aggressive situations yet, but both junglers could be down here for a brawl. I wonder if he wants to go in, because against a red elixir Jace, it is a little bit dangerous.
Mandatory Cloud again taking the wraiths away. It's like Froggen's just appeared suddenly. He's just farming out those wraiths, and maybe he's discovered the champion that is going to allow him to do it. And because Smithy's there, but Smithy's losing a lot of experience here because of this.
Yeah, and it's because he spent so much time in the top lane. He's completely given away the middle of his jungle to Mandatory Cloud, so we'll see if he's able to make something happen here. If all he does is wait here, it's not going to work, but Zion Spartan went far. There's the gank opportunity.
He's gone deep, but is it too deep? The repel comes out, Zion Spartan gets flipped back in, and Psycho Sid drops back down. The Ignite was dropped. One shot should do it. Oh, he's going to survive. Would you believe it? First blood does come out. Meanwhile, Muffin Cutie was taken incredibly low, but it doesn't matter. It's Psycho Sid that picks up the kill.
What a miraculous play there. I thought for sure Psycho Sid was going to fall to the next Zion Spartan auto attack, but the bite from the bear finished him off. Smithy's camp did pay off, and that is huge for Vulcan.
Absolutely huge play. Meanwhile, the top lane, there was a lot of pressure that went down there, but Zuna, he's still keeping in it. You can see it's just a 10 CS difference between the two, despite all the pressure from Don't Match Me early on up there, and Zuna's hung it on. He's actually ahead in levels.
Yeah, but that turret's going to be falling really soon. The relentless shove from GGU. It's a couple more hits. Thresh is there. Maybe Vulcan could counteract their aggressiveness here, but of course, GGU saw it in a ward, and they're going to take their time with that top turret, actually.
They saw Smithy coming towards that tri-bush, I believe, and then they're just straight back in off there. Going to take the advantages. They've got Berserker Greaves, double Dorans coming out from Don't Match Me, and a pause comes in between them. So, where do we stand, Jat? It's 1-0. The gold, exactly equal. 8.2k, 8.2k. You can see it on the screen behind us. This beautiful screen, I might add, behind us. I love this thing in North America. This is a big advantage you guys have over us in Europe.
It's one of the sweet, sweet screens. Fortunately, Nintendo's got a quick problem. His right click isn't responding properly, but the fact this is an 8.2 to 8.2 gold game with the first blood and the assist gold going to Vulcan, that's 600 gold that GGU was essentially out-farming them with. So GGU is winning the lanes for the most part, and it will be on Vulcan to survive until the late game, which, to be fair, is their style.
Is their style. Of course, GGU, they are 2-0 up in this series, and Vulcan, can they get fourth place? Will that pressure be in the back of their minds? It's like, if we win this, guys, we will be ahead of CLG in the NALCS. And who, at the start of the season, would have predicted that?
Definitely not Aframu, because Aframu used to be on Vulcan, and he was the AD carry superstar that went to play support for CLG. This is what moved Zuna down from the top lane to AD carry. He really found his niche in that situation, but like, the redemption and feeling that would give the rest of the Vulcan guys, like, even though it was it wasn't a bad split with Aframu, they sent him off and everything was in a good situation, like, that would feel good as a Vulcan player.
Absolutely would feel fantastic for him, I feel. And, you know, Aframu, and even really when they were Team Fear beforehand, now before they switched to Vulcan, you know, every time they used to come into the tournaments, they always had that potential, but because the tournaments were so sporadic, you know, you'd have one a month, maybe one every 2 months, they'd come in, and unfortunately for those guys, they'd be coming up against, say, like a top European team, maybe a top Korean team if it was, say, IPL 5, so they wouldn't really get a chance to shine, and then bam, it's over in like 3 games.
And Vulcan has had so much potential for so long, and you see it in the stats as well. The fact that Zuna is the top killing AD carry, the fact that Mandatory Cloud isn't far behind him, and the fact that they actually gain more gold than all the other teams in the LCS is like, they have a lot of latent potential. They just need to be able to finish games.
So we do get back into the game, and it is 6 minutes 30 into this game. If you just joined us, you've missed some awesome games already this morning, and straight away we get a pause again. So I guess that mouse problem is not quite sorted out just yet.
Yeah, the same issue is unfortunately happening. We will work to get this sorted out. And really just still talking about Vulcan, it's the practice schedule and it's the coming together of the teams. They remind me a lot of the Copenhagen Wolves, right? Copenhagen Wolves were 0-9 at the start of the season. Now they're 5th place. Vulcan was 0-5. So since their 0-5 start, Vulcan is actually 7-5. 7-5, yeah.
I think Nintendo Dex was keeping it real there. He had his IPL jacket on. Just to say, hey guys, you know, we should have been there.
Oh well.
Oh well, wasn't to be. Of course, everybody else was ready and waiting to go. We're just waiting for that one player. It is the jungler, of course, and Nintendo Dex. And you kind of need your right click, I find, in this game. It's fairly important.
I think it's fairly important. Nintendo Dex, Nasus, yeah, he's going to need his right click. Probably. Like, Nasus, right of click. The junglers that, like, these guys have been picking up, we're seeing more Nasus because, yes, you can't just pick up Nasus and play him from nothing, but you learn him a lot faster than a lot of the other junglers, right? It's not like a Lee Sin where you have to practice all your crazy mechanics and ward jumping and which walls you can fly over and how you predict with skill shots. It's like, you run at the guy, you wither him, and then you hit him. That's how you play Nasus, right?
Press Q and hit him.
It's all about game understanding. So if you understand the game, which all junglers do, you play Nasus, which I think is one of the reasons he's exploded so much onto the competitive scene once people realized how good he was.
Yeah, so they're just restarting Nintendo's PC, so we expect to see a little while we wait for that whole Windows reboot shuffle to go around. So while we are waiting for that, let's talk about the current standings in the NALCS. Of course, we have 13-2 now, Cursed at the top. I'm going to have to go off memory, guys. 14-5, Dignitas now in 2nd place. Team Solar Mid are chasing them down, and they may actually legitimately get close to that 2nd place now.
Right, so Team Solar Mid is 13-5, and Dignitas is 14-5. That's real close.
Play each other this weekend?
They...
See, there's that many matches. I'm actually confused. I know they... Yeah. I'm pretty sure Cursed plays CLG. I'm not sure if TSM Dig happens. See, now we're
getting there. LOLesports.com is where we're pulling all this
information. There it is. They do play each other.
TSM play Dignitas. 5th game of the day. You should know that, man.
I should know that, but I don't cast that one. It's Riventon and Kobe, so that's not my knowledge.
Well, they play. That's going to be battle for 2nd.
That is the
right
battle
away.
for 2nd place.
Yeah, TSM on a tear since the Wild Turtle change. And yeah, we don't talk about this stuff that much, but sometimes the roster changes really benefit a team. Just revitalizing them.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it at the start, before the CLG TSM game, the fact that last time they changed Dyrus, Rainman stepped around, they won 5 tournaments back-to-back.
Yep.
And that was a big change. Is the same thing going to happen for TSM? Will that Chaos switch for Wild Turtle be the big catalyst that needs to get TSM going?
Yeah, and you think even to relate it to this game, like Vulcan, for instance. Yeah. Yes, they were kind of a lower-tier North American team, but sometimes... Nothing against Afrin because he was one of the best AD carries in the world, really, when he was on.
And still
Vulcan.
Gets requested, by the way, to play, stream.
Still.
I want to see you AD carry.
Everyone wants to see him AD carry, but Zuna and the synergy and just what it's created from a happiness standpoint for Vulcan almost, right? They get along almost better than any other team. They're moving up COG time.
They're moving
up. One more win.
And that's a big change. That's like a change in the old guard right there. Because, COG probably, I think it's arguable to say the oldest team. Oh, no, not the oldest team. TSM are probably older. Solar Mid were around before COG because COG split off from TSM. They were AON. AON.
All or nothing.
All or nothing. Used to be.
Way back.
Way back when. Probably nobody knows who the hell they are, but we know that. We were there. St. Vicious was there, as well as Kobe. Kobe 24. Kobe 24 was back around back then. That was his day, his day of glory. You got to remind him now and again. He won
loves
WCG
talking about
2010.
He did it.
He did it. He did it.
You were casting that, actually.
I was casting
Freak.
that.
That's like, honestly, I like to think, we're going to be done this pause in like 30, 40 seconds, but this reminded me of the great story of when you and me first started casting in WCG 2011. How far casting's become from you and me in a back room with a microphone.
Oh, God.
Off a TV screen. And now we have this as we're back
in the back room in Korea. It's gone a long way, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back live in the North American LCS, and it is going to be GGU chasing down Vulcan. Can they manage to pick up victory? Can they make it 3-0 against Vulcan? A shock, really, and that would be 3/4 of their wins all on one team. It seems to be the only team they have the better of, and right now we see Jinte going aggressive, but Mandatory Cloud trying to turn it back around. It's a back and forth between the two. I think they're both going to slowly back away from this one. Jinte surely realizes if he steps any closer, he's going to get another crescent sweep in his face.
He's going in right now.
He's going to go in. The Ignite goes down. Is it going to be enough? In tower range, turns it around, and tower here comes in. One more Q. Can he quite get it? No, the Ignite's not going to be enough.
Also, he ran out of mana, but wow, that was a close trade. ManCloud thought he'd be able to burst him down with one more Crescent Strike, but he just slightly miscalculated. And now, xSmithy was actually hoping for a bit of baiting. They're going to try to push the mid lane as well.
They're trying to see, but the first tower of the game has gone to Good Game University, and it is in the top lane. Now, as expected though, it was a predicted turret. We knew that one was going to happen, and now it's actually freed up Muffin Cutie and Zuna. We expect to see the two bottom lanes go down the bottom. Yes, they are. They're doing it straight away, which means Psycho Sid is now going to be 2v1.
Yeah, and now it's a race to see how fast Vulcan can get this turret down. They haven't hit it yet this game versus how quickly Psycho Sid can hold against Caitlyn and Lulu. There is Jace running up there, and this is where GG wants to start exploding and cascading their turret advantage. We'll see if they can get it done.
Well, Nintendo X is not going to give that red buff across to Caitlyn, so it does look like no match me. He's going to stick around that bottom lane, keep on pressuring. CS-wise, very even between the AD carries. The mid lane, of course, it is mandatory Cloud that has the advantage there. And the top lane is a big advantage as well by Zion Spartan, of course, despite the fact he did go down. Psycho Sid, they didn't quite land there. Smithy was coming in, but Bloodwater just controlling him perfectly. He's still going. He's still going for this one. The aggression comes out, the repel comes down, his don't match me's the target, and now Mandatory Cloud's going to come in just in time with his ultimate. Bam! Headshot.
One click, dash to target, and it's done. That's why they were so aggressive. They knew they had the Mandatory Cloud back up, and they have the ward on Dragon. They know, this is weird, they got two people top lane as well. They're not going for that Dragon at all. They're happy just with the kill.
Lantern gets thrown out there, and Zion Spartan's going to keep the poke going. Went for the Tear of the Goddess, as did Jinte, so double tears between the team. Mandatory Cloud returns back to this mid lane, and despite the fact they have that 2-0 lead, they are still down in gold. Of course, that one tower going down, but it is only about 400 gold, which does mean that Vulcan, that mid lane, that's where the big difference is. Mandatory Cloud over Jinte, it's a huge advantage starting to stack out.
Yeah, and he's just continually taking the Wraith camp as well, farming out mid, and Jinte hasn't been able to respond to the shove and the pressure from Mandatory Cloud. Even with the roaming, Jinte just hasn't been able to answer it. This is where Vulcan's going to try to take the rest of their game, and now in this top lane, there's a lot of people cascading into the middle. Zion Spartan, just the tier, not that brawly or strong yet. He's going to try to stack that up. He'll get stronger when he gets his mana immune. Volibear sneaking up from behind. They don't know that Nintendo Dex would be there for a counter game.
There was actually a trap in the corner, but I don't think he gave any vision. Oh, they're going to walk straight past the hook on towards Zion Spartan. Now they're going to wait for the flip there. It's actually flipped. It didn't turn to an exit flip. They're going for two. They throw the ultimate down, and they may be able to get two. Yes, they will. It's a double kill for Muffin Cutie.
That was just miscommunication by GGU. You knew he wanted to avoid getting shoved in, but xSmithy was absolutely there. Like, I thought Vulcan might be thinking of diving. There was no way I expected GGU to get aggressive, and Vulcan just got gifted those two kills.
Absolutely gifted, but maybe the best part of it for them is, or the only thing to salvage from that situation was the fact that Muffin Cutie got the two kills. He goes back, says thank you very much. He's got the Philo Stone, and now he's got the Sight Stone as well. It does mean that Zuna's not going to get that extra chunk of gold, but he got 2 assists nevertheless, and now that turret is down. So the race we talked about has pretty much been won.
Yeah, that was the end of the race. The laning phase is over now, so now it's just about fighting, and GGU with their laning composition didn't come out of that very far ahead. So now it's Vulcan. It's on Vulcan to just make the fights happen. ManCloud has shown he can initiate wherever. xSmithy's been chasing people down very well. And thank goodness for GGU that Zuna did not get those 2 kills, because Kog'Maw will scale up like a monster. We'll see how Vulcan moves now, because everyone's going down towards Dragon.
Everyone is going in towards Dragon. It looks like it's going to get started off, and it's going to be Vulcan taking it. I'm not too sure whether Nintendo can do a great deal about this one. You can see he's wandering past, but he's not even going to have a sniff on this one. Doesn't even want to get close.
Yeah, Zion Spartan was just up top lane despite not having a big turret to push or a turret to defend, so that gifted Vulcan the Dragon pretty much fully. They're going to be able to go up top and cover that up. Zion Spartan got a bit of farm out of it, but the huge advantage again is given to Vulcan.
Big advantages. 4-0 now, and that gold advantage is going to start increasing. It's 2-1 in turrets though, of course. GGU with the advantage there. They did get this bottom and top turret down, so it's the only saving grace. As it stands though, we do see the duo lanes heading back down towards the bottom. They're not going to rotate round though. Mashmi's having to head to the bottom to just prevent Zuna and Muffin Cutie pushing in.
Yeah, so now it's finally returned to a 2v2 lane. And I gotta say, just minion kill-wise, the reason Mandatory Cloud is 116 to 85 is look at xSmithy's Volibear, the sacrifices he's made, 34 minions to Nintendo Dex at 64, because he's gifting his jungle to Mandatory Cloud.
Yeah, it's all those wraiths he keeps gifting away, and it really hasn't, you know, passed through in towards experience because they're the same level. So it's just simply the gold advantage gained. What will Nintendo next do with it? I'd rather have the gold advantage on Mandatory Cloud, honestly.
Yeah, and the main reason that xMithy has been able to keep up in experience is he's camping lanes. So he's sitting in the side brush, getting the experience shared from the lane. So it's just fine for him. He's honestly not that weak because he's gotten the 4 assists, they've gotten the dragon and the turret, so he's in pretty good shape, and it's a good strategy for Vulcan as long as they pull it off.
Ooh! Oh, the hook on Don't Mash Me. They're not going to follow through on this one. Instead, the shield being thrown out there, but the fact that Zuna's ahead in CS over Caitlyn is not a good sign.
Not at all. I mean, yes, they've been getting overshoved, but they've made them pay. Getting the 2 assists, keeping Kog'Maw going. Zuna's completely at home on that champion right now.
Meanwhile, Psycho Sid's camping out, looking towards that blue buff, gets himself in the bushes. Is he going to try and make a move on Jintei in the mid lane here? Mandatory Cloud's just hanging off the side there. He may go in for it. Looks like it may even be a 3-man collapse on towards Jintei. Here comes Smithy. They're going to keep the pressure there. Nintendo Dex is just off the bottom, and they're going to go for this one.
Yeah, hopefully they don't run into Vulcan like they did last time. There's the stun. Here they go.
Oh, Nintendo Dex just gets melted out of that one. Flipped in there. Absolutely nothing he could do with that one. And Jintei was simply a spectator, just like the rest of us, and let them go down. And now the mid lane turret from Vulcan may well get pushed down.
Vulcan looking really, really good here. They've repelled the early pushes. They evened out the turrets. Their gold lead is now closer to 3,000 when they finally finish this one off. And they're just waiting for someone from GGU to come and defend because xMithy is happy just ganking all the time.
Doesn't look like they're going to fall for it, though. 2-2 in turrets, and now this bottom turret's been left exposed. They've gone back to get the golems, and Zuna's going to get a good burn on towards this one. Don't Mash Me. It's just like, we have no vision of the rest of the guys. It could be, we don't know whether it's going to be a 2-man, a 3-man, a 4-man tank dive. They could have carried on that one, but that's again, simply there's no wards down that river at all for Beat Team.
Yeah, they're 0 deaths this game. Vulcan has been taking the calculated risks, and that would have been an uncalculated risk for Vulcan. They had no idea where the rest of the team was. They figure if they just fall back, get that tri-brush, they're going to be safe. And now GGU has a 4-stack up mid with only Mandatory Cloud to defend this. I wonder if they're going to get this turret.
Well, they're going to pile in for it, but Smithy and Psycho Sid are collapsing from top and bottom. Can they get in around there? You can see GGU, they're putting a lot of pressure down onto it, but it hasn't gone down yet.
Yeah, and Vulcan wants to get an initiation if they can. They're flanking around the side. The next push that GGU goes in on, Vulcan might be able to counterattack. ManCloud is actually a little too low to go, though.
Oh, the slow comes out. Jintei was immediately pressed back a little bit there. Zuna's thrown out his ultimate from the side lane. Smithy gets caught. You can see the damage coming down, but is it too much? And it gives him Smithy. He survives. Zuna tried to get the poke in there, but I feel GGU, they could take this turret.
Here's that poke coming in. I mean, yes, they don't have a full poke comp with Ryze, but the Jace alone with the blue buff and the tier is just destroying Vulcan right now. They're going to get this turret, and now it's a question of whether Vulcan can regroup enough to defend the second.
And again, you see that Mega Shock coming through there, just blasting down the Shock Blast, keeping them at bay. Another Shock Blast lands, this time on towards Zuna. They're pressuring on towards the inner turret, but have they pressed too far? We're going to see them coming back in towards one. Mandatory Cloud Star's going to chase in towards this, but they are going to back off. Good choice from GGU.
And Mandatory Cloud is at absolutely full health here. He could go, but the rest of Vulcan is low. They want to land some kind of skill shot, because look, Psycho Sid and Muffin Cutie are both at about half health. Now even less. Those shock blasts are relentless. Turret's already at half.
And there's a massive stack of minions pushing in towards the top lane as well. The GGU could turn this one
There
around,
they go.
but instead Mandatory Cloud goes in. He's on towards Jintei, but as Wild Growth comes out, everybody is escaping this one. Smithy's taken low. He do manage to get the kill. Mandatory Cloud goes down. That's going to be Psycho Sid going down. Zuna's going to try and keep following, but immediately gets caught out, and that was a 2-for-1 exchange for GGU. A great back off.
Vulcan finally got over patient and went in for that one. They couldn't back. They did back off actually quite well, and Vulcan lost that one. It's now 1,000 gold. They poked down the turret, and the fight going down is just not good for them. They got the shutdown on Psycho Sid as well. Zuna could not chase far enough to get any kills. Even though it's not a full-on poke comp, the fact that the Caitlyn poke with the Lulu Kite and the Shock Blast were relentless was pretty good for GGU.
Very good for GGU, and suddenly it's just a 1,000 gold lead difference, and that mid lane was poked fairly substantially. So now we may be seeing the team setup that GGU want to use. This is what they're going to start doing. You can see all 5-man gathering up again. They're like, let's just do the same again.
They should do exactly the same again. This is going to be their window because, like, It wasn't the laning phase, right? That was kind of supposed to be their window. And I don't think they have the late game unless they can make something happen very shortly here. So pauses just came in.
Again.
The Dragon is up. But the big thing is, Elise is top lane, and they don't know if they're going to be able to collapse down, and GGU might actually get the gold even if they were able to get this Dragon.
Well, looks like Mandatory Cloud's the man that made the pause. His admins stood around him. There he is on your screen with his microphone up. And there is Brad coming in from behind, just help the situation out. The right admins on scene straight away there. The referee shirts as well on, I might add.
Yeah, those are fancy new LCS referee shirts. Very official looking. I like them.
Very official looking. Looks like everybody else is pretty much focused, and it's Mandatory Cloud that clearly has called the pause out. You can see he's just disconnected from the game. You can't see it. We did in the background. So I guess he's just rejoining the game. Let's have a look at the situation. How does this put them? He is... Oh, I tell you what. Look at the map, though. Psycho City is miles away from this fight. They're going in for the Dragon here.
Exactly. So he is completely up top lane. They're coming down for the Dragon. I mean, if GGU is going to want to go for the Dragon, they're going to be able to get it. Right? It's just a matter of if they know he's up there, they're going.
Apparently the issue was Mandatory Cloud couldn't auto-attack, which is a problem when you're on Diana.
That is actually a very serious bug, as far as I could tell. We'll see if they're able to fix this. That's we could be...
I know one way of fixing it, and I don't think they're going to like it.
No.
It's a death.
Yeah.
It's a death. So we'll see what they can do with this one. They have restarted the game, and they have repaused it.
Yep.
Just a little to see if it was working, see if he could attack. He's left the game again. They're going to restart the computer, apparently. Thank you very much. Being kept on the toes. So I don't think that's going to solve the problem, but we'll see. We'll see, nevertheless. We've had this before, and I think it was... I remember EG telling me the story about this when they were in China, in Shanghai, with the fun match they were having with World Elite.
Yes.
And it was actually Wicked that was having it.
He could not attack with Aurelia.
He couldn't attack with Aurelia, and he kept running in and they're like, kill me, kill me. And, they're like, and World Elite were like, no, you're trying to bait us. You're trying to bait us. He's like, no, I need to die. No, you're trying to bait us. And ended up, I think he had to die to Baron or something.
Yeah, you can usually die. A lot of times Polymorph will fix it as well.
Oh, okay.
Luckily, we have a Lulu in the game. If they goes to that, the restart is probably not going to fix it. It's going to screw with the game either way. The teams would probably have to agree to it. I know in these rules that we've had a few situations where I think it happened in Europe. Someone did manage to suicide, and they allowed him to, and then the game was able to resume. So if the teams don't agree to that, maybe we'd have some kind of restart. I'm not sure how the referees and admins are going to deal with this one, but that is a very unfortunate situation because this game was just getting interesting.
Just getting good. And in terms of gold, very close between the two, just 900 gold splitting the two teams. 17 minutes 22 into this one, 3-2 in turrets. And remember, Vulcan chasing this one. They are 6-2 up in kills, but you feel that GGU were well back into this game.
GGU was storming back. The Shock Blast with the blue buff Zion Spartan were really huge. Also the fact that when you have two Tier of the Goddess users on a team with Zion Spartan and Jinte, you actually have kind of a lull from the time you build the tier to the time you get your tier upgrade transformed into either a Seraph's Embracer or a Muramana. And they're going to get to that in about 5 minutes. So the fact that they were making a play before that stuff happened actually had really good signs for GGU.
Yeah, so it's... Could it be 0-3 for Vulcan against GGU? Because that would be a big win for GGU. Definitely take them off the bottom of the table. They're currently lying in 8th place. Complexity also 3-12 as well in 7th place. So it would jump them over Complexity, who will be playing later on, of course. If you've missed some of the games earlier on today, well, you've missed some absolute crackers. Team Solo Mid against a very different Counterlogic game, and I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, so Counterlogic Gaming tried a huge new play, but it still didn't work out for them, right? They're still going through the experimentation phase, and they're still not breaking themselves out of the protected double lift. It almost seems like they're going farther off the deep end in that situation. It's like, he's going to kill everybody for us. It's going to work this time, and I think they have to run more threats.
And in fairness, he did have all the kills in the game. Yeah. But unfortunately, you kind of need somebody else, especially when there's a Dyrus on his 21st birthday split pushing against you. Of course, the other match you just missed was Curse versus Dignitas, battle of first and second. And it was Curse that came out on top in a very convincing fashion after a great level 1 fight.
Yeah, Curse completely took control of that game. They mind-gamed them hard at level 1 with the Explorer Ward over the wall, just knowing, like, almost keeping them interested that Curse is going to come in, and they knew they had the 4v5 because they'd seen Kiwi Kid run top lane with that. And from there, they didn't give up anything. Like, Curse played very controlled League of Legends and didn't make mistakes against Dignitas, who's usually really good at exploiting them.
And that goes down to the level 1 play that we've talked about a few times, is how in-depth some teams will really research the hell out of the opposition, and especially when Curse have had the bye week. They've had 2 weeks to prepare for this match, prepare for Dignitas, to watch what they do, to watch everything that happens. And we had Elements on here, and he says, we knew exactly what they were going to do.
Yeah.
We knew they were going to go for that. And the moment, I guess, they saw all those Fortitude pots, is like, well, now we definitely know. That's confirmed it. And the fact that you mentioned, like you say, that one Explorer award, it was great to get Elements on here because they love to talk about the awards. Obviously, that's their major part, the vision of the map. And it was great to see, great to hear those words from Elements as well, to say, we were ready for that. We were prepared. We knew it was a 5v4. We saw the full advantage.
Yeah, because even Crumbs, when we asked that question at the very start of the day, like which items have made the most impact in Season 3, immediately I could still check Twitter because we hadn't gone live yet, and it was Vision Wards, he said, because Vision is king in Season 3.
The irony.
Yeah, maybe it's an Explorer Ward because that's the one that took them out, but it's a matter of Dignitas usually doesn't make those types of mistakes, and it did backfire.
It did backfire indeed. And how do we see, as in stacking up, you've just been to Europe.
Right.
You just had some absolutely fantastic games. We've already seen some fantastic games this morning. Gambit are not unbeatable. They lost to Giants. Sorry if I've just spoiled that for you guys, but Giants beat Gambit this morning. Gambit now actually lost to Fnatic as well at Lille. They've lost 2 games, so they're starting to lose their air of invincibility, I guess, and now Fnatic seem to be the kings.
And it's one of those things for Gambit, right? Because everyone knows their potential, but they have to be getting worn down. The amount of travel that they've had to do, not only were they in LCS, they were the exhibition at MLG. They came back, they've been to Lille, right? They've went everywhere. And you got to keep in mind, they don't have a gaming house either. Every week for LCS, they are going to Cologne and playing in the studio, then going back. Edward in particular is a superhero, by the way, because he has a 12-hour trip from Cologne to his hometown somewhere in Russia, and he's still taking university classes. And he's the Thresh King.
He is the Thresh King.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thresh King. If only he'd come over here, be the Thresh King of Bel Air, but unfortunately he's a little bit further away, and we just had to stick with Belarus, I think it was I ended up go with, because he even asked me, why Belarus? I'm from Armenia. Why Belarus? I was like, oh, okay. I admit that was wrong. But how do we see, obviously, we're seeing these teams right now. This is a precious situation for these guys. GGU were just looking good. They were just starting to come into it. They can't talk about the game while this is happening. While they're all sat there, you can see they've all got their headsets off. You can see the admin, actually Tizza, just keeping them entertained or explaining the situation to Mandatory Cloud. And I think explaining pretty much what you said.
Probably. I think the situation's going to be they know that he has his auto attacks bugs. The teams would have to agree on the solution to fix it, whether it be dying or whether it be trying to do a polymorph. Or I believe they would be given an issue of a game restart because the LCS will be able to call for game restarts if they feel that is appropriate when something goes down and if the teams don't agree. So we'll see what they decide on, but this is a very interesting situation for these teams because, new ground with esports. How do you deal with these types of situations when they arrive?
Well, how did the Super Bowl deal with the situation when the lights went out?
That was ridiculous.
They didn't deal with it too well. They just kind of went, well, that's the lights gone out. I mean, we can poke fun, but we've had the same situation ourselves, and it just basically all leads towards the fact that these things happen in sports. These things happen in esports as well. And how's it right now? It seems to be happening to us. And Chad, I feel we may be somewhat cursed.
It's something like that. I mean, I go to Europe, and we had a few delays. Lille was actually a lot smoother, and then I come back here, and it's you.
No, we removed it because you had the problem in Lille. And then we come together. It's just a culmination of, oh, my God. Things are going to go down, I think is the most political way I can say about that one. But GGU versus Vulcan, it will be happening. Don't worry soon, guys. There is, of course, another 3 matches to come from this one as well. So there's a lot of action to go today. It's a 6-game day. And I hope you guys that are in Vegas are having fun in your room right now because you guys are all sat watching. And you guys can party a little bit harder than everyone else that was watching, I feel, at home. But, thanks everyone for tuning in. Of course, these things do happen in every manner of sport. And unfortunately, it's happening to us once again.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to be getting this fixed. They're obviously hard at work trying to get this done. And, Vulcan has to keep their heads in this game because it is the win to move past Counter Logic Gaming or to move into a tie with Counter Logic Gaming if they get this. Vulcan has been on a bit of a tear lately, right? They beat CLG the previous week, and I think they beat Dignitas as well. They have put up some impressive victories, and they haven't been able to overtake GGU of all teams right now, and they really have to make a move here.
And of course, the 3 games coming up later on, it will be Complexity Marn will be following this one. Rivington and Kobe will be joining you guys. Solo mid versus Dignitas. As we mentioned earlier on, that's the battle for second place right there. Of course, TSM could legitimately pass Dignitas. And would that be their first time into second place? No, because Dignitas lost, went 1 and 2 in the first week.
Dignitas started off 1 and 2 at the very start of the season, so they had to make the climb back right after that. Curse has been, only once have they not been in first place, so it's like the battle is actually kind of turning into a top 3. Then Vulcan and COG are kind of 4-5, and then the rest with Marn, Complexity, and GGU.
And then after that, it will be Curse versus CLG, which ironically is what both teams really consider themselves the rivals. You know, despite the fact CLG potentially could go to 5th place right now, Curse still considering them their main rivals. Of course, they have 3 members from CLG, so you would expect that. But mainly the fact that these guys actually have some pretty good records against each other.
Yeah, so Curse versus CLG, absolute passion going into that game, right? Like, it's a matter of elements, Voyboy, St. Vicious, old rivalries, right? Like, they talk about it like it wasn't much now, but back in the day, I'm sure those were tough things that happened. That was the introduction to League of Legends drama that a lot of these guys have had, or even the long-term fans. Like, they know all these stories. So those games, even if it's now a first-place team versus a fourth-place team, which is still crazy, no matter what, when those teams play, it's going to be good.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we always talk about it. They jokingly, they try and shrug it off jokingly now, but you know deep down, they're like, we have to win this game. I mean, even the likes of Aframu that comes onto it, he's going to have seen the situation from afar, so he knows exactly how it's developed, and he's going to see the likes of Hotshot on there and Chowster that have been around for forever in the game, and they're going to think, oh, God, we really need to win these. The pressure's on these guys, but the Curse guys, they've got so much. They really, I feel, and we talked about it when the Curse game was happening, the fire inside them. You know, having watched the Season 2 finals develop and seeing it from the sidelines effectively and having nothing they could do about it. They got knocked out by COG, of course, in that, for that place in the finals. So there's so much history between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and you talk to the COG guys nowadays, like at least the ones that have been there from the start, Hotshot, GG, and Chowster, like the 2 founding members that still remain on CLG. They're such a strange team because I was watching the Grilled interview with Chowster that he did a little while back, and they so accurately like identify their weaknesses, but they're still not quite there in fixing them. Like, they understand that yelling at each other, everyone like making their own decisions and everyone trying to be the loudest doesn't really work. So they've changed it in a sense. It's like everyone listen to Chowster. But then they take it one step too far, and these are like pretty much Chowster's words, right? If he's making all the calls, he's not getting fed the proper information. Because we've talked to like Crumbs on Dignitas, where everyone on Dignitas is feeding him the information so he can make the right decisions. Chowster wants to do that, but their communication in that way isn't quite there yet. So then since they're still playing every week in the LCS, they go to make some improvement, but then it goes and defaults back some other way, right? So their progression as a team still needs that time to gel. And then, even though we touched on it briefly in the pregame, bottom lane is different because that used to be Chowster double lift. Now it's double lift Aframu. Jungle's different because Hotshot moved from jungle to top. Top's different because Hotshot moved to top. Mid's different because Big Fat LP got changed. Like, that is 5 new positions on that team if you think about it that way. So, yes, the 8-10 record is disappointing and they are not happy with it. It's not too surprising when you look at the big picture of things.
Yeah, when you look at the whole picture, it's like, hey, we're a brand new team, guys. Let's see how this works. And you know, every team that gets the transfers, even after, in every real sport, you think of it, all the transfers they make, the trades between teams, trades you have in America, isn't it? Transfers in European soccer. God, I call it soccer. Good Lord. I've been in America too long. You know, when that happens, when you have a new superstar come in, they needed time to bed into the team, and nobody's really been given that. You know, you've got to hit the ground running in the LCS, and it's worked well for Curse. Obviously, they've had their transfers. They had Voyboy coming into that top lane. They had a lot of changes. They had a lot of problems because they had the likes of Solsei in there. They weren't too sure whether Westrice was going to stay in that top lane. They ended up, suddenly Voyboy got kicked out of CLG, which surprised everyone. They had that crazy triple trade that happened just around the Korean time. And it seems to have worked out. Curse are the ones that have benefited so much from it. We are about to get the game underway in a few short moments. I did see Mandatory Cloud just suicided to Baron. So hopefully things will be ready and waiting to go.
I don't think so, actually.
No?
I feel like we might have some more problems yet. We'll see how the officials decide to handle this one. These are new grounds for esports sometimes. Sometimes you have technical difficulties in these games, and we do have rules for this. We have like a 36-page rule book that's been published.
No, yeah.
You guys can go read all about it.
Big rule book.
Yeah, we'll get the word from production very soon what we decide to do with this one, but thanks a whole bunch for you guys that are sticking around here.
Yeah, and while we are sticking around, while we're talking about this, we've talked about the North American scene, we've talked about the European scene. I want to talk about the rest of the world.
All right.
The Chinese LCS, the CPL, I believe it's called, the China Pro League,
right,
I think is the exact name for it, has kicked off over there. We're currently seeing Invictus Gaming at the top of the league, actually. They did manage to beat our World Elite, the only team I feel that has actually beaten World Elite in a while. So what are we expecting from these teams? Obviously the Taipei Assassins as well. I guess we could talk about the Stars Wars League. World Elite just beating Taipei Assassins in that pretty convincingly. Is China the new power?
Well, it's one of those things like China back with the rest of the MOBA community has always been really good at MOBAs, and League of Legends has become a huge thing over there. They have just an absolutely crazy amount of players. IG and World Elite have been up there for a while, right? So, like, yes, World Elite was in Season 2. They finished, I believe, they lost out in the quarterfinals, right? So they hadn't been the powerhouses yet, but they're once the IPL 5 hit, and they crushed there. They hadn't lost a set against anyone until, like, the recent defeat they had against IG in that league. So, like, those two teams are so amazing, and it's like, it's because of the way they play with their aggression, right? They have the first 20 minutes of the game almost scripted out. Like, I would love to get a really good in-depth interview with, like, the coach of World Elite and how they prepare for games, because it's fascinating.
It's fascinating, and I remember IG as well. I think they were the first game of the Season 2 playoffs. They were, and it was crazy. They did that Corki Valkyrie over aggression. Everybody piled in. It was bonkers. I'm looking forward to, obviously, the Season 3 when these things all happen. Let's talk about the Azubu Assassins, they are now known. The Taipei Assassins, you may know them as the Season 2 champions. Of course, they're in the Garena Premier League. They have their sister team now as well, the Taipei Snipers. We're seeing a lot of these teams picking up sister teams. It seems to work well for these guys.
Yeah, and it's a matter of mistake going to the new team, right? It's a curious thing because during the Season 2 finals, a lot of people, like the pros outside, were saying Mistake is the weakest player on that team, is what they were saying. But Mistake was making the calls for that team, right? He was spending so much time tactically that his mechanics kind of had an approach. And I really wonder how the decision went for the Taipei, or now Azubu, Snipers and Assassins, because we have Mistake, who knows how to make players better. And they put him on the other team to coach them up. But because he had been coaching the Assassins for so long, in a sense, and making the calls, they probably felt comfortable playing without him and then would go for a more mechanical player and then just use kind of the knowledge that has been intaken with him or the increased coaching staff and just get by that way. So I really want to see how those two teams develop in particular.
And speaking of coaching staff, you can't talk about the Western world, the Eastern world, sorry, without talking about Korea. KT rolls to B, we saw fantastic MLG. Dallas, we've already seen Azubu. I keep calling them Azubu. CJ Entus Blaze actually picking up victory over CJ Entus Frost in the finals of the Intel Extreme Masters. So the Korean teams, of course, Najin, Sword1, OGN. So that's four different teams right there. They're all at the top of their game right now in the international scene. The OGN's going to be kicking off just next week, I think it is. There's going to be big things going on there as well.
Yeah, and managers are so key for those teams, right? Like, they're so developed in the StarCraft scene. They're so developed at practicing for the teams. And the culture over there is much more conducive to the players and the coaches, right? And actually, we have a feature that we've done on managers already that we can actually take a look at right now.
I definitely think that just because we moved in the house, we're getting a lot better. And just from practicing all together, just synergy just keeps getting better and better.
We're all in the same room, so it's easier getting everyone together.
There's a lot of teamwork, more communication.
We usually wake up at around like noon or 1.
I'm the one who always wakes up kind of early and notices the kitchen's a mess and like cleans it up.
I don't like to clean or anything, so I use disposable everything.
Zuna's like a walking sitcom.
Yeah, they always try and copy me whenever I do something funny, but they always fail.
I try to imitate it, but he always tells me I do it wrong.
Our house is pretty much every room just has a bed.
I don't think anyone would want to see Zuna or Ken's room. It's pretty ridiculously messy.
That's what happens when you come in the room with Zuna.
It'd be nice to have a sofa in the house. Like, without it, like, there's no place to nap. It's just a bed and laundry. Or my bedroom's right here. These came with the house, so don't judge me for it, but you could judge me for keeping them. We're going to my room. I got my Ginger over here staying with us for a few weeks.
I'll say we're definitely really close friends after moving in.
we all get along really well.
Playing with these 5 guys, it helped me realize that I made the right decision by moving out here. I'm having a lot of fun, but also, more importantly, I'm having fun doing something I love with like people I've become close to.
I definitely think doing this as a living, becoming a pro, playing games that you love, there's nothing better.
It's a pretty amazing experience. I get to meet a lot of people and they all enjoy the same thing as me.
I think in like 10 years, everyone will look back on this and hopefully it'll just be like esports is just like a casually accepted idea. But being in the beginning of it all, it's pretty crazy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that was a different video. That was Vulcan setting themselves up, and that's how they've made themselves comfortable here in Los Angeles. Of course, earlier on we asked you some questions, and it was for Twitter. Which item do you think has made the biggest impact on the LCS so far, and why? And here is what you said. So, Crumbs, straight away, we've talked about it already. The most impactful item, of course, has been the Vision Ward. Vision is power.
And I really want to see if it continues to progress and the game moves to a point where supports are starting with Vision Wards, because you already see some supports going with 1 or 2 Vision Wards, and they go more and more and more away from the pink wards. I mean, Elements a lot of times doesn't even get in the Sightstone. He's like, I just go pinks and greens until I need them. And we might see more of that with Vision Wards as Season 3 progresses.
Okay, we have another one here from Lewusham. Ranya Doman has been made the biggest impact. Interesting. Once an enemy has that, the AD carry has a whole new set of problems in the team fights, as do I do with the English language.
Yeah, and Doublelift was the most outspoken of the pros about the Randwin Zoman. It was actually just changed in the 3.04 patch as well. It's a 15% reduction instead of a 20% reduction now. Still a ridiculously good item, though.
And another response here from, oh, wow, okay. Likely unknown. Oh, okay. It was easier than it looked. Blade of the Rune King. It is diverse, good for picking off enemies, and good for focusing the strongest enemy in team fights.
Yeah, and I really want to see how the Blade of the Rune King progresses in builds as we move on, because some guys rush it. Like, I was watching Europe earlier in the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK game. Candy Panda was rushing the Blade of the Rune King, whereas other games, some people don't even have it in their 6-item builds, right? Like, every AD carry has a different thought on how the Blade of the Rune King goes.
Yeah, and everybody has their own opinion on sort of the AD carry, which they think would be the best item.
Yeah, so it's really a really good thing about items growing up. Randwin's Omen versus Blade of the Rune King, or Warmogs, right? Where do you build and why? So that'll be good. So thanks again for your responses, guys. We'd love to hear from you. So hit us up at LOL Esports with more questions with the hashtag LCS.
Yeah, and of course, we are waiting for the game to sort themselves out. Now, there has been a change, and unfortunately, I feel like we're back at Season 2 because, ladies and gentlemen, we're having a remake.
Well, this is slightly better circumstances in this situation because we know that this one's going to be able to happen. We're going to hear word of whether we're remaking the picks or bans or not. We are remaking the picks and bans, so same first pick as last time. Whole new slate. That game was very close at the time. GG was just mounting their reassault, so thank you very much. Same picks and bans. Spitting around the information.
Keeping you on your toes.
Keep it straight,
That's what they're doing.
They're in the picks and bans right now, so we will be getting into the game pretty soon.
So the question is, now that they got the same picks and bans, they saw what happened, they saw the fact they couldn't hold that top tower. Will they change up the tactics?
Sorry, could you ask that one again?
Well, if they're using the same picks, GGU pushed heavily so far. They had the Caitlyn Lulu. It's a strong pushing team. Do you think they're going to push again and maybe do the 2v2 this time, or are they going to try and switch things around?
Well, they did the 2v2 and they still lost the lane, right? So if anything, Vulcan would want to try to do 1v2s and at least get an immediate turret trade. But I think Vulcan was pretty happy with the way that happened, right? Zuna was getting a lot of farm. They managed to get a couple kills for them over pushing. They did give up the turret, but they managed to trade back soon enough. I don't think Vulcan would really have to make any strategic adjustments. They might just have to make reactive adjustments if GGU decides to do anything differently, because GGU came out of that early game in the deficit, and they're, if anything, they're the ones that want to make the change.
And let's look across the rest of the team. Of course, mid lane, Mandatory Cloud was winning out heavily against Inte, but also the junglers. Very different style of play between the two.
Yeah, it was a matter of Xmithy camping lanes and giving all the farm to Mandatory Cloud versus Nintendo X farming up a lot on Nasus. So if they decide to do the same thing or not, that's Xmithy's style, though. He over-ganks lanes. When they started winning after their own 5 and they went 3-0, he was our MVP of that week because of how much he ganked for Zuna's lane every single time he was doing that. Now Xmithy's just kind of camping all the lanes, but he's still not really concerned with his own farm or level of strength.
Well, you know what I'm glad to see with Vulcan? I'm glad to see they finally got tops sorted out. GGU, they do have tops, but they're not wearing them.
The shirts.
Actually,
they have Good Game University shirts.
I just saw it. Zion Spartan's got it underneath his shirt.
Might want to switch that around.
Might want to switch that around. Got to get yourselves out there. Get yourselves visible. You can see, look, tucked on the way under there. It's a white shirt with a GGU outfit on there. I can't speak today. What is it? My tongue is just not working. Murica. Yeah, Murica, is that what it is? Maybe that's why it is. We are about to get the game underway. It is loading up, and finally things will resume. It's going to be Good Game University versus Vulcan, and we are back live once again with a fresh restart. The first restart, I believe, in North American LCS history, and it would happen when I'm here.
Well, it is done. We are back into the game right here, and the interesting thing here is look at all, I don't know if I pointed this out in the first game, 4 people have started with the total biscuits, and they have 3 Explorer wards. So, like, if GGU wants to, they can litter the map with these wards and get absolutely every type of vision they want and really try to get the very early advantage on Vulcan.
Well, if you remember earlier on, Vulcan did go full on aggression. There you go, see straight away Bloodwater trying to get on towards Muffin Q. You might be able to hook on Don't Match Me if he went a few more steps. And this is what Vulcan did before. They wanted to get that ward round on the red buff. It seems to be what they're going to do, whereas it doesn't look like GGU have been able to get the wards down too close. They've just got that one Wraith ward.
Yeah, this is almost like a replay of what happened last time. They all did the same invade. I mean, it did work out for them last time, and maybe it's just like a game of chicken. We're not going to do the same thing twice. There's no way they'd invade our red and put a ward down, but they've done that. I feel like there's more wards out early this game. Like the Explorer wards for GGU are what's covering like the top triangle brush as well, but it doesn't look like GGU is using their early wards for any type of aggression. They're not that confident in their overall level 1, it seems, and they're happy and content just farming the minions.
Well, the cynical Brit Total Biscuit will be happy. He's got himself on the map 5 times picked up there. Let's see whether they help them out in the lanes and whether they chew the way through it. As it does seem, it's going to be GGU. You can see it starting out on the Wolves. Nintendo Dex will be there. He does realize they had that ward on the red, so he knows, will he change his pattern because of that? Jinte, with that ward early on, he's going to try and get that ward very deep on the Wolves. Thought about it, and they went, nope, not quite sure of the vision. I'm going to back away.
Yeah, that was a slight strange thing. I almost feel like Jinte was trying to stop Mandatory Cloud from getting like early Wraith experience. He doesn't want to get beaten to level 2, but instead Vulcan is just doing the regular 3-man. And actually, this is not regular whatsoever. ManCloud starting with a blue buff as far as I can tell, and Volibear is going to be doing without it. So they're taking last game strategy to an extreme.
Oh, I see. They're going to change. And it's going to be Zuna, Muff, and Cutie in the mid lane versus Jinte, and it's going to be Diana, like you mentioned, Mandatory Cloud with the blue buff going bottom versus a 2v1 lane of Don't Match Me and Bloodwater. Complete changes.
Yeah, it's like the same game, but completely different because everyone decided to do different things. Now, we'll see if they can shove down Jinte. Ryze is not a good 1v2. He cannot shove whatsoever, so if Vulcan, Zuna, and Muffin Cutie can get that lane into the turret, they can shut Jinte down. Mandatory Cloud, however, a much better 1v2. A lot of people actually run Diana in the side lane frequently, and since they already took 2 buffs, Xmithy wants to go in for a 3rd, and since they have the support mid, they outman them.
Outman them completely. Muffin Cutie going around their Nintendo Dex. This is inherent of a jungler. They get greedy. They want to get that smite. He's going to see if he can sneak in there, get that smite down. But the moment that ward went down from Muffin Cutie, he realized he was not going to work. How is he going to react to this one? Looks like he's going to try and run towards the opposition red, but it's already gone.
Yeah, 3 buffs to 1 for Vulcan. They win the level 1 engagement. They have the control, and that'll be hard for Nintendo because last game Xmithy spent all his time camping lanes anyway, and Nintendo Dex wanted the farm, but they've removed that accessibility of his own jungle, so Nintendo can't farm right now.
So how's this going to work out? You can see Jinte is actually fallen behind Mandatory Cloud. He is, of course, going to have that blue buff to help him pressure out there. And in terms of CS between the ADs, it's very much even. Will Mandatory Cloud be able to hold off this lane, though, of Don't Match Me and Bloodwater pushing?
Well, right now, since he had the blue buff, he can spam his Pale Cascade shield more and more in the bottom lane on Diana as he's getting pushed up a bit here. So Don't Match Me and Bloodwater will try to get as much damage on the bottom lane as possible, but here, Mandatory Cloud does have good wave clear thanks to the blue buff.
So the blue buff will be wearing off shortly. You can see he's about 2/3 through, and he's keeping the pressure on, and he's actually keeping farm up very nicely. It is also going to give Zuna a lot of free farm in this mid lane. Jinte will be able to keep them off this turret for quite a while. They're not really a strong pushing combo. He just seems to be so careful of that hook going to get thrown out there. Let's have a look towards the top lane. It is going to be, of course, Zion Spartan out farming Psycho Sid quite heavily so far, 28-15.
Yeah, and this is a much better showing for Zion Spartan than last time, because last time around this point, it was like 28-26, and then Psycho Sid turned it around with a gank. speak of the devil, here comes xMithy, and they might try yet another gank. I wonder if we'll see a repeat.
Yeah, you can see he wants to try and sneak in there. He's tippy-toeing, wants to get in towards that top lane. You can see Psycho Sid wants to keep the pressure on, keep the shove down. Smithy can try and sneak around. There is no ward in the tri-bush, but there is one in the river.
This does feel a little obvious from Psycho Sid. You can see that's why Zion Spartan is going back. Zion Spartan was winning the lane a whole bunch, and then immediately Psycho Sid wanted to push up and clear the wave. So they knew that was coming, and that's the reason that Zion Spartan didn't get baited like he did last time.
Meanwhile, Muffin Cutie's gone down the bottom. He's helping out Mandatory Cloud. Zuna feels he can hold that mid lane, and immediately the pressure comes out from GGU. They should put Nintendo Dex straight in that mid lane to try and shove him back a bit. They are going to possibly go aggressive here. You can see Muffin Cutie coming around. He wants to try and land the hook on Bloodwater. Not going to happen, though.
The thing is, it's just a regular 2v2 in that bottom lane, and it's no AD carry versus an AD carry. ManCloud doesn't have that solo lane advantage quite yet, so they have to be passive with that Thresh in the bottom lane as long as they keep Zuna in the mid.
We do see Nintendo Dex now. He's gone up towards the top. He's helping out up there, protecting off. 40-26, though, is the CS between the two. Zion Spartan starting to cream ahead of Psycho Sid, way, way ahead of him. And Psycho Sid had such a huge advantage in the first effort of this game. This surely spells good for Zion Spartan. He's going to go back. He's probably going to get himself a Tear of the Goddess right now. And that's a very early start for them. We already see Jintei with that Tear of the Goddess. There it is. And this is building up towards the same tactic, the same style, and it was working for them last time.
Yeah, just like last time where they had the lane advantage, they've gotten it once again, but this time they haven't had to deal with any gank kills, and they've gotten the turret much sooner this time. That 6-minute turret is very advantageous. There's been very little headway made mid lane for Vulcan trying to push that down as well, so this looks much better than last time for them.
Seems to be working out despite the fact they did have that big buff disadvantage. They are ahead in gold, of course. They've just taken down that first turret, and now Good Game University, they're rotating around. They're going down to Dragon.
And this is one of those early Dragons. I mean, the 5 to 10 minute window for Dragon is the most dangerous time. You take a lot of damage during that time, but the men they have in that area, they're instead using to just push mid, and Zuna needs the cavalry to come support him as the rest of his team collapses around.
Now trying to collapse down the river. You can see Psycho Sid heading straight down there. Vulcan, all 5 members now in this mid lane. Will they try and create anything? They've just spotted Don't Match Me in the top lane. That's immediately made them react that they want to get straight down towards that Dragon. But oh, that shock blast landing on Muffin Cutie and Zuna. That's a pressure. That's a lane pressure they've got to worry about later on.
And this could be a Dragon play for Vulcan. There's 2 people up top for GGU, so Vulcan doesn't reactively make a play here. They're going to lose another turret. No one's even up there. They either have to go for Dragon, push mid, or get someone top ASAP, because right now they're losing objectives.
Psycho Sid thought about going up there. He's hesitant, and that's surely going to be the turret gone. There's no way those two can be left alone. He's got a BF sword this time, so they're going to go for the Dragon. They can't even do that.
The indecision is so huge for Vulcan. Those are a bunch of level 4s going for Dragon, and the poke from Jason's Shock Blast would be too much for them to hold this off, so they really just tap their toes for too long, and they're losing the top turret most likely.
And that's going to be a 2-0 advantage for GGU in turrets, and really a big gold swing already starting to build up. There's the turret about to go down, so GGU with a big advantage in this second remake game, which kind of, it feels justified, I think, because it felt like they were definitely getting a big bit of momentum going in the first game.
They were already on the swing back. They were down in gold, but they just pulled off a thing. And the fact that Vulcan is the team that kind of experienced the bug and probably felt like they were ahead in the last game, I wonder if they're keeping together here. Now they're trying to collapse down on GGU in the top lane, but they have started to fall apart in this game, even though it's only 8 minutes in and no deaths. This is much, much worse than they were performing last game.
I tell you what, Zuna, I was expecting a flash engage from Jintei there, who was already poked down a fair bit, and it certainly could have gone for it if they knew they had such a clear shot at him. They almost certainly would have gone for it. Nintendo Dex comes in, gets that Spirit Fire down. Jintei going to quit happily farming, and Jintei is up on the farm with ManCloud. He's keeping up. Remember, it was a massive disadvantage last time, 20-30 CS difference, but they are keeping on them. We do see here the pings going down, xMithy taken low, and now GGU coming in for Dragon.
GGU seems one step ahead, but we could see the collapse here. Like, Nintendo Dex is getting quite low. He would have his ultimate if they want it, but this would be a moment for Vulcan to take back some control of the game, maybe peel some low health members off the Dragon, at least getting close.
The Dragon still being tanked up here. It's GGU that goes in for a Muffin Cutie. Here's the first blood that goes down. It's Jintei that picks it up. Mandatory Cloud goes aggressive on towards them. Psycho Sid trying to get on towards Bloodwater. It is. He repels through. He's onto Bloodwater. One more Q will surely do it. You can see Nintendo Dex taken down low. There it is. Double kill for Psycho Sid. And now Don't Match Me heading away from that one. It's a 2-for-2 exchange, though. no advantages really between either team.
The big thing is, though, is the support and the jungler for Vulcan that died, which means Psycho Sidon at least got both of those kills, which will power him up quite a lot. Not too huge an advantage game, though, because Zion Spartan plus Jinte, the two carries for Good Game University, picked up the kills as well. Nobody got the Dragon, but Vulcan did prove that they can fight with them.
We did see Zuna also stealing away the red buff. Zion Spartan putting a good chunk of damage down. You're going to see Psycho Sid collapsing on front of him. The Cocoon's going to surely go out, but he gets flashed out of there. He headbutts one away, but he gets flipped straight back into the rappel. He's going to go down there. A nice turnaround from Vulcan.
Gotta say, most people do those flash flip Volibears. Gets the surprise attack, really allowed him to close onto Zion Spartan there. And the kill advantage finally falling to Vulcan. It's Psycho Sid now who's actually making the majority of the plays. He didn't have the best laning phase against Zion Spartan, but his roaming phase right now is very strong. And because they know Jace is dead right now, because Xmithy has all of their ultimates up, everyone on Vulcan with their ultimates, they're going straight for this Dragon. GGU trying to push mid instead.
Yeah, you can see the tower's getting some damage down. It's going to be the Dragon for Vulcan, almost certainly. Can GGU put pressure on towards it? They've taken that turret already down to a third health, and now Vulcan are going to come in from the side. They're going to immediately collapse back up the river, so they can't quite make it 3-0 in turrets. And that gold advantage has decreased a little bit. Nintendo Dex has been caught out. He gets flipped back into Vulcan. It's Muffin Cutie that picks up the kill.
The resiliency of Vulcan is one of the reasons they've been able to pull back from 0 to 5 to 7 and 10. And the same thing is evidenced in this game. They were down 2 turrets after a restart that they thought they were winning in a game before. But like true professionals here, they're coming back strong. Got the kill. Now they're looking for that mid turret.
Piling straight in there. There's nothing that GGU can do about this one. They can see that Don't Mash Me is on the top lane. It is going to be the mid turret going down for Vulcan. They're not going to press through a field. Yeah, they are just going to back away from that one. Don't Mash Me just trying to keep out the farm, trying to keep going. He has built up an advantage this time around. 101 CS to 73 over Cogmore. That's a good advantage. Both got two assists as well. But nevertheless, it is a big difference for Psycho Sid this time around.
And just because of the way that Vulcan has turned this game around, I feel like they're capable of buying themselves a lot of time. Yes, GGU is forcing down really hard, but Vulcan has proven time and again they know how to take games late as this turret is getting pushed down hard.
They're going to go for this one, and there's nothing they can do about it. Mandatory Cloud's not there. The flip may come in, although Zion Spartan hammers him away into a cupcake as well. Zuna takes the pressure now. The turret does go down. Will they continue through this one? I feel they won't, but Mandatory Cloud, he is well away from this one. He's continuing farming bottom.
Yeah, he had so much more free farming time in the first game. He's just trying to get back to that point. Split pushing the bottom lane with Diana. She is such a good side lane shover in these situations. That last turret was lost because Psycho Sid was also trying to push the side lane. So this is definitely a much more action-packed game than the last one.
Keeping the pressure on. They want to keep the action going. And that bottom lane is going to get cleared out. Don't Mash Me coming back down there. He's keeping the CS flowing ahead of Zuna. And as I talked about, Mandatory Cloud sticking around in that bush. He's thinking about it. He's contemplating it. Can he go 1v1?
He really, really wants to. The Seeker's Arm Guard would give him a slight edge. Don't Mash Me doesn't have the items yet, but he kind of smelled it, I think, down in the bottom lane. You can see Don't Mash Me turtling in his turret. Mandatory Cloud ever so patient, really hoping Don't Mash Me forgets that Dino's down there. He's like, there's no way Mandatory Cloud will wait down this long. He could land it and go.
He could well land it. He has gone. He goes straight in towards him. The Ignite goes down. The Cleanse comes out. Mandatory Cloud, will he flash in? He goes in the ultimate. He does get it, and he gets the kill. And wow. And now we're going to see the top lane. Psycho Sid goes in, repels in towards Zion Spartan. Here comes Smithy, and now he's got a real problem. There's a big angry bear flipping you backwards. Psycho Sid gets hammered away, and that's going to be a finish from Smithy.
1-2 punch from Vulcan. ManCloud gets bottom lane, Sid gets the top lane. The solo lanes are really performing for them right now, and the pressure has completely flipped from about 6 minutes ago when GGU looked to be in total control. Now they're losing their turrets, they're losing their jungle, and they're losing their players.
The irony is, at 13 minutes 30, it's the exact same kill score, 6-2.
Is it really?
And it is Vulcan still back in that lead, and this time, though, it doesn't look like GGU have had the chance, had the time to pull together and get that poke comp working. Remember, it started to transfer when they had 5 men together. Vulcan are being clever here. They're not letting them clump together. They're keeping the pressure on top and bottom, and that is another turret going down. 3-2 in turrets with GGU with the advantage.
And check out that lane where they just killed the top turret. There's 3 wards around where the blue buff would be, and they're just not relenting pressure in that area. When they got poked down, it was Zion Spartan's blue buff that really mattered on Jace. If Vulcan can successfully deny that, they don't have to worry about it nearly as much.
So Diana again farming down bottom. Mandatory Cloud. I don't think this time Don't Mash Me is going to fall for it. He nearly got caught out as well. Looks like he's going for an Infinity Edge here on Caitlyn. Meanwhile, it looks like Zuna's doing the exact same as well. He's just saving up to get that BF sword. But this is the poke. This is what GGU started to do so well in Game 1.
Yeah, so Zion Spartan has the full mana pool. He could get off a large amount of Shock Blast in this next push, but it's a matter of the frequency not coming as big, and Xmithy doesn't want to wait around this time. Here they go.
Straight flash in, Don't Match Me drops before we can even see it, and now they're getting on towards Jintei, and Zuna gets very loud. He wants to get onto this one. He picks up the double kill. Can they catch on towards Bloodwater? The Cocoon will be ready. Oh, that's going to be a flash from Smithy. He's going to get him killed off, though, but Bloodwater will be the focus. I'm not too sure if you needed to go for it, but doesn't matter. It's a triple kill for Zuna.
They did not wait around in that situation. They knew the result of the poke, and it sucked, so they went in right away. Triple kill is huge for them. Oh my God, Muffin Cutie almost dies, and they're still pushing.
They're still pushing. They want to get some damage on towards this inner turret. They've taken about half of it, and they're going to back away from this one. They realize the Shock Blast will be continuing out from Zion Spartan as he tries to pursue, but he's not going to be able to take anything from this one. And another great turnaround for Vulcan. They now have a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and 2,600 gold is on Zuna right now. Look out, his Kog'Maw is going to be reeling. Coming into this week, Zuna, most kills in the LCS. Picking up that triple is doing some good things for his cause. This looks like, you know, Vulcan, a new Vulcan after the start of this game. They were down 2,000 or 3,000 gold, now they're up 2.
Yeah, we thought, thought maybe they hadn't collected themselves after that problem. Thought maybe they fell in on themselves. But
they probably hadn't, right? They probably hadn't collected themselves that much, but during the game, they made the adjustment.
They made the adjustment, and they thought, guys, we are in this to win it. We could go 4th place in the LCS here, right with this match, and that is a big, big difference. Of course, we are in week 7 right now. Big games starting to come up. This is getting close. There's only 10 weeks in the split of the LCS. These positions are going to be huge when it comes down to the promotion relegation games, or the up-down matches, as you like to call them in America. But right now, it looks like Vulcan thinking of starting off the Dragon there. The rest of the team are collapsing in, and I think they're going to take this one.
Yeah, Zion Spartan is in the base right now, so unless a miraculous steal were to come through, Vulcan gets this one. All the while, Mandatory Cloud is split pushing that side lane. I want to mention he went for Zhonya's Hourglass this game instead of an Abyssal Scepter. He was getting crushed by the physical damage poke from Zion Spartan, and he's made the adaptation.
He's made the adaptation. He's going to try and take this turret. Smith is going to join him. We do see Zion Spartan heading that way, but he doesn't want to get involved. Will Smithy stay in that bush? Yes, he will. You bet your boots on it, and it's going to be Zion Spartan showing himself down the bottom. Will they try and collapse on him? Meanwhile, there's 4 members of GGU in that mid lane. They were trying to force back, but remember, most of the poke was coming out from Zion Spartan before.
And does he have the blue buff right now, or has it been passed away to someone else? No, he's just got the red. So the blue buff has been successfully denied mostly from Vulcan, and without that, the poke isn't nearly as powerful. They're waiting for him. And Vulcan's patience, actually, despite aggressing at exactly the right moments, just their timing in general has been so good this game.
So we see all members of Vulcan going back to buy. Let's see what juicy items they can pick up. We do see Psycho Sid also heading the top. Meanwhile, Smithy taking away the golems from Zion Spartan. I don't think he's going to allow him to do that. Yeah, Shock Blast in the backside to singe the fur as he backs off. So what do we have across the items? 145 CS to 121, both Infinity Edges built on these AD carries. And honestly, to me, Zuna is in a much better position than he was last game.
Absolutely. He was behind Don't Match Me, but this time he's really gotten rolling. Instead of the assists, he's getting the kills this time, and also, he's really not that far behind in the lane. You look at the mid lane as well, they've still done the farm transfer from ManCloud to Xmithy, where Xmithy is literally just the flash initiate from the bear, and they're letting Mandatory Cloud do the rest. It's a great situation for them to be in, because that's just Vulcan's sweet spot. I don't know how many times we can call Mandatory Cloud underrated before he becomes appropriately rated, but he is an underrated mid laner for the most part.
Underrated for the rest of the world, certainly not between the people that see him play every time. As it is, Psycho Sid ready and waiting, just waiting in the wings to see if Don't Match Me is going to go aggressive. Anyone pass towards that blue buff, and Mandatory Cloud does steal away the blue buff, so again, they've had some great control over all those spells right now, keeping all the resources hogged away in towards Vulcan territory. And now we see a 5 5-man push coming up in towards this mid lane. Will the hook come out from Muffin Cutie on towards Zion Spartan? We're going to see he's going to come around there, throws out the lantern. Nobody's going to take it yet. The ace in the hole comes out towards Zuna. It's Psycho Sid to go towards Jintei. Psycho Sid taken very low. Jintei maybe able to try and turn this one back around. Smithy's going to get taken out, and he gets dropped. It's Jintei that picks up the kill. The slow coming out just at the right time, and they managed to disengage very well from this one.
Yeah, and they took a lot of poke in that turret, but the Wither catches Mandatory Cloud. They might just keep fighting.
They might keep fighting. Psycho Sid and Zuna can't do anything about this one. Uses the Zony's Hourglass, tries to turn the aggression back around. Instead, they stick around too long. Zion Spartan comes up. He farms himself 2 kills. And there goes another one down. Don't match me picking that kill up. Jintei did go down in the meantime. Muffin Cutie caught out in no man's land. Zion Spartan's going to chase this one down.
It's just a matter of time until Muffin Cutie runs away from this one. It should stall long enough for Vulcan to get back in here, but what a huge fight for GGU.
He tries to flash, tries to ignite him, tries to do anything he can. Instead, he just walks in towards the tower and says, just make this go over with quickly. Don't match me in the meantime. He's going to put pressure on the top lane.
And this is GGU just ripping it around once again. They got so much poke down at Vulcan outside of that turret during the siege and really initiated at just the right time. I think the Lulu ult onto Jintei's rise was exquisitely timed. It really allowed them to keep that fight going on. And all the patience and time that Vulcan had spent getting the lead in the whole game wasn't there in that situation. GGU just took it from them.
Absolutely thrown away. That's the question. Will it be that? That's how they read it? Who knows? It's 1,000 gold just between the teams. 3-3 in turrets, and Mandatory Cloud picking back up his own blue buff, having to just stole away the opposition's a moment ago, but that's been gifted back across to GGU. And now GGU, they're going for the invade. They're coming in towards it. They see Zuna, they see Smithy. Well, they go for it. They have no vision. They have no idea what's going to be around there. All they know is Mandatory Cloud is a long way down the bottom without teleport, and they're going aggressive. They're going to start poking.
All the kills that Zion Spartan picked up in that last fight, and the fact that his mana immune is turned itself into a Muramana, so if they do get the fights, his strength is absolutely there. Poke round 3 for GGU. Vulcan will not sit around too long and let themselves get poked, so either GGU gets a fight right now, Vulcan has to go in.
Yeah, they just spotted, they got the ward just in the bush off the bottom of the screen there, so they saw Mandatory Cloud and Psycho Sid. They were ready to maybe try and pounce on that one instead. It's a good bit of maneuvering between the two, but it seems like we're back in the same situation here, Jack. They're back poking on the inner mid turret.
Yeah, the gold is still 800. The fight will be incredibly close. Muffin Cutie actually went back and shopped right now, so Vulcan is at mercy to at least one volley of poke. They can't take much damage here because they're going to want to go in on the next creep wave, which is about 20 seconds away. It's all about where Mandatory Cloud gets its initiation, and if X-Smithy can flash, Volibear flip the right target coming into this one. Jintei was a huge issue in the last fight, and they got to make sure they control him.
That poke keeps coming. It keeps on coming. Zion Spartan just drilling in those shock blasts in towards it. The Piltover Peacemakers flashing over. The Spirit Fire's hitting on there. It's Muffin Cutie again has to take the front line. Lantern thrown out there. They wanted to get a flash flick in there, but it wasn't quite to be. Psycho Sid misses the cocoon as well. The disengage now, and GGU turning against the Muffin Cutie. He's going to get caught out. He gets down. It's Bloodwater that picks up the kill. Ace in the hole on Zuna. Nothing there to block it. The shock blast comes in the back. Nintendo next takes him down with the Spirit Fire. Nicely sniped off there, and now it's a 5-on-3.
GGU has gotten so much better at dealing with this initiation. They peeled back perfectly, poke right back. They know how to run poke comps. They should do this more often. 5v3, they keep pushing.
Oh my word! That's going to be a completely melted. Don't match me, but Nintendo next. He's tanking the turret. He's going to go down. It's a double kill for Mandatory Cloud, but they're going on towards the turret. Jintei's going to take a shot from the turret. Mandatory Cloud's not going to be able to turn this one around, but suddenly they pick up 2 kills from nothing.
I gotta stop cursing GGU right there. It's like, they got 5v3, they're gonna go, oh my goodness, Don't Match Me just got disappeared. He got eaten by a giant spider in that situation. Completely back around. Like, the poke back and forth is even again. That's a 2v2. They didn't even get the turret. Everything looked so promising, but wow, Vulcan still had a burst that they hadn't used in the previous fight.
Absolutely mashed, I think, is the phrase that you could have used there, as Psycho Sid sunk his fangs in and quickly taken down. And that just showed that he kind of needs a little bit of hit points maybe, because if he gets caught out by Psycho Sid, that is going to be a heck of a lot of damage going down. Zuna's going to work down this Dragon along with Mandatory Cloud, so that's going to give them the gold advantage. 1,000 swing just between the two teams, and it's Vulcan with the advantage once again. 11-12, incredibly close game. This was 9-3 at one point to Vulcan. So GGU definitely worked their way back into this one, but again, they seem to be the team on the defense again.
This has been really an awesome game, and if we look how much poke GGU tried to do in that mid turret. They actually didn't get much turret damage. They were so worried about the disengaging and the fighting that they didn't pull off their eventual objectives. The turrets are still 3 for 3. Vulcan is still grouping up. Clearly, if Vulcan gets a target initiation they want, they win. It's just a matter of GGU's disengage, and they want this blue.
Oh, Smithy tried to get in, and that's the exact same problem that he saw Diamond Prox receive when he tried to play the bear against the Rise. Rune Prison, boom. What are you growling at?
Yeah, and he needs his flash to initiate. It's going to be another 2 to 3 minutes before Xmithy can get through to the targets he wants. The good thing is, though, GGU was feared off enough, mainly because Zion Spartan had low mana, that they could control that blue buff. That will limit GGU's poke quite a bit, and really Vulcan has just got to keep their lanes pushed, and they have to find the right situations to initiate. But this is a very, very close game. I cannot stress that enough.
Very close indeed. So let's see how it transcends and see if it develops. We do see the Oracle from Bloodwater. He's clearing out the wards around that Baron Bush, trying to keep vision in the river. And I don't think they're going to get Baron. They're not going to go for it. They're just trying to clear out and pick up any advantages they can. And the ward, also the Oracle on Muffin Cutie as well, so he wants to do the same. He just didn't have his team around there. Zion Spartan don't match me. Got to be careful they don't stand on that cupcake. Actually, it's their own cupcake, so they can stand on it if they like, but they don't want to go for it. Cocoon does land on Bloodwater. Oh, and Xmithy tries to go in, but look at that! He can't take the damage. Don't Match Me takes him down already. He gets mashed once again. Zonya's hourglass from Mandatory Cloud. Mandatory Cloud gets melted by Don't Match Me. Zuna goes down to Don't Match Me. He's on for the pentakill right now. He's chasing on towards Psycho Sid. Where's the shot's going to go? He's going to go towards it. Zion Spartan picks up the kill. Don't Match Me picks up the quadra kill, and it's a perfect ace for GGU.
5 for 0. They disengaged just right. They blew up Xmithy before he could do a thing, and then indecision was the name of the game for Vulcan. They couldn't decide if they wanted to fight or flee, and they chose wrong. 5 deaths. This is going to be the Baron for GGU as well.
It's going to be a well-controlled aggro on the Baron as well, because everybody's low on health. They're having to adjust and wait for the right time to make sure they get it. And there we go. GGU back away. They've got chunks of gold. It's a 6-2-10 Zion Spartan right now. He's doing tons of damage, as it were. Don't Match Me, meanwhile, he's on 5-3-6. He just picked up the quadra kill. That's put him massive advantage over Zuna right now. 2,000 gold picked up in his wallet that he's taken from Zuna's pocket.
And look at this poor Baron in the top lane. Yes, Xmithy sacrificed so much farm to Mandatory Cloud, but what does that mean in the grand scheme of things? He couldn't even participate in that last fight. It was a 4v5 because Xmithy got just destroyed before anything happened. That's why he was split pushing that side lane. He realized he had to get at least a few items, otherwise GGU would roll over them. Now, this is the really hard poke to defend from because they haven't been able to initiate the last fight. That was before the Baron, and GGU will happily just poke them out of the turrets.
It seems to me that unless Psycho Sid lands that cocoon, they can't engage. Psycho Sid's tried to run in twice now, and twice Jintei has just said, bump, Ruining Prison, and just everybody focused him, popped him. He can't get in there, so how are they going to engage this next fight?
Vulcan might have to rely on pick potential. They have the stun from Elise or the hook from Muffin Cutie. If they land one, they might go. But GGU has the wards right now, and Vulcan doesn't have the money to clear them, that they are pretty good at staying free from these things. It's still going to be a matter of catching them, though. GGU has the time of the poke. They have the Shock Blast coming through. They have the Baron buff, the health and mana regen that offers them, and Vulcan really has to get these things off. It's just not easy.
And Zuna keeps getting caught out by that Shock Blast. He's going to be Bloodwater hooked in there. They put a lot of damage down onto him, but really not enough to really worry them. And again, the poke keeps on coming back. Every time Zion Spartan has that reset cooldown, he does manage to put the Shock Blast, and it's finding the target. Zuna now down to a 3rd health already. He can't stand and fight this one. He's had to go back to the fountain while the rest of Vulcan try and hold off.
So they have gotten half of the Baron buff duration worn out on GGU, but this turret still hasn't actually taken much damage. I wonder how fast Zuna can make it back. They have the red elixir. That turret took a whole chunk from that one, and the pick spells are not landing for Vulcan. They are slowly losing this turret and taking harassment.
Taking harassment, Mandatory Cloud stands on that trap, tries to get it cleared out. Ace in the hole comes down, finds his mark as well. It's Mandatory Cloud that took it, and Zuna trying to use that ultimate, trying to keep them poking, but they're just the regen from that Baron. They've realized they have to give it up, and that's going to be the turret for GGU. It's going to make it 4-3 in turrets. Oh, Smithy! Ooh.
And now it's just another one of these situations. Can they get back to defend this turret fast enough? Because the Baron is still up, and there's no reason for GGU to not keep going until someone might get caught.
They do finally go in. The Fangs get sank in. He repels away, tries to take some damage. Muffin Cutie tries to get the box down. Gets a good slow, but it's Don't Mash Me taking down Muffin Cutie. Nintendo Next has been dropped. A great Zonya's Hourglass coming out from Mandatory Cloud. But look at the damage from Don't Mash Me. Just ping, ping, ping. He's going down. Smithy, though, Jintai caught out with a cocoon, but still, they can tank up the turret, and that's going to be an inhibitor turret going down. You cannot push onto a Baron team.
The regeneration from that buff is just keeping them alive. Zuna trying his best to keep the creeps back, but that inhibitor is gone. Home guard boots from Mandatory Cloud may not be enough. Vulcan tried to repel, but that is a very successful push from GGU.
Can they try and chase it out? Is there any advantage they can get? They realize that Don't Match Me, he snuck through. Blue buff wasn't there. It's going to be up in just a few moments, actually. Dragon will be up in 1 second, but that's not really what they're looking towards. They may try and push piles down mid here, Vulcan.
And they know that Good Game University is probably going back after this one, but the Baron buff is out in about 10 seconds. They see Don't Match Me is actually bottom as well, so this would be the moment for them to try to make something happen. It's also smart to push down mid lane because it delays the super creeps from getting into their own base. So
they get
a good
one
play.
wave down. That's nicely done from them. And that is going to be the inner turret going down, the first inner turret that Vulcan have managed to take. So that keeps it at 4 on 5 in terms of turrets. That's 1,000 gold difference. Sorry, 4,000 gold difference, not even close to 1,000 gold. 17-13 kills for GGU. And this poke comp, it's getting back in there. It's been a very back and forth game so far. If you've missed it, this is actually a remake what we've gone through, and it's actually falling the same way as before.
Yep, Vulcan had the edge where they looked like a lot of good things would happen. Then a fight went the wrong way in the mid lane, and GGU was cruising it off. I feel like both of these teams have actually adapted admirably to the fact that they had to do a remake, and this game has been amazing. Vulcan takes the Dragon, and I mean, it's still undecided.
Still undecided, 4,000 gold, and the longer the game goes on, the more the teams build up the items. Remember, of course, Zuna, he's going to get stronger and stronger if he manages to keep getting those items, but Don't Mash Me, we saw the power that he had, and now Mandatory Cloud, he's been caught out, and look at that, it's a 4-man pylon. He uses the Zonya's Hourglass, but really, it's a matter of nothing, but look how much he did to Don't Mash Me in a 4-on-1 there. That's quite a lot of damage. It did take him below half health there. The rest of the team, maybe everyone can get on him. If they can take him down, that's a lot of damage taken away from GGU.
But that shows why it's even more important that they killed Mandatory Cloud right there, because they have the 35-second death timer, and they know the inhibitor window is already down. So if they get more damage onto this next turret in the next 31 seconds, it will be amazing for them.
Oh, wow, look at that. Trying to throw the shield towards Zuna to keep anything away from him there. But Muffin Cutie realizes that Zuna's gone back now, and so does GGU. They pile on towards Psycho Sid, and again, the damage. Once they get that focus on, they seem to just murder them, and they're going to get on towards that turret. The turret's going to go down. There's another inhibitor turret down now. No, didn't quite finish it off. Zuna gets back in time to clear it.
And Mandatory Cloud will res as well, plus with the home guard boots, that means they've defended that. They've lost their blue buff, but they escaped with a sliver of health and all of that. They're kind of out of the woods. Vulcan really just has to stop making mistakes, and they do not want to get caught out of position.
There's a big wave in the top lane, pressuring on towards the inner turret as well. So Muffin Cutie is going to go up there, but it's going to go down, and that's another turret gain for GGU, 7-4 now.
Yeah, and the lead that Don't Mash Me has put himself over Zuna with is really exploding right here. You can already see a full Blade of the Rune King up, but that's 2,600 gold more than Zuna right now. So Caitlyn really sitting at the back and being a huge pain. And just because Zion Spartan is so successful on Jace as well, with that 2,000 gold lead over Psycho Sid, it's like they got almost a double 80 carry. So when they're sieging turrets, they kill them that much faster. If they're able to kite back properly, it's now 280 carries that they're protecting for. So this is very, very good for them as we approach the next Baron spot.
It does seem that GGU coming in, they've got their oracles, of course, and starting to ward out for it. And if they were to set up for this fight, bearing in mind, GGU want to poke, they're trying to poke, but if Vulcan were to catch them, get in there, getting close, surely they still have a chance.
I actually wonder if GGU needs to poke anymore, or if they're strong enough in a straight-up fight, but just surprising everyone, Zion Spartan backdoored that back thing, and now they could get the second inhibitor down. Again, Vulcan is stuck.
Caught out of position, it seems, and now that inhibitor's going to go down. Vulcan trying to back away. They're flashing. They go for Jintei. Is it going to be enough? The wild growth comes down. Jintei will go down. Smithy almost gets dropped there. They do manage to get one kill, but they've lost an inhibitor, and now they're losing a Nexus turret. Look at that bang chunk.
That's the double 80 carry. Zion Spartan coming in, so he wants to get away, but this death will probably give a Baron for GGU.
Yeah, they're all piling back on there. Zion Spartan just running to the fountain. In fact, he's going to run around the Nexus. He's going to try and keep them busy. They've realized it. They're going to head back towards Baron. He's actually may turn it around. He may get the aggression on towards Zuna. Tries to put it down, and now they're going to get on towards Baron. Can they get there quick enough?
Well, there's already 2 down for GGU. They might go for a steal. They got the ward over, but that's the Baron, and Vulcan would want to fight this, but they just can't make it.
They can't get there quick enough, and now that's 2 inhibitors down, 2 lanes of super minions. There's a giant creep wave as well heading in towards the top that they have to get up there and defend.
Yeah, and this is just so difficult against a Jace who, really, this is only some elements of a poke comp for GGU, but because they have enough of them, it's acting like a poke comp for them in this game. And since they've gotten 9 buildings down, they're right at home. They can just avoid a fight as long as they fight in this inside the base of Vulcan. They're never in real danger of losing this game as long as they keep fighting in the rest of the base. So one inhibitor is back up, but the other one's down, and Vulcan can't leave their base because there's double 80 carry potential for backdooring.
What a bonus this would be for GGU, sitting at currently 3-11 in the LCS. It would be a great advantage, a great pick-me-up, I think, for them to pick up another win.
Yeah, and what is it about Vulcan for GGU? They've beaten them twice already. The fact that a 3-12 team, now soon to be a 4-12 team if they take this one home, would have 3 of their wins against Vulcan is just absolutely crazy. Vulcan's got some kind of block against these guys maybe because this was a close game. Vulcan looked like they had control of it, but they just lost those couple big fights in the mid-game, and now they really have to make a recovery.
See, Mandatory Cloud, he's the man that's not been able to get into those fights. We saw the damage from Psycho Sid. Once he got into Don't Mash Me in that one fight, absolutely melted him. But he can't get close right now, can't get anywhere near them. And the positioning, Jintai's been the one. He's kind of been used as the tank. He's running into the middle, Wild Growth's going down, and he's just standing there saying, hit me, because I know Zion Spartan and Don't Mash Me are going to do the work.
Yeah, it's just acceleration gate, flash in, and he just goes for it. He's got a pretty tanky Rise build as well. He's got the Seraph's Embrace already with the Abyssal Scepter, so he's got, with his, how much mana is that he's got? 3,000 mana? The Seraph's Embrace shield is absolutely massive for him when he jumps in there, since it's based off of his current mana when he throws that up. And this is just Vulcan trying to defend this home base, but 3 people on GGU have the Baron buff, and they might just go for the 3rd outer turret as well, so don't know what Vulcan's going to do to hold this one off. They need to initiate hard.
Well, the Twin Shadows coming out there. Didn't see who it was. It was coming out of... Oh, Bloodwater's got it. Bloodwater's got it. Okay, so they're going to go in towards this final inhibitor. They're going to keep the poke down. And you see Muffin Cutie, he wanted to land the hook there. The Cocoon misses as well. So that's really all they've got. They're going to try and throw out as much initiation. This time, Mandatory Cloud, he was sitting way at the back. He didn't want to get caught out this time. Ace in the hole is going to land on him, though. Tries to shield it out, but it still does a heck of a lot of damage. Super Minions pushing around towards the backside as well. And the inhibitor is not going to be able to survive. Muffin Cutie taking a heck of a lot of burst from Jintai.
And that inhibitor is just getting lower and lower. Vulcan wants to fight, but they're too low to fight. They really do not have good plays to make right now. GGU calculated, methodical play, rolling through the base.
Rolling on through. There's only one Nexus turret, remember. It was all been taken down, and it was Zion Spartan doing the work there. There's the final inhibitor turret of the game going down. Just one turret stands in the Vulcan base right now. Vulcan really up against it here.
And the Baron regen still kicking on Don't Mash Me. Look at his items as well. Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruined King, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper will destroy. This is going to be Vulcan's last-ditch initiation. They pretty much have to fight, even if it seems like they'll get ace.
Just a couple of shots there, though, from Zuna landing onto Don't Mash Me. Did do a lot of damage. If he can get a clear run at him, it would actually take him down. But look at that, straight away. Just lifesteal, no probs.
Too much power right now from GGU. That 3rd inhibitor is up, but the Nexus can't defend against Super Minions. There's the fight.
He's gone in. Mandatory Cloud tries to bait it in there again with that Zhonya's Hourglass, but they can't get the targets right. And it is going to be Nintendo Dex pushing through. That's Don't Mash Me. Picks up 1, picks up 2. Zion Spartan picks up another, and it's another kill for Don't Mash Me. And Zion Spartan gets himself a double as well. That's going to be the inhibitor. That's going to be the Nexus, and that is the game once again for Good Game University taking down Vulcan. Their dream of 4th place is dashed by GGU once again.
And that's the 3rd win they've picked up against Vulcan. They really stuck together. That's not an easy one to win when you have to go through a restart, but they really stuck together in that one. They poked right, they team fought properly. It's their 4th win of the year.
a fantastic result as well. Zion Spartan 9-3-14 there. Really worked wonders against Psycho Sid. 8-3-10 as well for Don't Mash Me on Caitlyn. Really being set up, but you got to give it to Jinte. He was the man. He was the tank that was piling forward, flashing in there. The wild growth coming out from Bloodwater. A fantastic team effort in that poke comp. Sort of mixed poke comp as well.
Yeah, and you don't expect a 2-4-15 Rise to be like, man, that guy played really well.
Yeah.
He was having to go up against Mandatory Cloud, who was getting gifted farm from the jungle. But as a team, which has been one of their big struggles, is actually playing as a team, they performed admirably.
Well, really, it was the big play that happened, and it was the ace in the mid lane. Let's take a look at that, the replay, of course, where they did get the full-on ace.
Yeah, and this was a matter, watch Xmithy, he doesn't get to participate. They bursted him down too fast, and they didn't let his passive take into account. And then you can see Vulcan tried to initiate after that, but GGU disengaged well, and since Vulcan kept fighting, Psycho Sid was already running kind of like back and forth, thinking they'd already lost, but because he stayed around so long, they got dropped anyway, and this was just a stomp for GGU when they finished that fight.
And he tried to get rappelled down, tried to get on towards Jinte, but no, everybody was ready and waiting for him the moment he landed. The Ignite wasn't quite enough. Fantastic performance, and well, GGU go 4-11 finally in this one, and Vulcan, unfortunately for them, no fourth place. COG get a reprieve. They do stay there for a little bit longer, of course. When we come back, it is going to be chatting with Bloodwater and Don't Mash Me from GGU. It's going to be the duo pairing in the bottom lane, and then Kobe will be joining us to dissect some of the key plays of the day. Don't go anywhere. There's tons more coming right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on the interview couch, and I'm joined by the pairing of Good Game University with their 4th win of the LCS and your 3rd win over Vulcan. It is Don't Match Me and Bloodwater. That's got to be a great start for you guys.
Yep.
Yep, Bloodwater. So straight away, you guys set up this team comp. You obviously had the plan from the start. You wanted to use Zion Spartan to poke with Jace. You obviously clearly wanted to poke with Caitlyn, but then you had that mesh in the mid lane of Rise. Was this a pre-planned attack purposely for Vulcan, or is this just a tactic you guys have been working on?
We just like strategized last night. We kind of predicted their bans and picks. We seen how they always invade level 1. And we like countered it with like 4 wards on the river, and it just seemed to work out.
And was anything you had planned? Because I noticed you guys, you all started, 4 of you, I believe, had Explorer awards.
Yeah, honestly, we kind of predicted the Volibear pick, and we picked Rise just for that pick, just so every time he would charge up against us, we would room prison him and out-focus him down. And that did work out perfectly a bunch of times, because when you got, as you saw in the game, Volibear did run up against us, and he ended up dying just multiple times.
Yeah, it seemed to run straight in, and Jinte was just like, yep, room prison, you're dead. So obviously you guys had a remake. This is the first time you've had it in North American LCS. Not the greatest highlight we've ever had, of course.
Yep.
How do you guys keep focus between that? Because obviously you had the same picks going into it, so you kind of knew the situation. You'd almost turned around the first game, and we felt you had the advantage.
We just did the same like strategizing in the beginning of Champion Select, saying how we're gonna ward, how we're gonna switch up the lanes, because it's obviously not gonna be the same lanes, because people always want to like always have a 2v1 mid or something, and we gotta like try to predict that and try to like get the 2v2, but we didn't get the 2v2.
Yeah, and of course Mandatory Cloud caught you out in the bottom. Well, what was going through your mind when he came jumping out at you?
Sitting like back at the double golems, I'm just like, I know he's here, but I'm just gonna wait like a good minute, and I just like wait a good minute, I just die. I'm like, shit.
And what was going through? Because you could have got a pentakill in that. Was there a kind of a case
Zion
of give me
scumbag. Zion scumbag. He just like flashed, hammered. I'm like, really, Zion?
So when you have those situations, do you sometimes gift you guys? You're like, well, you know, it'd be nice to get the second pentakill in the LCS.
I'm like, give me this, and he's just like, flash. Oh, it's mine. KDA.
We work as a team. That's why.
You work as a team. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. What is it you see? Obviously, Caitlyn Lulu's been one of the strongest lanes of late. Is there anything in particular that you guys seen that you thought, or was it just purely a case of we need to get these towers down quick and early to give ourselves this poke advantage?
Me and Blother are just like really good at that combo. I'm really good at Caitlyn. He's like a Lulu main, and it's a really strong combo. We can push, and it gives us so much advantage if we get tower gold for our team, and that's why we run this lane.
So you're off the bottom, 4 and 11.
12.
4 and 12.
Yep.
4 and 12. I'm trying to help you out there.
Yeah. I'm trying to be honest.
Where do you go from here? Does this kick you on, or is this a case of, well, we're 3-0 over Vulcan, we've got to beat the other teams?
Well, our original plan was to go 3-0 this weekend, so we're hoping to beat the other teams.
That's a good plan. That's a good plan. I think you'll find that might work well for you guys. What do you think of the other teams in the LCS? How do you feel, you know, you're standing against them? Obviously, you've beaten Vulcan. Vulcan could have gone 4th, you realise, that game. You've just broke their hearts.
Yep.
How do you see it against the other teams? Obviously, your Mans, your complexities that are in there.
Well, I think every team has a certain type of potential in them, and they all play differently, so we need to adjust to that and start playing not play by their rules that much, especially Team Dignitas. I feel like they're really strong.
So do you feel that now we're into week 7, do you feel you've lost the fear of those big teams? Obviously, when you came up against them to start with, like, oh God, we're up against COG, we're up against TSM. Now it's a case of, it's just another game.
Yeah, basically. That's how I feel right now.
I've never feared these teams because I feel like I handle myself, Bloodwater handles themselves, everybody handles themselves, but right now, like, the bad luck with Shifter, so it kind of like skewed with us, but not too much with me.
And how do you feel, you know, as a team, you guys still travel. You don't have the gaming house here. Do you feel that's an advantage or a disadvantage to you guys having to traveling every day?
As a team, it's a disadvantage, but to me, like, I can still practice myself. So the teams with the gaming houses for sure have more synergy, but I don't think it's that much of a advantage.
And a final short question. Shifter, Jinte, how's it standing between those two guys?
I'm not saying anything.
No comment.
No comment. Well, we will end it there. Thank you very much for joining us, Don't Mash Me and Bloodwater from Good Game University. Of course, they do pick up their first one. They are 1-0 and then 3-0 over Vulcan. Vulcan's hearts have just been broken. But to take us through all the action of the first 3 games that have happened this weekend, we're going to go over to Kobe at the analysis.
All right, thanks, D-Man. I've got 2 clips for here. From the beginning of the day. This is the CLG versus TSM game, which up until this point was really back and forth. They're exchanging towers, doing lots of lane switches, and this is really the game-changing team fight. So this is going to be around the blue buff. CLG are trying to steal this blue buff here, and TSM do not want to give it up. So they have Dyrus down here on the bottom of the map, but he has his Stand United available. So this is going to be changing the entire team fight. Let's roll it at full speed here. We can see TSM wants to start this, so Reggie jumps in. Let's pause it right here. You can see the Lux laser is getting a lot of people from TSM right here. This is exactly what CLG want. All this damage coming through here, and then Chaucer's going to pop his Nunu ultimate and zone this entire area. So it's going to be a really well-played fight from CLG, exactly what they wanted. It just happens that Dyrus hasn't come in yet. He's going to stand United right on top of Reggie, and they're going to get the action started. All right, let's roll it at full speed here. There comes the laser. This is looking good, really good for CLG. Chaucer pops his ult. Double Lift gets overconfident, and Dyrus comes in with the taunt. All 3 of the people from the back line, it just crumbles from CLG from there. Reggie even gets out the back here, and Double Lift is going to die to an over-the-back crescent strike from Reggie. Very nice there. And then again, Dyrus comes in, finishes up with a flash taunt. So our second clip is going to be from the next game here. Number 2, there we go. Dignitas versus Curse. This is the beginning of the game. Really got off in Curse's favor. So let's roll a clip at double speed here. And we can see all the wards that Curse placed. They have great vision of the map. And Dignitas walk right over this ward. So Curse have the advantage here. Let's pause it right here. All right. Curse knew that they invaded down by the red. So they came around the backside, even though they walked over this ward. And they placed a really nice ward outside of Crumb's vision. This is just outside the vision that Crumbs has. So they don't know that Curse know that they're there. Dignitas are playing a game of chicken they don't even know they're a part of. All right, so let's see how Curse plays this out. They're going to wait till the red buff spawns and then just charge in. Let's play this at double speed. St. Vicious, he's not the most patient jungler, so he's just going to say, all right, it's time to go. I'm jumping in, just drop a ward in this bush and kill whoever I flip. 55 seconds is when they go in. Here we go. Pause it right here. All right, this is where you can see Curse's unity. They turn all 5 members into a fist, and they just ram it right into Dignitas, smash this team fight away. All of them are just going to scatter because they saw Renekton with their other wards back here. It's going to be a 4-on-5. Curse are super confident. They're just going to ram right in. St. Vicious here, going to come in, flips over Skara. All right, let's reverse this and see what they do. St. Vicious is going to take a lot of damage, but he's Volley Bear. He'll just regen a bunch. All right, let's roll this at regular speed for the rest of the fight. Scar gets flipped in. There, he's going to go down. He got exhausted as well. Punch it, pause it again right here. We can see Void Boy's really nice play. He flashed out, popped his elixir at the same time. After the Ignite runs out, he's confident in his play. He wants to go sacrifice himself. He can get his body slam off to slow 2 people. He's going to trade his life for 2 lives of Dignitas right here. Continue the team fight. They've already got the first blood, so they're going to add on 2 more kills with this, just exchanging Void Boy. And it's a really nice flash here on the end by Cop to pick up the last kill on Crumbs. From there on, it was just really all Curse play. They got the early kills, they got the first blood, and they snowballed the rest of the game. So back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And it's good to see the fist getting rammed in. Dignitas didn't know what hit them, literally. We've got another Twitter question for you at home. This time, tell us which North American LCS team's performance has been the most impressive so far this season and why.
And don't forget, we're at LOL eSports and use the hashtag LCS. But of course, we'll read your favorite answers later on.
Yes, of course. All right, guys. Good news. We still have 3 more matches for you today. Coming up next, it's going to be a big rematch from the last week. It's Complexity versus Marn.
Yeah, after that, TSM continues their hot streak against Dignitas. And finally, another awesome one. COG will attempt to break their 5-game losing streak against Curse.
Stay tuned. We will be right back with more LCS action.
Welcome back, everyone. Bridgington Bism the third here, along with Kobe, and it's great to be back for my adventures at PAX. Of course, it's time for our fourth match of the day, Complexity versus Marn. We recently sat down with these guys and asked them something all pro ask themselves: what do you do when you're down in gold?
When you're down in gold as a team, the last thing you want to be doing is team fighting.
You can't try to force too many risky plays. You want to just play safe. You want to catch them on their mistakes, try to catch up.
If your team has an early game comp, it's really hard to come back from that because you don't want to stall out till late game because the other team has a better late game comp. Whereas if you have a better late game comp and you're down on gold, you can just try to stall to the point where your comp is more effective than theirs, even if you're down on gold.
But basically, you're just trying to play very safe, you're trying to farm, and you're going for pick attempts or contesting high-value objectives.
So Marn and Complexity met for the first time just last week, with Marn coming out on top, finally ending their 6-game losing streak.
There's not much more time for them to stall. I mean, there's not that many games left. They really need to make something happen. Both these teams are at the bottom of the standings. And last time that they met, it was all Marn. I just remember it was 19-1 and 45 was Marn's score. They had Neon Tonso on Draven just dominating down bottom. He never died the entire time. And then we had up top, Mega Zero on the Tiger Uter with a red elixir, pulling the bronze 5 cheese where he just sat in the lane bush and then surprised Brunchu with his tiger stance, getting him to flash and cleanse and recall right at the beginning. So even in 2v1 lane, Mega Zero had a really good time. Complexity last time, it was just a little lacking.
Yeah, they have been struggling a bit. Big wins at MLG, which were huge. It kind of showed us that the top and bottom only exist a little bit sometimes. Like all the players have said, that one game is kind of an awesome structure for the LCS.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, guys, so let's check out our lineups today. On the blue team, it's Complexity. Niku in that top lane. Louder Mortis is your jungler. Trooper in mid. Brunchu on AD, and MIA on support.
On the red team, we have Marn. Mega Zero up top, Claky D as their jungler, Echo in the middle, Neon Tonso on AD, and Heartbeat supporting.
Now, I'm super interested to see what they do in this matchup. We've seen that, you know, there are a few underrated players that start playing well. We've seen Louder Mortis doing well. Nick Wu is very consistent. So do they just go to focus Nick Wu this game? They're going to ban out, hopefully, Zed, because puts up double-digit numbers on that champion. But there has to be a focus from Marn here to take it down. And I think Mega Zero could be the one to do that.
Nick Wu is definitely an interesting player. I mean, he's really good at that one champion, and everyone knows it. But he's actually gotten that champion a lot of the LCS, which I really didn't expect. I thought it was going to be a permaban against them.
Right.
And he's actually been spreading out his time, trying to practice a few other champions to bring them up to that level so that he's not so easily banned out. Everyone knows his Shen also is pretty high up there as well. And he played really well on Darius as well last week. So I think he's broadening his horizons, expanding his champion pool, and it looks pretty good for them.
So what do we see more or less coming out for Marn? What do they like to favor? What do their compositions say?
I really like their bottom lane now, actually. I mean, even though Heartbeat is very new to support, he was a very flexible player, and they're always really happy. You can see they're pulling the wave. I like it. Heartbeat starting that one off. But you see, he's always smiling too, and he works really well with Neon Tonso. Even though Neon Tonso just joined the team, they played together before in normal queue all the time. They were both very high-rated players. Neon Tonso always smiling. He was at the top of the challenger tier. We always say it, over 1,000 points, and then he just got kind of bored and just to try new things, happy, and started losing stuff.
Yeah, even Marn has said with Heartbeat and himself in that position, he feels like he can talk a little bit more because the AD carry is not usually the one making the calls or saying, hey, I'm going in, guys.
Yeah.
So as the support, you can say, you know what, we're going to catch somebody out. My ward's here. Let's make a move. So Heartbeat's loving that position a lot.
They're also a really flexible bottom lane because both of those bottom lane players have played middle themselves on competitive teams. So this bottom lane has really been all over the map. They understand a lot of the game in general, and I like that the map awareness that they have.
Indeed. Well, let's see what they bring in for a bottom lane. We are in a champion select here for your fourth matchup of the day. That's Zed off the board as well as
there we go. So Marn, not going to have any of that from Nick Wu. They also ban out the Kale. Probably a Chuper ban right there, as well as the Kazakhs. Those are both very Chuper-friendly champions.
Very, very Chuper-friendly bans there. You won't see much from Chuper in the beginning of the match, but he will have those mid-game team fights, but then you got to watch out for the bloopers in the late game. So there's like a window you have to work with there with Chuper. So they're trying to take out every window of possibility for him.
And again, the Renekton and Aurelia always targeted at Mega Zero. Nothing's changed there. He's very similar to Nick Wu in that aspect that people know exactly what his favorite champions are.
Yep.
And we'll have to see if it gets to that point where he's been banned against him so much that he gets a little rusty on it. You know, if you haven't played it in a long time, even if it was your main champion, then maybe someone tries to give it to him and bait him.
Everybody loving this Nasus pick. Complexity going with the support, which we've seen a little bit more, but not as much these days. They
The first pick
yeah,
support?
that first pick support. You kind of say, hey, you know, we have a bit of poke, but we have a bit of anything to show you now.
Yeah, I mean, like the supports that you'll first pick, sometimes you'll see a Lulu, like CLG really loves that, and sometimes you'll see a Thresh.
Right.
That and Sona are really like very highly regarded supports right now. And then they work with a lot of different lanes, so they don't kind of box you into anything. Varus, a super popular AD carry that kind of sprung out of nowhere. We didn't change anything to him. There were no large, well, it changed minor things, but there were no really big buffs that he got. And then all of a sudden, he's just super popular. People realize the power that he has.
It is great getting passive attack speed. Attack speed obviously being more expensive in Season 3. That's always great to have when you can give yourself free stats.
He has so many things that normal AD carries just don't bring. Like he has a lot of crowd control, and he has percentage damage. So it definitely catches you off. Plus, it's magic damage, so that helps you a lot in laning phase because a lot of ADs and supports will actually stack armor because it's a very AD heavy, AD damage heavy lane. But he does so much magic damage, you can cut right through that.
You know what's really fun about that too is you can kind of go for an E or Q kit throughout how you want to play the game, right? If you want to get that AoE damage down, and you can still get that with Q, but you can play more of a poke role.
Yeah, very flexible. Interesting, hovering over Riven here. I don't know if they will actually lock that in. We usually wait. There we go. Rumble. That's a much more normal pick that we've seen a lot more of. He's just so strong in that top lane. I always talk about as a jungler, it's one of the most frustrating top lanes to go against because he has so much AoE damage. It's one of those guys that if you get counter ganked up there, they'll probably double kill you.
Yeah, like
and as a jungler, you're a little scared to go gank Rumble and Renekton, those kinds of champions with the AoE, and Darius definitely in that. So.
How do you play against something like that, especially if we're going to see a Nasus from the jungle? Do you just not focus on that lane and let your team know to play safe?
So what I usually do if I'm going up against one of those really strong top lanes, and it is a 1v1 in the first case, I will gank it if I get vision or information on the other jungler.
Okay.
I have to be 100%
safe
sure.
game.
Yeah, you have to be 100% sure that you're not going to get counter ganked, and then you can go for it. Because getting one of those aggressive solo lanes behind early is really, really beneficial for your team, but you have to be sure that you're not getting counter ganked.
And we see Fizz coming out here as well as possibly the Jace to kind of keep some range in, but switching around as they hover before locking in here. We do see the Udyr coming back in. I love that Udyr is getting so much more play. It really just means a team is ready to fight and brawl.
Yeah, and reminding the viewers at home, this is patch 3.04.
Yep.
So this isn't the Udyr remake or anything. This is just Mega Zero likes that champion. He had a lot of fun with his tiger stance in the bush. He'll probably start a red elixir again if he's going to go tiger Udyr.
It's so painful.
And it's just so much burst. Level 1, nobody expects that. If you have Ignite too, it's
Six
very
hits
dangerous.
right off the bat. That's pretty painful.
Very dangerous.
So we got Amumu coming in, seeing that balance recently, a good amount of burst damage taken away as well as 50 range on that ultimate.
Yeah.
So still favoring him, and it was Loudamortis that continued to go after that first too.
Yeah, Loudamortis has said that he, in the beginning of the LCS, he tried to play other people's meta with the very popular Xin Zhao, Vi, those bruiser champions, and it just wasn't his play style. So he's gone back to his roots, and I like this. He's just embraced his style, and he's like, I just play way better on these tanky, CC-heavy champions, the Cho'Gath and the Amumu, where I can just offer a lot more to my team, and I'll let Nick Wu be the damage because Nick loves to build damage, his solo lanes love building damage, and he can be that more tanky role.
Now, it's funny that, not funny, but these guys just know what they need to do. You know, being at PAX, being at MLG, talking to teams, they're like, who surprises you? Who's your favorite? I'm like, I don't really have a favorite, but people surprise me, and Complexity has been surprising me lately, and they're like, yeah, I wish Loudamortis would play more aggressive junglers. And I'm just like, I don't, you know.
Did you see the beginning? Like,
So people are like, yeah, we want to see that, but they know where their roots are. They know where the wheelhouse is, and they can still gain power from it.
Yeah, it's definitely just a huge difference between the beginning, where he was just, it was painful to watch the Vise, and like Cop had that great clip where he just sidestepped the I felt so bad for him, and now he just looks so much better. He carried that game. They beat Dignitas when he was Cho'Gath. And it's just a lot more, playing your comfort champion is definitely what you want to do. You don't want to fit into someone else's meta. Everyone in solo queue is always used to people raging at them if you pick something different. everyone knows I love the unique picks, so I'm never going to be one of those.
Exactly. It looks like it's going to be a safe pick, actually, to really cut off the Amumu gang coming in here, or the Diana to come in. They have a lot of chances to stop that follow-up engagement that Complexity is going to look for.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much AoE on Complexity here with the Amumu and Rumble combo. If they can get a Leandri's on someone, there's so much CC that a lot of the other team is going to be CC'd, so that all that AoE is going to lay down and just burn the whole team, hopefully for them. But Echo, it's interesting that he's going back to his Anivia, because he said Froggen was the one that inspired him to play mid, and he was looking up to Froggen the whole time. And I asked him, how do you compare yourself against Froggen? And he's like, yeah, pretty much the same.
Close.
He's like, yeah, I'm pretty much Froggen for North America.
I remember hearing that. So good.
He is very confident.
I'm watching.
Very confident.
I think everybody's watching now.
Yeah.
The statement has been made. Echo looking to bring out some Froggen play on Anivia here. The compositions say all-out fight team for Marn as they come in with Udi or Nasus. They have that Anivia, which kind of, and coming in with Thresh on support, which kind of makes me say, they can engage and disengage, because like you said, Complexity has that AoE team. They have the Amumu to just grab in and start the engagement whenever they
can. Both of these teams look like they both are down for team fights. They don't want to go with global pressure. They didn't pick Shen. Nobody has teleport here.
That's true.
They don't feel like split pushing. They just want to go head to head and fight it out. But I mean, because Marn has some pretty good AoE of their own. Anivia is always great against that. If you can use that wall and get a fight in the jungle, especially, jungle fights are amazing for Anivia. You can split off the whole team there. Then Varus can lock them up with the Varus ultimate. It's going to be interesting where they choose to have these team fights, because it could play out for Marn.
All right, we'll have to see. Now on to Summoner's Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in for your fourth game of the day, Complexity versus Marn. As Complexity makes their way out of the base, we see stock of a red pot on Brunch U, so that elixir is going to be coming in. If they choose to focus the bottom lane, makes me think they may want to get the swap in for that 3v1 gank and that red pot buff. We'll have to see.
So people usually like switching it to a 2v1 lane versus Mega Zero, because he's admitted that's one of his biggest weaknesses. So they actually do start with that red elixir on both sides. Last time Brunchu was the one on the receiving end of the Tiger Cheese, where he got almost 100%ed right at level 1, and he doesn't want that to happen again. It looks like Mega Zero's got the same plan, though, a red elixir of his own.
Just trying to see what both AD carries are running. We have Barrier and Cleanse. Barrier on Ni and Tanso, side cleanse for Brunch, and it doesn't look like they're doing too much. The personal human line of scrimmage set up by each team, and that easy entry ward placed by the bottom of the Dragon area right now. So nobody going for aggression, but they are going to do the 2v1, as you said, against Mega Zero. He publicly put that out there. I don't like it. I like to 1v1. So we're going to see if he can hold off there. Obviously, he has been practicing that situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're all playing really defensively, acting as human wards, but not a lot of actual wards going down. I'm kind of surprised, especially after that Dignitas game where the level 1 really determined a lot of the rest of the game. They save their wards until the minions spawn, and then they dropped a full line. You can see they have vision all the way down the river here for Complexity.
It's actually something I've wondered, why teams did before. Obviously, you can use yourself, and Kurz did it a lot in the beginning, not placing those wards down and then placing it so you get, the maximum amount of time for when that laning phase starts. It just makes more sense.
Yeah. You have to be careful. You don't want to be too stingy with those, because if someone does sneak in early, it could be very bad here. Mega Zero helping out a lot with that blue buff. Tiger Stance definitely does a lot up front, so that's going to make that Nasus jungle a little bit quicker, which he definitely does need in the early stages.
Ping down in the bottom lane, so Mega's saying they're getting that 2v1 on me. We'll see how he does. He definitely has an ultra poke lane coming to him. Whether he takes the auto attacks from Caitlyn or not, he will be taking power chords, so he'll have to be in that turtle stance most of the time. And how does Rumble pretty much fare against that? Because he doesn't have to sustain the Udyr does.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous. It's pretty much all about Heartbeat landing a hook. If Heartbeat lands a nice hook early on Rumble, then it could spell really good things for them. Right now, they have a good advantage because they're the same level, and they could actually burst him down. But Nick's playing very patient. I like this. He hasn't burned too much. And he has also placed this all-important defensive ward that will see Claky D come in for the gank.
Mega Zero has gotten himself wolves. That'll help a few more CS to get him to 2, so he can be even with these guys in the bottom lane. He said already Claky D on that top side. Nick Wu putting the ward down. He has the double buff, and they're going to look for some damage here. Shouldn't finalize the kill if he's going to flash away in the end, but he will be able to pressure Kobe. Great move by Marn.
brother-on-brother action. Claky D gets the better, just shoving Nick off of the creep wave. They timed that really well so that with the first creep wave, now Nick is still going to be level 1. He gets zoned out from this experience. And really what you have to do at this point is roam down to those wolves. If you're the top laner here and it's 3 versus 1, you can't go up to that turret. So you have to go get something for yourself. If you go into the jungle and just get a little bit from those wolves, that's really the best you can hope for.
And you can see Nick Wu from the beginning of this game said, I am going to get pressured super hard, went back, bought all the potions he could, and just laid down the money on the table. Bottom turret taken down as well as they trade back and forth. Gold completely even here at 4 minutes as it's going to just be more pushing. They didn't swap back, so they're going to keep going for the towers. It looks like they actually may go for Dragon here as well.
It looks like they want to trade the Dragon and try and defend this second turret. They're sending over Diana, which is a really good early wave clear with the Crescent Strike. And this is actually going to be a pretty good trade for them because Anivia's not shoving the middle lane right now. She's still just CSing, last hitting right there.
So Dragon going now to Complexity. Great job on that, and it's really dangerous for this much movement for Trooper to be moving like this at level 4. Everybody's still super squishy. You have a level 3 just hitting for Nick Wu. These guys are behind to the 4s to 3 that's standing in front of them right now. Trooper's forced back to mid here. Did he lose too much experience there? No, 30 to 22, so not too bad.
It seems like there's a little bit of miscommunication from Marn. Your whole team has to be in the mentality of shoving. If you're shoving one lane, but you're just last hitting in the other lane there, then you lose out on a lot of pressure. If Echo had tried to shove his lane too, they could have got some free pressure on that middle turret and lost some CS there from Trooper to the tower. It's not a huge deal, but it is a tiny advantage, and in these close games, those tiny advantages mean a lot.
Well, this is what happened in the beginning of Super Week, right? And I don't think either of these teams were ones to participate in it. Martin was the one to switch the lane swap back on TSM and be the first one to stop the fast turrets. So these guys, I think, have almost played themselves into a situation they haven't really been in. They're kind of floundering around until they can find ground again. But the turrets are working for them. They've got 1,000 gold now in favor of Complexity because of that Dragon. So it looks like Complexity is kind of working on the miscommunication you're talking about.
Plus, we have seen a little improvement here from the 2 versus 1 laners. The solo lanes, neither of them died this time.
Yeah,
We were seeing pretty much 100% death rate in all the solo laners back in Super Week, and they played a little bit safer. Both of them getting their wards and getting out in time.
Claky D going down. Wow, to 200. Oh my gosh, he goes down all the way. Are you kidding me? Constant poking for first blood.
Very well played, and that is the poke that made the Sona Caitlyn lane so feared. It's like the next level of the Ezreal Sona lane that was used so often back when Ezreal was extremely popular.
That was crazy. No dot damage after. They were just pretty much getting the last hits in there. I think a minion even got his hand in on that kill. 6 minutes in is going to be our first blood. Complexity gets a little more gold on that as it was a kill assist. Mega Zero now trying to recuperate in that top lane that just got a little bit harder for him.
Yeah, you don't expect Sona to do as much damage as the AD early on, but she really does with a well-placed power chord there. And that's another drawback of having Ghost instead of Flash. I mean, it's a lower cooldown. It's better for repeated ganks because you can gank and burn a flash and then gank again with Ghost while their flash isn't up. But you can't get out of those situations that you weren't expecting and just save yourself. Now, MIA takes a pretty good little proc there from Tiger Stance. Turret's going to go down anyway, though.
That's Mega Zero just knowing he's not going to go down in this situation. They don't have enough crowd control to stop a new Deer, so he's trying to just push them off, give them something else to think about. But they know on their side how much damage they can take as well, and they're just not buying it right now.
Yeah.
7 minutes in, pushing from mid as well. Trooper kind of throwing down some damage there onto Echo, and Echo's out of mana, so he's got to be careful here.
So Mega Zero, he knows he's pretty tanky. He's maxing his turtle stance first. He only put 1 point in that tiger stance, so he's not going very aggro at all, just trying to sustain and be a tank up in that top lane, trying to farm up. Meanwhile, we have the Nasus with the level 1 Q. It's only at plus 48 right now, using that fairly sparingly. You don't get that really highly stacked up until about 20 or 30 minutes in. Loudamortis gets a chain.
Ooh, they do lock down on Loudy. That's going to be probably the death sentence, but Nick Wu comes in, picks up the phone and says, wait, he's innocent. But no, Tanza wants it, goes in for the attack. Can he get onto the lantern? And they save that one as Trooper was right on the edge of picking up that kill.
I like that move. Nick Wu trying to put his body over the lantern because a good counterplay to lantern is actually putting your character right on top of it so that they can't click the lantern. That's really the only drawback that there is. Sometimes if you have a really big, like a Cho'Gath or something, a fully feast stacked Cho'Gath, you can't even see the lantern and they actually get in the way.
Trooper now to mid to get a little farm on as we take a look at that 25-37 in CS. So you can see those swapped top laners are having quite a bit of trouble as the ADs and supports have been putting a good amount of pressure on both of those lanes. The junglers sit just about even along with the mids at CS. Really everybody's kind of finding that equal factor here. The red pot still for Mega Zero, so he could still kind of throw out a burst in a team fight if they go 1v1 with him.
Yeah, Complexity are feeling a lot better about this one than their first matchup because they have that tower advantage and they also have the first blood. So they're sitting on a nice gold lead here, and Mega Zero going full on Chuper.
He does have that pot, still doesn't decide to hit it. Looks like Chuper with that blue buff easily going to be able to put out more damage, and Mega Zero knows that as he backs off.
Echo with blue buff here. This Anivia is great at wave clearing. He's past level 6, so it's fine. If you 2v1 me, I can just clear all day. He's going to be okay in that mid, even against the Caitlyn Sona, which is really just the most poke-heavy duo that we get.
And it actually is going to probably come down to that. When you said that, you know, Anivia's ultimate going down, you think of what they were talking about last game with the siege clear of Nasus and that Spirit Fire. Spirit Fire on top of Anivia ultimate. Marn's never, or Complexity rather, is really never going to be able to get to these turrets late game, except for a few pokes. We'll have to see if Marn can really start to thwart that off. Right now, they don't seem to be controlling too much. They're trying to keep it in the laning phase here. Kobe, 10 minutes in, that one kill to Complexity, they're really not trying to make an advantage off of that. They're just getting Caitlyn fed now.
Yeah, I like the Spirit Fire combo with a Tiger Udyr too, because even though he's only got level 1 Tiger stance, the armor reduction from Spirit Fire, just at level 3 right now, is 30 armor. So you can get people almost down to their base. This early in the game, if people haven't built a lot of armor on an AD carry or something, you're almost going to do true damage with that Tiger, and that will just burn somebody down. They haven't really had that synergy. No ganks coming from a Claky and a Mega Zero combo, but Chuper wants a piece of Mega Zero.
Oh, there's
himself.
Loudamortis in the bottom lane. He actually goes in. The ultimate from Varus comes out. Loudamortis taking a bit too much damage there. He throws down Curse of the Sad Mummy. He may go down first here. They should be able to turn this on to Nick Wu. Neon Tanso can just kite this one out. Attack after attack if he can get that ability out. Oh, Flame Spitter just goes a little too far. Heartbeat trying to clean it up with the last attack, and he will be able to get the auto in. Up top shows Mega Zero and Chuper battling it out, but no kill there.
Yeah, they both back off. Lots of shields up in this top lane. Chuper didn't want to overcommit, and it was a good thing because Claky was heading up there for that Spirit Fire Tiger Sands combo I was just talking about. Heartbeat in the bottom lane now, free farming. He's got red buff. He's a happy support.
Doing a great job back and forth. Ooh. Crescendo in mid, just missing onto Echo. So looks like Complexity is going to have to play safe for a few seconds here. Chuper trying to come in and get some more harassment down. It looks like they may want this mid. Seeing Echo backing is going to allow them to engage. No! Chuper stops going in on Claky D, knowing it's a 3v1 still.
Claky actually didn't even pop his ultimate there. Wasn't too worried. He got that initial burst, and he was like, okay, I can take this. Neon Tanso going to back him up, though, and there's a lot more damage on him.
So as we peek around, looks like Dragon again ready for Complexity. They have the timer on that, and they're going to keep themselves a bit ahead of the game here by grabbing that for a second time in the game. About 11 minutes and 35 seconds, and we're going to see that going down. The kills are still even. Kobe, Complexity did find a way to get down a second turret. Now their focus has just been on mid.
Yeah, we've seen this time and time again from Loudamortis. He puts such a high priority on those dragons that they often get them when the other team is just sleeping. You know, they've got, oh, there's a small opening in our ward coverage. Let's go get it. I'm Amumu. I don't care. I'm going to go start it up for you guys. Just get down here as soon as you can. Brunch, you're going to get out of that Anivia range pretty easily.
Oh, Chuper. Chuper getting a little too far out here. It is going to be that 3v1. If it's not stunned by Heartbeat, he's going to be hit up by Mega Zero. He gets a dash away and uses the ultimate. Too many ticks on that one. He will have the speed for now to get away. Now to Brunch you in mid. They're going to throw down the Wither. He cleanses that off. Tries to get out of the ultimate. The wall goes down. He flashes over. Great mechanics by Brunch you, and he picks himself up a kill. Oh, Scumbag MIA taking it away as they finalize the kill on to Varus in that bottom, or rather onto Diana.
So Chuper was running for long enough that they actually picked up a kill of their own, and he's going in on Echo now.
Just absolute aggression everywhere. Echo trying to get himself that slow, and Echo could still go down. He's going to be egged. Can Nick Wu get himself in between and off of that turret? The hammer, or the power chord's coming in, but they just don't have enough damage. Have they put themselves in a bad spot? No. Loudamortis and Brunch you to thwart any re-engage from that midsection.
Ah, Rebirth. One of the best parts of playing Anivia. It just feels so good when you die under a turret and just come back full life.
So it looks like this turret may finally go down. A few more shots, a great death sentence there. Heartbeat feels like he can go in. They get a great stun from Echo down, but they don't have enough mana to follow up. Loud Mortis goes down to Mega Zero, and they make a great thing out of a quick stun.
I hope Loud Mortis has that turret reduction mastery point, because he's been tanking a lot of them. And it hasn't been turning out too well. He's a little squishy. Needs to get his tankiness up. He's rushing that Aegis of the Legion. And in this patch, they took off a little bit of HP from the upgraded component, the Bulwark. The Aegis of the Legion is still pretty much the same. They just got the extra little buff to minions, which not too many people notice. But that Bulwark does have a little bit less HP in the end, so Amumu's going to have to build some more life from somewhere else.
Looks like we're going to get the blue buff going over to Echo here. That'll probably be a good idea for Anivia. We're looking at 14 minutes on this one. The gold lead still just being very slow, and it's about to mean not much as we get into this mid game here. And that ratio of how much you are ahead just really starts to get smaller and smaller unless you have a 10,000 gold lead. And we're not going to see that. Both teams know exactly what's happening. They're adapting very quickly as well. We saw a lot of the swapping in the beginning, and now it's kind of back to that middle game that both of these teams know.
Seems like they planned out the early games,
right.
Both teams really well. And then it's kind of that North American curse where a lot of them don't think too far ahead, unlike the Koreans going like planning 30 minutes in where they know exactly what things they're going for. But I'm really looking at Mega Zero right now. I want to know if he's going to actually go for those boots of swiftness that he got last time, or if he needs to rush that tenacity, because the team Complexity has a lot of CC and a lot of AoE CC that he needs tenacity. Like, you have to have tenacity from somewhere. Are you going to get it from the boots, or are you going to go with boots of swiftness and grab it off something else?
Not running cleanse, so that could be bad. Trooper getting pulled in there, and it's actually going to be Harvey throwing himself in. Trooper goes down on the initiation there. They finally get the tower down. A great crescendo to disengage, but will they have enough to get back in? Wither was on cooldown. Looks like Martin enjoyed the fight. They're going to stick back.
They still have a blue buff up Anivia, but Claky D, now without his ultimate, doesn't feel like he wants any more. Going to recall as well. Niantanso going to go purchase. Niantanso right now sitting on a BF sword, so he's probably going to pick that up. And once he, yeah, there we go, combos that with a red elixir as well.
Looking for that little extra damage. They know it's getting tight. You see, most of the time, 90% of the time, when that turret goes down and there's 4 on the heels of it, you will get the engagement. For some odd reason, abilities don't go out or anything. It's just that time to push the other team back. And it might be the next time we see a fight for these two teams, because it's been very slow-paced. Dragons for Complexity. Marn, like you said, kind of sleeping on them, or maybe even just disregarding them. We've seen teams, Team Solo Mid and Counter Logic have all had phases where they're like, it's not worth it to go for a dragon. Let's see what happens. But Complexity seems to be making good use of them here. 3,000 gold lead as they are down 5-4.
Yep, a good ward there by Marn. They put a pink ward down at Dragon, so they don't want to miss out on the next one, because they know for sure Loud Mortis is keeping track of that Dragon timer.
Looks like they are going to kind of hover towards this bottom side, only leaving Mega Zero to that top lane. He's going to farm it out. Bought that Phage really early to kind of ward off any of the split push that Nikwu hasn't been doing yet. And that's kind of one thing that you hear is, how do you beat a split push? It's either you split push better and harass their split pusher, or dictate the game and throw everything down one lane. And really nobody's doing either yet.
Yeah, Complexity, they really want to fight when they have all of their AoE ultimates up. So as soon as they have that Sona Crescendo back, if they are able to combo it with the Amumu ultimate and land an ultimate from Nikwu on top of it as well and burn everyone. Ooh, Chuper flashes over for this.
Chuper's going to get some good damage down here. Niantanso tries to attack back. He will have a little bit of lifesteal on this, and he gets himself out. Chuper cannot finalize the kill as he did not hit the Q for his ultimate. The damage just wasn't there.
A pretty good trade, though. The Diana flash for the Niantanso flash is actually a good one. Varus doesn't have any innate escape of his own.
Right.
So without that, it's going to be a pretty big deal if they're able to land that AoE CC down on the Varus as well as the rest of the team, because if they take him out, that's a huge amount of damage gone from their team. Echo right now, not really a threat. He's built basically all mana. He's got mana and a little bit of magic resist. So he has not completed his big power items. He's still just looking for the wave clear and keeping his ultimate up.
Now, it actually looks like Udyr as well is building a little bit more damage than he is tank. Where are they going to get that tank from? Because Nasus is kind of there.
Yeah, Nasus is definitely going to be the focal point. They love baiting with that ultimate And if you combo that with the shield from Locket, it actually catches a lot of people as surprise. We saw Reggie overextended there, dive, and it looks like Loudamortis going in.
Loudy goes in. He does get a good one, pulled in by Heartbeat. He's got 3 in range right now. He locks them down. Niantanso's on the other side of the wall, waiting to be pulled in, and it looks like a crescendo across 4 of them. Who's going to be able to turn the damage down? Carpy and Claky D just finding themselves going down quite fast there. Complexity taking complete control of the fight, and Brunch U, just about 100 health, or 100% HP, I should say, makes it out with a double kill.
I like how Nick got a Giant's Belt because a lot of rumbles. Ooh, Echo actually going to be in trouble too. He wants to poke a little bit. He doesn't have any flash up, and Anivia is one of the slowest characters in the game, so this could be dangerous.
I don't think Niantanso needed to lantern himself into that fight. He was beautiful on the other side of the wall. Brunch harassing as they take down Dragon once again, this time in the eyes of Marn. So Marn's going to have the timer on that, but a 3rd Dragon in a row consecutively. That's what all of in a row and consecutively mean going to Complexity.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting there. Even though Loudamortis didn't get over to Niantanso to ult him, he flashed in to ult Echo instead. Niantanso was up on that ledge in the short range of Varus. He felt like he couldn't add to the fight, so then taking the Lantern in, he almost took the Lantern right into the crescendo. He was barely on the edge there, and it got the rest of the members, so it was a great fight there from Complexity, even though the Flash and Mumu ult went after the AP carry instead of the AD carry. Worked out really well.
8-6 here. We're moving up to 20 minutes on this one. We'll just look at the mini map. What's going down? Looks like top lane is going to meet at the river, so we're pretty much even on the push there. Mid as well, and actually all the lanes are resetting right now, so nobody's looking for too much aggression or too much pressure. Like we said, Echo coming in, Claky D coming in on Nasus and Anivia. Huge siege clear if they even do want to take this into the late game so they can push off Complexity as much as they want and really bring it to an objective fight later.
Plus, we have Amumu finishing that Bulwark, which he was rushing. It has a little bit less HP, like I was saying, so he's going to want to get that as soon as he can. He's also looking at some Merc Treads so he can have the tenacity. Doesn't want to get stunned for too long. He wants to at least be able to get your ult off. Some people will focus the Amumu. He's actually a fairly squishy target right now. If you can focus him down before he's able to get his ultimate off, maybe in a stun or something, that's a huge win for your team. That's actually happened to me before in some competitive games, and it's a strategy that's really viable until he builds something like his first Giant Belt or something, and he can actually survive through your stun, through your Anivia stun.
Start shredding some magic resistance in there and help out Diana in the fight. So we'll see. We really haven't seen the initiation position for Marn yet where they can wall off after that Amumu wall, where they can find the situation where, yeah, you've got us, but your team's not getting in. So we'll see if they can really bring that into fruition for this next fight. It's going to be all on Echo, and really the placement of if Niantanso can bait one in, because that's the only one that's going to get a flag toss. A bandage toss.
Yeah, with the Loudamortis flash being down too, fighting in the jungle would be really beneficial for Marn. Like I said, using that Anivia Crystallize inside the jungle would be huge. If you can get the Amumu walled off, you don't have to kill him before his ultimate comes up. You don't have to focus the tank at all, and you can focus the DPS dealers, which are going to wall off probably. Trooper will be diving in there, and since he doesn't have a Zanya's Hourglass or anything, he'll just explode.
This is pretty interesting here. The Mega Zero hasn't been with the team. We haven't seen him in too many fights except for when, you know, there's a turret ready to be defended. And he doesn't really have any items that are going to come in the next few minutes. He has 986 gold that are going to be a huge impact of damage, and that's what these guys need right now. It's kind of I'm not going to say mediocre build, but he doesn't have a lot of tank and he doesn't have a lot of damage, so it's in the middle.
Yeah, I'm happy that he went with the early tenacity though. At least he got his Merc Treads, so he won't be locked down for as long by all this AoE CC. So the other option would have been going with that Zephyr and then combining that with the Boots of Speed.
Right.
I like the route that he went, though, because he is going to need a little bit more life to stay in there. He did max his Turtle Stance first, though. So he's looking to be that stun bot, walk around, just lock up single members at a time. There's a Crystallize getting Brunch.
They try to grab him down. Good damage coming in from Echo there. That was what they wanted. Really the first time we saw them try to outposition Complexity there. So Marn definitely adapting to these fights here at 22 minutes. Looks like they're going to have to wait for that to come up once again. They are being patient, though. And this next fight is really going to turn the tide of who's going to win the next few.
This is huge because there's an Infinity Edge on Niantanso right now. So that power spike just came in right when they needed it. And they actually feel confident. They're chasing him off the turret right now. You have to be careful. The Amumu ults up. The Rumble ults up. The Sona's ults up. So there's a whole bunch of ultimates that are ready to pop off. Complexity wants to use everything at the same time.
It really offers the, we want to engage, we messed up, we'll disengage. We want to engage, we'll disengage. They have so many chances to go in and out, and we see Marn realizes that. They're just on their heels. Echo's right there in the beginning. Claky D's looking for a fast wither if anybody gets too close, and there it is, the Spirit Fire on top of Anivia, all superior wave clearing.
Yeah, and they're really looking for the late game outplays here. Marn, Echo went with the mana stacking build that we usually see on something like Rise. He went early tier, and then he went Rod of Ages after that. So his power is going to be scaling up really nicely into the late game. And as we've seen from the teams like formerly CLG EU, now EG, Anivia, one of the best at stalling out.
Absolutely. Could be looking at that 50-minute game here. We'll have to see what the watches say for these players and the determination. 36,000 to 30,000. And that gold lead is starting to take a little bit of a hike in favor of Complexity here. It's starting to mean somebody's pretty fed on that team, and that fed is going to be going over to Brunchy right now. 8,900 gold to himself, 7,200 gold to Niantanso right now. So definitely the stronger AD carry there.
Yeah, talking about looking to late game, it looks like Claky might have switched his ideas as well. He's put an extra point into the Siphoning Strike before he maxed out his Wither, and his Siphoning Strike is already up to 156 extra physical damage on top of that base damage. So he's starting to look towards a little bit later and farming up his Qs now. It's only at level 2, but he's probably going to put the next points in that as well. And it's going to combo pretty well because they just finished a Trinity Force on Mega Zero, so that's that damage that he was looking for,
right.
coming from that Udyr, who's actually a split Udyr right now. So if he, and this is the patch where Sheen got reduced in damage, and the Trinity Force come on got reduced in damage as well, so it's a little cost effective. Sure, Freak is happy.
Oh, of course, of course. So we have actually pink boards coming out for a lot of people here. We got pink boards coming out for Mega Zero up top. He has bought 2, so that's quite a sinking gold actually for the top lane there. And we have one coming out for Thresh on Heartbeat as well, or Heartbeat on Thresh, if you will.
So there's also some key items here from Complexity to keep in mind. You guys want to keep your eyes on Chuper because he has finished his Zanya's Hourglass. He now has the survivability to go in and dive. It looks like Loudermores want to chase them right out of the dragon. They're ready to fight now.
Oh, beautiful. Equalizer ultimate goes across the team, keeping Niantanso on the other side. He's just burning in the ultimate right now. Claky D taking so much damage on the front end. Mega Zero tries to trade in as we see Thresh going down. It's going to be Claky as well. Loudermores falls as we're going to see Chuper follow. Mega Zero still just running around in that turtle form. Like you said, he's going to be a huge tank, and they are just chasing each other out of this fight. No dragon for anybody. Actually looks like Complexity will start to reapply that dragon damage, and Nick Wu could finish off Echo here. Echo just trying to fly away. He flashes out of that, and the Rylai's will not keep him in range.
I can't believe he flew out of that. That was just that was really nicely played. Nick Wu actually didn't want to face check the bush. Used both of his equalizers, missed them, and the bird does get away. But it was a really nicely played team fight. It looks like they're going to trade a middle turret now for this dragon pickup, which is not too shabby for Marn, even though they came out on the losing end of that team fight.
So money going in favor of both teams here is Nick Wu, also trying to deny some of that buff experience in the jungle and those resources. 41,000 to 34,000, 11 to 8. Mega Zero trying to come back to the fight, but he doesn't know they're still in his jungle. He did that knowing Heartbeat was on the outside for help.
So in the last team fight, also I want to shout out Loudermores. He flashed right onto Niantanso. This time he did focus the AD carry.
Yeah.
He got a great ultimate. He got the Niantanso. He got a few other members in as well. And then he just stayed over there trying to keep the AD's attention. He did the tank job. That's why he placed the tank. And he had popped a red elixir to make up for that extra health that I was talking about missing. And he survived long enough that his team was able to take down more members than the opposing.
Echo trying to push out the bottom. We'll see what he could be going back for. He's got 780 gold in his pocket, so he's probably just looking to go. Actually picks up the Fiendish Codex. Kindle Gem on to Udyr. So it looks like he may even try to pull out a locket for himself, and they'll just keep those fight shields going. That's what this team is working with right now. You got the Thresh shield. You have that Udyr shield and 2 lockets to come out. So the bulwark still needing to be finished for Claky D. A lot of magic damage coming from Complexity.
Look at the vision wards also coming out from Marn. It looks like they saw the tweet there from Crumbs. They're like, oh my god, this is the best item? I'm going to go for a bunch of these vision wards here. 3 members picking those up, and they want to clear out the advantage that Complexity have carved. I mean, the gold lead is pretty substantial now, and so now what the next step for Complexity is to take over the map with that extra gold. And the way to do that, placing a lot of wards.
5-0 and 5. Brunch U still trying to play very safe in these fights. Has that last whisper already, and he's kind of chunking through the armor that's not on Team Marn yet. They do have the bulwark out, a little bit of armor going on to Udyr as well, but he is going to be a huge factor in these fights. So really eyes on Brunch U, Niantanso once again. If we come up to the next fight, these guys are going to make a difference. You see everybody else just kind of running around Kobe, being a nuisance, trying to stun, trying to do whatever they can with their skills, but really that damage is from the AD carries right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we do have, there we go, the completed Last Whisper with that Bloodthirster is pretty good, but he went with the Giant Spell instead of adding some extra crit on there. Well, Niantanso, he's just going full damage. He wants to get his Infinity Edge, and he wants to combine that with some extra crit, make it really cost effective, and just use his positioning as his defense.
We can see Marn again playing that ward game. They're almost fighting with wards right now, trying to put them over the walls and make sure the initiation is in their favor, even though it looks right now like they're on the back heel. They are going to throw down that ultimate from Anivia if need be, that Spirit Fire as well. And we'll see Complexity kind of just beating a dead horse here. These pushes could go on forever.
Nick Wu has also completed that combo that's so popular, the Liandry's plus the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which means that he's going to get the full effect out of that Liandry's on anyone that he can touch, because all of his spells are going to be slowing. So that's really an essential item for an AoE comp like this, where they need to stack all their CCs up and then burn everyone down really at the same time. And they're looking for Chuper to be the one diving in there and finishing off the priority targets, and just using that Zhonya's Hourglass to save him when he gets too deep.
So when you know you're not really gaining any ground, you're only getting a few pokes on here, and you could be losing the engagement, do you risk an objective, or where do you find the fight at this point?
Complexity doesn't have to risk anything right now because they are ahead, and they do love getting dragons. So if they ward up the enemy's jungle, they can keep vision of them, keep tabs on them the entire time, and just outplay them on the map, strangle their gold, their income, and continue taking all of the smaller objectives until they feel confident that they can actually go in and dive.
Well, one ward just going down equals 5, but it looks like we're going to have Chuper replace that one as he goes up towards the Baron, whether he's going to farm or place the ward. But still, 5 wards sit in that jungle on the side of Marn, so they are completely known in everything they do, whether it's a blue buff, whether it's a simple split of one person, and that's dangerous at this time in the game. Small mistakes surmount to big mistakes, and really that final mistake that can't be made. 30 minutes in now, 47,000 to 39,000. No closing that gold gap here for Marn, as this is where Marn usually starts to shine. They like being on the back foot. They usually perform very well, and they figure out where to get in these fights. And this is what we've been saying they've wanted. You know, you get Nasus to that spot, Mega Zero can get tanky as well as get that damage out. The double locket to come in the fight. They finished their bulwark now, and I think they're almost ready to get in.
Yeah, Nasus is feeling pretty good. He's got a Siphoning Strike up to level 3, and it's at plus 195 physical damage, so he's almost past that 200 mark. And as the game goes on, it's really easy for him to farm it now, since when you level up your Siphoning Strike, the cooldown goes down. Sona gonna get caught.
MIA getting caught out there. He did have to flash. Mega Zero was easily able to catch, also expending the exhaust from MIA. There's the hit down. MIA, he wastes a crescendo as well, which should be up for a next fight, but it could be needed for Baron now.
There's the late game outplays I was talking about Marn looking for. It just happened that it was Mega Zero this time. That Tiger Udyr will catch you off guard even before the change. He has plenty of speed.
Why would you take that Echo? He is going to be quite all right as he's chugging down some potions here. He should be okay after this. The team will be able to survive on this. Niantanso very low on mana, so we're going to have to be quite careful what's happening. Chuper gets grabbed out. There's the death sentence down. The Zhonya is quite early for him. Will he be able to get in to do enough damage? Echo taking quite a bit himself. They try to focus down. Niantanso flashes onto Chuper, making sure they shut down the crowd control. Laudamortis trying to walk himself into the fight, able to now take down Niantanso. Back onto Echo as he's going to go down finally. Claky D is doing what he can as Nasus, but it's not going to be enough in the 2v1. Double kill for Nick Wu. Up to the Wraiths as Heartbeat is trying to run. Laudamortis just wants a hug. He gets the hug, but he's thrown back away from Heartbeat, and it is not a happy moment for either of them.
Bold play right there. There's no one behind him to follow it up with any damage, but Complexity win that team fight with the engage coming out from Marn after Marn had already picked off Sona. Really, that spells bad news for Marn right here if they can't still win one of those.
Especially Chuper being the initiated on. He had to pop Zhonya so early. Complexity enjoying another dragon to themselves this game. And the gold lead, like I said before, it means something when it says 10,000. We're at 11,000 now, 14 to 10. Here comes Mega Zero. Once again, he really is Udyr. You can be in this point. You can kind of throw harass around everywhere, but the team has to be able to follow up.
It just shows the power of the AoE comp that Complexity have. Even if they're missing one component, they still have Amumu's ultimate and Rumble's ultimate combo. That with a Leandry's will burn you down. That's percentage of your max health anyway, so it's going to get everyone. And it really got Niantanso and Echo to feel a little overconfident since they had gotten a kill, and they put bad positioning, and they were relying on their positioning as their defense, so they paid for it.
You know what's not working, as I said, would be really cool for Echo to do, is throw down that wall to separate a fight. Have we seen a wall in these fights? Because if it happened in that one, it would have been placed in the bush, separating his team, other people. There was real no placement for it. They're jumping on him too fast and really shutting down the fact that they have that, you know, keep somebody away AoE.
Yeah, I also like that there's another threat here from Martin, though. Mega Zero picking up an Oracles of his own. He's going to be clearing out all those wards, and he got his main 2 items for his build. He was talking about you need a little bit of cooldown reduction for this.
A little bit of both.
So that you can proc up your Tiger stance and then move over to a Bear and get the speed boost and double proc your Tiger basically by using the first proc and then switching over to again. It's a huge amount of burst damage combined with a Trinity Force proc. People don't expect that from the usually very tanky champion that most people build Udyr as. Udyr.
Udyr. And we'll have to see if he can really put up the damage here as he comes into this next fight. He is going to try to go on Nick Wu. They finally get that wall down that they want. They separate one member, but how much are they going to waste on Nick Wu here? Enough to take him down. A lot of Mortis jumping into the fight. Curse of the Sad Mummy. A crescendo to lapse over them perfectly, but the positioning was all in favor of Martin this time. A lot of Mortis trying to continue the damage here. Trooper coming in from the side. He may be able to clean up now. Martin just stood too much in one spot. They had that back in their favor and then threw it back to Complexity at the end of the fight.
Oh man, that team comp. Trooper was not there for the whole, what, 30, 40 seconds almost of the beginning of that team fight. And when he finally got there, easy cleanup for him. Picks up the rest of the 2 kills. Complexity just beasting it with this. It looks like they're going to go for that inhibitor turret. And they might even want to, no, because the home guard boots will be a little bit dangerous to also go for an inhibitor. We'll see what choice they make here. They are chunking it down pretty quickly.
Let's see, once Trooper gets on it. Yeah, Trooper's going to have some good damage coming out in that 3rd attack. They could be able to go for this. 2 seconds on Thresh. They got 6 seconds on really anybody they have to worry about. So this will be theirs. No home guard yet. A Randuin starting to come out on Lauda Mortis as this fight could actually have completed that for him. As they start to head back to base, we're going to see some big buys here as Complexity just won a pretty good fight for themselves.
So they still have to be careful. This is where solo queue teams will often be like, okay, we just won a huge fight. We got a free inhibitor. Now we're good. And they go off, start farming random places. You have to be careful of the Baron. The Baron counter is actually a really big play. If Marn had rushed that right now, while a lot of members of Complexity were spread out and returning to base, then they could force something and try and even it up very quickly. It looks like they won't be able to do that though. Complexity not making that mistake, nobody going bottom.
You know, I was trying to figure out where a quick burst of damage had come from in that last fight, because I was like, yeah, a lot of Mortis is just slamming his head off people, ignoring magic resistance, but they're not taking that yet. MIA has actually bought a full Athenes here coming out, so he's definitely adding damage to the fight for his team.
I love that as a support item, because not only is it it's a little bit extra damage for Sona, you can just spam all your auras. That's how you're supposed to play Sona.
Apply keyboard to face.
Yes, there you go.
Continue. So 19 to 12, I should say. 36 minutes in here, 61,000 to 47,000. We'll say 48,000 gold, Kobe. 6 to 3 in turrets. And this is really where, as a team, Complexity, the position they're in, they should start to be dictating the game, yes?
Yeah, it's really a dire situation for Marm right now, because Complexity have showed they're able to win team fights even if they're engaged upon in a 4-on-5 situation. They have their AoE comp is very strong against this, and oh, it looks like they are going to go for the answer for the Baron. This is a little bit of a desperate Baron, but they saw Trooper bottom, so it's another 4-on-5.
Oh, they have
Can
so
they win
much.
This 4-on-5?
The equalizer to the lock-in, the Curse of the Sad Mummy. If they try to get out, Lauda Mortis can just keep them in there. They're taking Baron damage right now. They have to get out. Equalizer's gone. That beautiful Curse of the Sad Mummy locks everyone up. Do they have the damage to follow? Mega Zero pushed off the bottom. Clicky D running with the team. You can see the Andries burning them down. They try to get back into the fight. Niantanso, good guy, blocking that shot. And Trooper is going to be stunned off to the side there as they disengage this one, but no re-engage the Q going on, killing down Niantanzo. They finish off another double kill coming in for Chuber as he starts to make the plays. A harpoon just right through all the minions, threading the needle. Echo trying to one more electric harpoon, and he is going to be done for. Turns around, throws down the Sonias. They just have all the plays right now. Can they clean up the last two? Echo done. Mega Zero close to dead, and he bears out of the fight.
Wow, really nice chase there from Complexity. Both Nick and Chuper played that essentially well, or extremely well. The Zanya's coming in there from Nick at the last second to block out the Anivia Q. Just, they really deserve this inhibitor turret.
Absolutely love when that happens, when you think the player has just gone complete tunnel vision and they're like, nope, I was playing tricks. Zonya's out. They get so much off of this fight, and like you said, you just don't need to take chances right now. That Baron chance equals this right now for Marn, and Complexity's in their base.
Yeah, that was a little much. I mean, it was a good opportunity because they saw Chuper bottom, but they've already lost several 4-on-5 fights.
Yeah.
And they haven't been able to disengage very well. It was a really nice job by Chuper following that one up. And a good, actually, Echo cued him over the wall there. They didn't have vision on it, but it landed perfectly.
That was great.
They had a little vision of him running over towards that area, but it looks like it'll be a free Baron here for Complexity.
So now Complexity definitely sitting in the driver's seat. 18,000 gold in the lead of Marn right now. The Deathfire grasp picked up on Chuper. He is in complete assassination mode right now. The Führer boots coming out for Brunch U as he wants to keep himself in the fight at 7, 1, and 11 this game. And you can see actually just the Giants belts being picked up now by Complexity. They picked up 2, Chuper grabbed 1. We just had MIA grab 1. They're ready to be in the fight for the long haul.
And really, the main tank there, Claky D here for Marn, because Mega Zero, he's building more offensive. You can see he's going for a Blade of the Ruined King right there. He's looking to kill people. He's not looking to take damage. Really, the sole tank right there, Claky, actually is, they're able to burn him down really quickly. Look at this Caitlyn with the combo here. Not only the Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer combo, but also, bam, I've got plenty of lifesteal with my Bloodthirster, and I've got the armor penetration, so he can pretty much melt whatever he wants from the back line. It looks like they're going to go back over here and just shove the bottom. They've got 2 inhibitors down already. They can take their time, even if they felt like it, grab Dragon for extra gold.
Really props to this game so far here, 40 minutes in. Loudamortis and Nick Wu just really, and you'd say Chuper, setting everything up for Brunch to just stay on the outside and pick up these kills. Everybody actually has got a good spread of kills across the board. Even we have MIA 2, 1, and 17 right now. Looks like they're trying to thwart off this last turret, and that turret is prepped for whatever they want. If they want to go around, just take it out and continue to turn this base into shambles. They can do so, Kobe. 40 minutes in, it could be Complexity's final push here.
Yeah, Baron buffed up. They've got all their AoE ultimates. Caitlyn's ready with red buff. She does get caught, though.
Brunchu is in the lock in there. He does use Cleanse and Flash to get out. We're watching Curse of the Sad Mummy on a Niantanzo. They drop the AD carry. They drop Mega Zero. Claky D is going to follow, and he is the tankiest. That spells bad news bears for Marn, and the Nexus is going to be open after the turrets. Complexity dominating throughout the game. 20,000 gold lead to end it off, and the Nexus is in their sights.
Yeah, bad news for a Bear Udyr. He wasn't able to get, even with a little tenacity, there's way too much AoE CC there. He wasn't able to get any of his damage off. He built like a bruiser, looking for some 1v1s, maybe even 1v2s he was happy to go. But a full 5-on-5, Complexity just built AoE central there.
I really thought that was going to be an awesome composition, that you see somebody choose a Karthus or an Anivia to keep everybody off the back line, or kind of keep a huge initiation to be a little bit slower, but they dove right over Anivia ultimate. They dove right over anything put in their face and would just play it correctly. Like you said, winning many 4v5 fights when they had to. They lost Nick Wu in that fight instantly, and there wasn't really anything big used on Marn's side, just regular abilities, and then they weren't able to capitalize on the next fight. So, like I said, it's kind of that part where we saw all these teams doing the lane swaps and doing everything, and then you get to mid-game, like we said, and they kind of don't have a strategy from there.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, actually. Both of the teams that were tied for last place, GGU and Complexity, both got wins. They were really hoping to separate themselves from the other team to say, oh, we're not last, he's last, but they both improved. They both get their wins, so that tie is going to last a little bit longer.
Absolutely a great game by both teams, though. We kind of saw a little bit of something new from each. We saw, you know, not that's new, that Thresh on Heartbeat and whatnot, but their composition now, how it played a little bit. We saw that Complexity is putting a little bit more focus on Brunch U, at least in this game, as the AD carry, allowing him to really sit on the outside and get kills. So everybody's kind of adapting mid-season here.
Yeah, they had him, Caitlyn, just super long range. Since they had so many other like AoE CC things for the team to watch out for, he was able to just fire away from the back lines.
Right on, guys. So up next, we have an interview with MIA from Complexity, and then it's Team Solo Mid versus Dignitas. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are joined by MIA from Complexity. Congratulations in the match. Now, I have to ask, we've seen the kind of swap, the split push going on from everybody. When you guys kind of took down the towers and swapped, everybody kind of halted. Did you guys like, let's do this at first and then kind of we'll play the late game out?
Well, we had Caitlyn Sona, so we knew we would have a lot of early game pressure.
Okay.
But once we took bot tower, we would took top tower, we went middle, but we made the mistake of letting Anivia get blue. And so for the duration of blue buff, we couldn't take mid tower. So we would just sit middle and we were like waiting for blue buff to go away.
So I actually want to ask about First Blood. Up top, you guys just kind of chucked him down under the turret. Were you as surprised as he was? I'm sure he was not expecting that burst damage from Sona.
We were definitely surprised. Like, he stepped on the trap, and we were like, oh, okay, let's just, put some D on him. But then he just started dying. Brunch didn't even pop his 4-pot. He still had 4-pot after killing him. And we were like, what? Clicky free? What's happening?
And then a little bit later into the game, it seems like they were always able to engage on you guys 4 versus 5 whenever they wanted. They would catch someone out, but you're always able to turn it around. Did you guys always plan on using that AoE heavy comp? Is that something you guys have practiced a lot?
Oh, yeah, that's what we do. We like to get one person down, we let them die, and then we're like, oh, now we're going to bait them into the AoE fight. That's our plan. No, it wasn't planned out, but since we played the team fights correctly with the AoE, we were okay with the 4v5 even after we knew someone had been picked.
So lately you've been playing a lot of Thresh. Why does that connect with you? You know, what is it about Thresh that allows you to play that as such a good support?
I really, after the lane phase, I like to look for picks. I want to find who's out of position. That's my favorite way of playing, and that's just how I roll. And so Thresh really works with that. It's my favorite pick for sure.
How does the team, you know, correlate to that? Does that work well with everybody? Are they cool with you just kind of going gung-ho sometimes?
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, they're just like, when I'm playing Sona too, it's the exact same thing. I'm sitting there saying, I have flash. Who can I flash ulti? It's kind of like a joke for me now.
It seems like you guys have really improved a lot from the beginning of the LCS. What do you think are the main factors that have caused you guys to just improve your game so much?
Well, we've worked a lot on our team comps, especially. That seems to be the redeeming factor anytime we win a game. Versus Dignitas, we had the poke comp, and today we pulled out AoE comp versus Marn. And so that seems to be our strong factor, and we're going to really push up for that.
You specifically as a support, you said late game you like hooking people, going, being the initiator and stuff. What do you think are the main factors in a really good support player?
I would say positioning, but I got caught today. But really, it's a lot about positioning. So when those mistakes happen, it's bad. But if you pull it off correctly, you can get really good picks off as a support, and that's a really good thing to do.
You seem like you guys focused on getting Brunch a lot more fed this game. Is that just kind of the way it happened, or was that a main focus?
I don't really know how he got fed, honestly. I was kind of just running around and like healing and like trying to put pressure on towers. So I don't know where he got all his kills. It was mostly from creeps, I believe, because we didn't have many kills except on Clark top lane randomly. But so it just happened. It fell into place. Brunch went to lanes and just got really farmed while we were pushing. But that's one thing for sure. When we're in lane and pushing, we try to let him have most of the CS.
Right on.
So I want to ask about dragons as well. It seems like they're very important to your team. And Loud and Mortis is usually the one to start them. Is he the one keeping track of those dragon timers and making that call? Or is that the support who making the mid-game calls and going for the dragon timers?
I'd like to say it was me, but no, usually it's always Loud and Mortis. He really pushes for the objectives for his team. He really rallies us together.
So what was up with the level 1? You used a lot of human wards, and then right before the laning phase, you guys kind of dropped a load of wards down. Was just to pretty much keep Loud and Mortis safe?
Yeah, when we run a Mumu jungle, people like to invade us a lot.
Yeah.
It seems to be like a trend. People just like see a Mumu and they get like the bloodlust in their eyes and just run at you. And so we actually started with the 4-ward start so that they couldn't invade any side. And since we did that, we knew we would have pressure in any lane we wanted. And so that's the point of like running Kate Sona and then warding up the entire river.
So there's an interesting discussion about the gaming houses. Some people prefer having an office that they just go to sometimes and living separately. And you guys are all really close, and you live in the same place, and you play in the same place, and you're pretty much around each other 24/7. What's really Complexity's philosophy on the gaming house and how it should be separated?
I like it as one, like my life is my work right now, and I like it that way. And I think my team is really embracing that too. I know other teams like GG, M5, formerly M5, they like to keep work and life separate, but it kind of works well with our team.
All right, and final question. It's kind of a weird one, but you know, when you came up here, you saw that you guys were up 20-some thousand gold, and you kind of had no realization that you guys were up that much. Is there anything in a game that'll tell you guys it's safe to fight, things are safe to go on? Obviously, when you started winning 4v5, that kind of clues it in. But do you guys ever kind of take that factor into account?
We were more about positioning. We don't really think about how far ahead we are and what we can abuse because of that. And so that's why you could probably tell that we stalled for maybe a little bit too much longer than we should have been. But it worked out in the end because we try not to throw it. The most important thing was that we tried not to throw.
I think that's a good point to always look up.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations in the game and the rest of the matches at the LCS MIA. Now, it's time for our next match, Team Solo Mid versus Dignitas. A lot has happened since they last met back in Week 2. Aside from a handful of shaky games, Dignitas has proved to be one of the toughest teams in North America. Team Solo Mid is also on a roll and finally found some much-needed cohesion thanks to their new roster.
I mean, last game, they had Crumbs. He invaded very early, and they did a really nice counter gank. Even though Odd One was able to burn his flash out, and he chased him off the blue buff, Crumbs, talking about all the information he was getting from the rest of the team, set up a double kill for Scar in the mid lane, and Scar got super fed. He had double buffs, and they just shoved that all the way, snowballed that for a really good win.
And actually, we saw both of these teams going 3-0 last week as well, so we have some momentum coming.
Yeah, they're going to come in with a lot of confidence, and the factor of Wild Turtle seems to be what everyone's talking about for TSM. He's really that wild card that people haven't been expecting. Why will they ban out Draven? Because I'm a Cutie Pie likes playing Draven. They could actually just save that and then pick the Draven away from him. We'll see who comes out with the more aggressive early game.
Absolutely. And both teams are coming into this match confident that they have the upper hand, but they're not about to underestimate the competition.
TSM is still an opponent that you can't underestimate at all. We have lost to them many times in the past, but I feel like right now we are still climbing.
Right now we're 1-1 against Dig, and they went on this 10-game winning streak because they had a really bad streak at the start.
They win games, but I feel like a lot of their games that they win, they scrap on by.
Scara's been playing really good. Kruns is playing really good. They took a really big step forward from last year.
We're not going to cut any corners or anything still, but we're more confident against TSM right now.
All right, guys, you've heard it from the players. Let's get into the lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top, the Odd One in the jungle, Reginald at mid, Wild Turtle, and Xpecial on AD and support.
And in the red corner, we have Dignitas. Kiwi Kid up top, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar as mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy supporting.
So actually, let's take a quick look at the LOLesports.com to see voting for this match. And it looks like you guys have picked Team Solo Mid to win by 59%.
Pretty close one right there.
That's actually pretty darn close. And I like the fact that you pointed it out, the wild card, the Wild Turtle. We have kind of seen a Draven ban focus, but no more than that. No super lane focus, nothing that would really put him at a test for Team Solo Mid yet.
Yeah, he's still an aggressive player on like a Caitlyn or something. So he's not really pigeonholed into only that champion. It's just that a lot of people are scared from his solo queue antics with the Draven.
Absolutely.
He's up there with the Afro moves and with the I'm a Cutie Pies. So it's definitely something to watch out for. I mean, the interesting part to me about that video was Dignitas not giving TSM credit for their wins. It was like, Scar was like, oh, they just scraped by in their wins. Those were not convincing wins. So it sounds like Dignitas, even though they're respecting TSM, not very scared of them.
Well, you always have to keep the mental edge on your opponents. You can never give them that. Unless you're probably Kiwi Kid. I bet you Kiwi Kid would have said better, smiled, and then gave a thumbs up.
Yeah, he's always confident, but always, well, he's not smiling right now. He's serious mode. This is ultra serious Kiwi.
Oh, man. So we're actually probably going to see that Singe top. It'll be unbannable this game. He's doing mind games right now.
The Singe changes were very interesting to me because as a Singe player, I don't main Singe.
Right.
They look like big numbers. Nerfing the fling damage, the fling AP ratio, and taking off the armor from his ultimate. I was like, wow, no more tenacity and armor on that. It seems like he might go down. But I've seen him in solo queue again, and he's still that same old Singe. He can run around, troll people, spamming that laugh, and he's still a potent character.
It really is. And I like that fact that Kiwi Kid has those play styles. Sometimes you're on a champion where you play that. I'm going to farm up. I'm going to do everything I can, and then I'm just going to be a nuisance. And no, I won't kill anybody mid-game and not get aggravated about it, but I'm just going to be a complete nuisance. And the other team's going to hate that. And knowing that you do that, knowing that's your job, it really makes that role that much more impactful. Because if you try to go crazy, you just get yourself killed. You just get yourself focused.
Especially since they're going against Dyrus on his birthday.
On his birthday.
Dyrus, pro player pick Singed, so I'm sure that it's also highly valid for him. He feels bad when he plays against other people on Singed and the other people do well on Singed. He's like, oh wow, they're making it look good, but he's not very mechanically well. I mean, I could do much better.
It's like you're watching the game from home and you're like, could have done that better.
He's like, that's my baby. You're taking my champion away from me.
Absolutely, and there's Wild Turtle Special next to each other. Dyrus in the middle, Odd One, and Reginald in the setup. A little bit different than most would play. You usually put the mid in the middle, or the mid in the middle, the jungler towards the middle, or the mid accordingly. But AD and support always sitting next to each other, and it really helps within the communication, how you're affecting things. You know what you can officially or just instinctively look at right away as well.
Yeah, because you are sharing a lot of stuff with the people that are right next to you. You're sharing the desk, and people shaking and stuff. If you're next to someone who's nervous, I got this flack from Choster because I was shaking and the keyboard shakes so much, but you can actually hear them if they're yelling. If you're sitting next to someone like Zuna, then you can hear them not only in your headset, but you can hear them just straight because you're next to them as well. It does affect a little bit of the play style here. You can see Reggie on the end there. So, yeah, he's definitely not one of those mids that likes to be in the center of the team. He shot Colin from the edge.
So I really think Dignitas is going to come out, or TSM rather, will come out with the Kale ban. They're the Kale ban from TSM. I did have it right the first time. My brain is going backwards, though. But, yeah, they want to stop any of that aggression. TSM even said with Wild Turtle on the team, they're more aggressive. They're allowed to be because that's the way he plays. So they're going to stop those assassination-type champions or that fast kill that TSM wants to bring to the table. Kale's going to be that factor. So ban from TSM there. Expect to see Diana banned out as well. I really think Scar is going to be a big focus for TSM in the bans.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I was thinking we just saw Curse bait Dignitas into a Kale pick, and they countered it with a Karthus pick.
That's true.
Which Reggie actually gave the idea to Curse after the player conference when he and Saint were walking back from dinner. It was like, okay, you're giving me some information. You know how to beat Dignitas? You pick Kale. Great counter pick. I mean, you pick Karthus, great counter pick to Kale, and it worked out so well. TSM might even do the same thing, try and bait them in. It looks like they don't because Curse already used their strategy, so that's out in the open. We'll just ban it out, get it out of the way.
There it is. And actually, look at this. They are challenging Wild Turtle. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
They want to ban him out. They're putting all the pressure on the new guy. I love just the mental strategy there. They're like, okay, we don't have to ban out any of these team comps from TSM. We're focusing on a player. If we can crack Wild Turtle mentally, then we can really expose TSM and take out the new factor that they brought.
And I think TSM's last ban was just kind of a resort to what they saw come out against them because they don't want to give that support Lulu over to Patoy as well.
Yeah, Patoy, he's such a versatile support. He's been really beastly, and he's been a very essential part of their team comps. Their new team comps with the teleport Janna coming mid, farming up. You had like 140 some CS in that one game, split pushing, picking up some interesting items. The Spirit of the Elder Lizard a couple times there. But the first pick, taking the Diana away from Kiwi and Scar at the same time, that's always a very nice choice against Dignitas.
I like it. They leave it up. They counterplay it into their hands. We're going to have to see what Dignitas comes up with. Most likely that jungler, probably just the top lane as they throw it in.
Yeah, and Dignitas are one of those teams, if they take a loss early in the day, it just makes them more focused. They harden themselves. They really do not want to go on any kind of losing streak. So they definitely talked over everything from the last game against Curse. And that's probably why TSM didn't want to go with the same strategy, because they know that about Scar. Scar will not let something go. He won't let that happen twice.
Absolutely not. We're going to get these guys back into Champion Select as they hopped out for a quick second. But what they're showing already just shows that they know this is going to be a crazy game. That was a slow pick ban phase, and even we said Team Solo Mid kind of, they went for the Elise Kale, and then it was like, bam, Lulu, if you've banned out 2 AD carries, right? So we don't want to make your AD carry side stronger. We know Wild Turtle's already going to be out of his comfort zone a little bit. He obviously has more than 2 champions.
I know. I'm excited to see what else Wild Turtle's going to have to show us because, like we said before, he was also a mid laner. He could pull out some ZZ Tai stuff where ZZ Tai will play whatever he wants mid lane. He'll pull out a Gangplank or something. Does Wild Turtle have the same sort of flexibility where they could play, double bruisers bottom? The new face of TSM could be really interesting. I don't think we'll see it quite yet. He'll probably go with just another normal AD. Maybe the Varus, very
popular.
We got to
remember this kind of links into what Xpecial can play as well, because do they throw Turgot in there, right? Do they have a composition that they can just Taster's Choice together and come out on top no matter what was thrown at them? So it kind of depends on what Xpecial can do in this situation as well.
Yeah, that has always been a really potent combo, and we haven't seen it in a long time. You mentioning the Taric and Urgot there. Taric also getting a few balances in the last patch, toning down his damage a little bit ever since the rework where they switched his aura to be scaling off his armor, plus his damage scaled off his armor. People were playing him top lane, and it looked really cool, and he was scaling very well into late game. Just tone that down a little bit, but it's still, anytime you have a guaranteed stun plus the Acid Hunters from Urgot, it can be so much early game pressure. And talking about all these games snowballing from the early game, it's really a very dangerous strategy that you always have to be watching out for.
And it's funny, if you just saw it on the screens, Crumbs was shaking his leg, and his monitor was actually, that's his monitor shaking right there in front of you. So
that's what I was talking about. Like, Chowster was sitting next to him. He would smack him in the head. Like, stop it. I'm trying to concentrate here.
Oh, man. So we'll have to see what these guys get in for. Picks to come in. Like we said, Wild Turtle had 2 banned against him, that Caitlyn, as well as that Draven. So we'll have to see if he can bring something into the lane. We are going to get back into picks and bans here for Team Solo Mid versus Dignitas.
And I liked how the last ban that they threw in there was the Shen, because Darius was able to use that so effectively last time. That's how TSM finally got their team fight that they wanted against CLG and just wrecked faces. He had 2 great taunts after his stand united on top of Reggie, just securing them the team fight, securing them the Baron, and basically securing them the game. Ooh. Very quick picks here. They already had everything laid out. They knew what they were going to follow it up with. The ever-popular Nasus. Looks like we'll be seeing him in the jungle once again.
Yeah, they need to be in green for Dignitas, Thresh, and Nasus on the selection there. And we see Team Solo Mid has definitely slowed down a bit with what they want to show. Probably a jungle here, so picking a jungle would allow Dignitas to have to throw out another one of their cards, and they can kind of get away with just a free pick here. Unless they want to get an AD carry, they got to get it before Dig does. So it's really a mind game right now for these teams.
I was thinking it might be that Varus, because he's so popular, especially in solo queue right now on the North American ladder. Wild Turtle, really that's where he's at home right now, and he's played so many solo queue games. A lot of people are doing the Blade of the Ruined King rush on Varus because he has so much burst damage that can catch you by surprise. In solo queue, it works really well because you can pop all of your charges with your Blighted Quiver and use the active from Blade of the Ruined King, and people are just blown away by the burst damage coming from an AD carry. But in a league game like this, it's going to be hard to catch someone like I'm a Cutie Pie off guard. I don't know if that same thing will work. It's still a lot of damage. It's still a lot of burst. Right. But the surprise factor probably won't be there.
I'm interested to see what Team Solo Mid goes for a support here. What will synergize with that? The crescendo is going to be there, but I feel like Dignitas may take that first, and they're not even going to go for support here. They quickly lock in that Renekton. Or yeah, the Thresh rather. They have the Thresh.
Yeah. The Quinn.
Looking at all the green, right? I'm like, just blending into my eyes.
What was that green ghost first thing? That's they're hovering over the Quinn there.
So yeah,
I was crossing my fingers. You know, I listened to Jad. I got my Quinn facts down. I was ready to throw some out, but they're not gonna pull her. So it won't be the split pushing bird. It's gonna be I'm a Cutie Pie with the golden locks on Ezreal.
One of these days, April Fool. I'm a Cutie Pie goes blonde.
Full just bleached.
And I was actually thinking Janna here, but I was kind of thinking how that synergizes with the use of, you know, the laydown ultimate, Diana wanting to go in. It would just kind of push everybody off what you want to centralize.
Yeah, it would be interesting because Dignitas are the ones who used that Janna and that teleport mid and actually did the 2-versus-1 switch. If TSM are known for taking other people's strategies and even just using them against them and just making them better and just executing it so well. That's how they got so good back on their run in Season 2. They would just take whatever they saw from somewhere else and execute it. Yeah. They could execute so well.
They really did. It kind of seemed unstoppable for a while. I remember TSM's thing was just like 30 minutes, every turret still standing. What are you going to do? And they just played such good D. Lock-in's coming in. Skara going for the Gragas. Always love to actually see Skara play Gragas. There's going to be some great play there. So very fun game ahead of us versus a Diana in middle. Not a matchup we see a lot. What's that like?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting because you never know where the laners are going to go. Skara with Gragas, he often does not go for a solo lane. He'll take a red elixir and go down in the bottom lane. He'll go to the top lane. Dignitas have prided themselves on how flexible they are.
Yeah.
They look a lot at the foreign teams, the Chinese teams and the Korean teams, who will throw out champions in whatever lane they just feel like suits them best. So matching up these lanes so early is really fairly hard against these teams, and especially even since TSM have shown their new face where Wild Turtle's aggression, adding that to the team, has sparked Reggie back to his old self. People kind of forget that Reggie was the original North American player that was like, he had like 20 memes across the internet where it was like, yeah, I'm aggressive style, bro, or whatever it was with the sunglasses, and it's really reignited that in Reginald and take TSM really back to their base.
Sometimes you need that, like Reginald has said multiple times, this switch for them is a breath of fresh air. It's motivation. It's even the other day when, you know, we met with all the players, everybody went out to dinner and whatnot. TSM was upstairs playing games, they were practicing, and everybody else was having fun. So their priorities definitely changed around here mid-season. We'll have to see what they can do as they are about to head up. Team Solo Mid versus Dignitas coming in as they're loading into the game. Moving to the third here in Kobe, bringing you the 5th LCS matchup of the day here, and we look to get onto Summoner's Rift.
So I was talking about how Reggie used a lot more aggression. Now I think if he roams very early, as soon as he's level 6, we'll probably see him looking to roam and warding up a lot of the middle of the river, because if he can get the edge there and get those first kills like we saw in the opening weeks with Wild Turtle, then they can really use that snowballing tactic that they've tried now.
So Crumbs in the jungle on Nasus. Wow. Odd one on to Volibear. Looks like, again, we're going to have those personal wards set up by everybody. None laid down just yet. Looks like Dignitas actually pushes ahead a bit here to see some vision on any exits or entries.
And we have a cloth 5 start from Dyrus, yeah, on Rumble. That means he has no ward of his own top lane, and Xpecial is not coming up to drop one for him. So Dyrus is going to be pretty much blind up here in the top lane, and Kiwi Kid just wants to take him head on. This could be dangerous for him. If Crumbs makes an early visit top lane, then they can easily pull out a kill on a Rumble with just Flash.
So that's when it's safe. You feel safe ganking a Rumble then?
Yeah. If they have no vision and you know where the jungler is, then I would go for it. But you're right. That is one of the scary junglers. The only thing is, Renekton is pretty much the same thing, and he's got a red elixir. So red elixir burst damage is really strong early game, even against a cloth armor.
Wow, 9-2 starting in mid for Reginald on potions as well for him. And we have the red 5-1 coming in for Skara. So we'll see a lot of aggression between those two, or at least a long early laning phase in that farm before they go back. Looks like bottom lane, Wild Turtle grabbing up some Cutie Pie. Getting Mystic shots in, playing actually very aggressive here without a ward for himself and no support yet. But he looks like he has vision of the other lanes, and he's able to do that quite easily. Just a little bit of harass, and that's kind of going to help him make that getting them level 2 a little bit easier. It won't be an all-in now.
Yeah, he tried to just poke around there. It looks like Sona's going to go help Odd One up here, so he'll be a little bit late too. Patoy also helping with the blue buff there. Both AD carries basically going to just farm up the first couple levels, because you're never sure if the other AD carry support is hiding in that bush.
Waiting to just chunk you down. With Patoy, it would be that death sentence, so it is something that would make a huge factor in this game. Nobody really trading damage yet, even as they get to lane here and just try to do, or at least in the other lanes, the bottom lane, get as many pokes in as possible.
Kiwi Kid going aggressive early on Dyrus in that top lane. He's probably called out to Crumbs by now that there was no ward from Dyrus since Dyrus went cloth 5, and that's all of your money that you can spend. It looks like Crumb's not going to go for the early gank, though. He's just going to continue farming his jungle, and it's pretty good that he does that because Odd One's in the vicinity.
It looks like you see Dignitas playing this one a lot safer after spending 750 gold on elixirs throughout the entire team. Even Skara said, you know, walking around, and after the interview, I believe they said it too, losing that fight pretty much allowed them to carry that game.
Yeah, they put a lot of emphasis on the early game here. It's so much money spent on consumables that oh, here we go. They're going to gank onto Kiwi Kid. He walks right through a ward, so at least TSM knows now that there is a ward up in that top.
Cutie Pie going aggressive down bottom. Wild Turtle getting good heals coming in from Xpecial, and they are completely winning this trade.
I'm a Cutie Pie holding on to that red elixir for that trade. So that's the important thing. You got to keep it in the back of your mind. He still has his flash. He still has his cleanse. He still has that burst of HP when he pops the elixir.
I really think he'd love to get that exhaust off Xpecial and just shift out of it. Xpecial looking to get some damage in with more pokes. There's the level 3 and level 3. Patoy is level 2. It's not going to matter too much. He has the crowd control. He needs a Reginald. One more hit. It's going to be the body slam coming in from Skara. First blood.
there goes the first red elixir from Dignitas. Well worth it right there. Scar grabbing some money for himself, but look at the gold difference. Only about 300 here, and Crumb's been camping this top lane. He wants to make a move on Dyrus.
So this is going to allow Odd1 to kind of farm up that middle and get himself some more CS, but that does hurt Reginald, and that does hurt Dyrus. That mobility for that lane, he is not going to be able to get help from the Odd1 as he is mid, so that gank top could work.
I was definitely talking about you don't want to gank from Rumble lane until you have vision of the other jungler. Now they have that vision I was talking about, and he's in position. If Kiwi can start it up with a stun.
Almost getting it. He actually stunned during the animation. They're still going to go hard on this one. It's going to be Kiwi Kid tanking it down. Flashes out, but the hit goes down. And that's exactly what you said too, Kobe. Rumble's the one to turn it around.
Yeah, it's that AoE damage. Good job right there by Dyrus. Kiwi just a little bit too aggressive, takes some tower hits, and he pays for that one dearly.
A great turnaround there to now make it 1-1. That 600 gold actually going in favor of TSM right now. It's going to be coming in through creeps just about. Batoy and Cutie Pie still getting very pressured back by this poke bottom lane. Reginald returns to lane, and Skara knows he can bully him out and continues to do so with auto attacks.
So they Crumbs and Kiwi Kid up top got that flash out. And they're like, okay, that was pretty much a free flash. We didn't even take any damage for it. They could have backed off right there, but they wanted to finish it off because he landed the Wither. And now Dyrus is in a commanding lead because he went cloth 5. So he still has a cloth armor. He's got an item, whereas Renekton's red pot was popped. It's going to be ticking now, and as soon as that runs out, he's going to be at a very large disadvantage.
And that situation all worked great for Dyrus. He actually just leveled, equalized his lane out, and pushed it. You can see Kiwi Kid trying to throw it back in his turret's face. So we're going to get him backing, get some good buys on Dyrus. Actually goes quickly for that health pot, goes for the Doran shield. Dyrus loves that Doran shield, and it is such a good pickup for just a bit of armor in that regen.
Very good early game item. I even like Gambit Edward. He picked it up on the support just for bullying that bottom lane. That was a very good pickup right there. I like the efficiency on that item. And it's a good addition, even though it's not quite as far as going for an elixir, which is huge early game power. It's kind of the middle road, because at least you get to hold on to it, and it's a lot more armor to deal with that Renekton. He's trying to just beef up so that he can continue to snowball this lane and use his aggression. And look, he's level 6 now, so it's going to be very dangerous for Kiwi Kid.
And what's cool about that, the Doran shield, is that he's actually built that at 13-14 minutes when he had an extra 500 gold to throw in there. So kind of always helpful up until partially getting towards mid-game. Scar going off. Looks like they're going to put some pressure here onto the Dragon. They don't have vision of the Odd One yet. He has actually just crossed a ward as I say that. So we could have a little bit of a 2v2 here.
Scar just chasing off the bear right there. Nobody actually taking hits, but they're posturing very well.
So they see each other. They know it's possibly going to be a dragon, but I think there's too much knowledge for each team, and they're going to go ahead and say maybe in the next 3 minutes when somebody's out of position. See Dyrus pushing in that top. Mega Zero, both Renekton and Rumble. Yep, Mega Zero came into my brain.
He's gonna be
we have the Negatron cloak on Kiwi Kid right now, so he's trying to just do all he can to tank up against Dyrus.
Not quite rich enough for the Negatron cloak. He's got the baby version.
Oh yeah, no
magic mantle. But he's still getting bullied. Look at this, the power of Dyrus. I also want to point out that Reggie, even though he got bodied by Skara, got the kill down there, he's keeping up in that CS. He's actually leading in the CS, which is really, really important for that mid lane. He's able to shove it in, and Skara going over to get the blue buff, lost out on only one creep.
This is going to be big for Skara soon. Level 7, he knows he's going to be quite ahead of almost everybody. Reginald is 7, but he's definitely not putting up what Skara can right now with those two Dorans coming in with that damage of just a burst in that ultimate. Scar's going to start roaming. These lanes are going to get a lot of pressure soon.
Yeah, and I was talking about the importance of Reggie's roam.
Yeah.
Skara can actually roam a lot quicker on Gragas because he does have that body slam that you can use just to gain distance. Since he has a blue buff, this is prime time to look for some Skara roaming and look to pick up kills. But he's so confident in the mid lane against Reggie. He already picked up one kill. Might just stick around there and try and get another.
Well, knowing Reggie is such a pivotal piece of what happens in late game team fights. If he can continue to push Reggie out of lane, as we saw that first time he killed him, as soon as he came back to lane, right back to his turret, if you can keep that going, then there's no reason to stop it.
this bottom lane too, I just have to shout out Wild Turtle. He's got no boots. He went with the very early BF sword on top of his Doran's Blade. Since he didn't buy the early elixir, he has a lot more power in his inventory right now than Cutie Pie, and Cutie Pie is just bullied all the way back to his secondary turret right there. Not only did they take the first one, but they were able to ward up the dragon with pink wards. So they have vision of the dragon, they have control over that area, and it looks like Crumbs, or excuse me, I'm doing the exact same thing. Odd One on the volley bear gonna go down there, and they're gonna start this one up. At least it's in the game. Yeah, that's close.
So they're going for Dragon here. And you know, we kind of saw Dignitas do this up to 25+ minutes at MLG. It was Scara, it was Cutie Pie not buying boots. And we see, you know, now Turtle not buying boots. They don't really have the speed up that Dignitas had last time, but Xpecial can work with that speed aura, so it's really safe for Turtle here.
Yeah, I really like when you do win that bottom lane. The extra warding definitely comes into play. You can see the defensive ward, very important, that Patoy placed at his blue buff. Sees this coming in, Dyrus now under pressure.
It's getting some damage down onto him. He's level 8 to the 6 and 7, but it's not going to be enough. They're just able to keep him in the Spirit Fire. A great lockdown there. 10 minutes more pressure down onto the bottom lane. Now Patoy forced to flash, and that spells a gank coming up soon. Once the jungler sees that, he knows he wants more, and it looks like they're going to be able to drop this turret too, Kobe.
Scara pulling out the back line of creeps so the rest of TSM are tanking up this turret. Odd One's okay with it though, because he still has this passive. There's an extra 30% regen left in that bear.
Looks like they're still just trying to wave clear here. Scara's doing what he can. He's trying not even to enter the lanes. He knows he needs to be somewhere else right now. That 2 plays at one time is kind of hard.
Yeah, it's a good sign for Dignitas that they at least were able to end the reign of terror that Dyrus was just wreaking upon Kiwi Kid up top. He called for the gank. They got a successful gank off, and they were able to take a turret. It just so happens that TSM answered with a secondary turret.
Really, this game seeming like it's been going on quite a long time. Everybody moving, doing stuff. We've only lost 3 turrets in the game, but it's just been back and forth. We now see Dyrus finally leaving that top lane. Looks like we're going to get a little roam from everybody here as we take stock of the score. 95 to 96 for your mid laners in CS. That's going to go to Scar right now with 1 kill. But again, they really haven't put those core items yet into effect. It looks like Reginald's actually going to go for an Abyssal Scepter first because of what Scar was able to do in that early game. So already 1 lane of TSM adapting to what's happening. The other one seemed to be doing all right. Top lane Dyrus doesn't seem to be losing that one, so there's an even one for him.
Looks to me like Cutie Pie adapting as well. Since he was behind, he went for a BF sword buy instead of doing what he's been known for, which is rushing the Blade of the Ruined King on Ezreal sometimes, because he likes that on hit. He likes to apply that with Mystic shots. He's actually changed it up. He needs that raw damage because he got behind so much, and because Wild Turtle's already ahead of him. He's working on Infinity Edge. If you have to go the gap, that's 1,000 gold combine for a Blade of the Ruined King. It's a lot of mid game where you lose out on pressure, where you're going to get the Blade of the Ruined King the same as an Infinity Edge, and when Infinity Edge just does so much more consistent damage, it looks like Kiwi Kid not going to go in on that.
Dyrus has a good amount of wards, so you can see he knows the aggression he can put onto this fight right now. Nobody's coming down the river. If they come from blue, he's got that scrap shield to get out fast. The ultimate just missing from Wild Turtle. They should have a good amount of pressure to put on this turret, though. Xpecial should take a bit of damage, but be able to make it out of this one. They are going to turn. Crescendo goes out onto Patoy, and he goes down. Crumbs throws down the ultimate. He does not put down the Ghost yet. They're going to chase just a little bit here. They are going to get Xpecial onto this one. It will either be one more Wither or a Mystic shot he puts himself into. And it looks like they come up 1 for 1.
Oh, Patoy gone fishing. Now Kiwi Kid versus Dyrus.
There it is. Kiwi Kid throwing down the ultimate. He knows he doesn't have it, but it was the burn. That the ultimate silence coming out from Dyrus, rather, on his overheat, and he just couldn't get the damage down.
We also have a needlessly large rod for Scar, which is a giant boost to their wave clear. So Dignitas actually have great wave clear. Not only do they have the Spirit Fire from Nasus, but Scar's got great AoE as well. And he's going for some more exchanges with Reggie in this middle lane, even with the shield up.
And you can see Scar just kind of waiting on the cooldowns. He knows what he's doing. He has that defense coming in from Drunken Rage. Forced to flash there. Scara is definitely ahead. He sat there auto-attacking Reginald through his abilities. Dyrus kind of getting himself in a sticky spot. A great grab by Patoy. He gets the flash out of him as well, so they are just giving themselves little advantages here to continuously work on. The equalizer going to the backside there. Dyrus gets shut down here, doing as much damage as he can, though, before he goes up.
All right. Patoy catches something he can handle this time. They get a free kill right there. Very nice.
It doesn't work the first time. You got to try again. This one, again, going over to Skara, and he's just going to be able to hang out in that mid lane. Hasn't been able to get on top of Reginald and CS, though, so kudos to him for really keeping that lane even.
Cutie also finished his Bloodthirster as they hook Odd One into the turret. Only one turret hit, not going to be too bad. Reggie going in fairly aggressive.
And that's Reginald, right? Absolutely coining the aggressive term, and we can see why right there. Wild Turtle getting the damage on the turret as soon as possible as he was in range. They are completely working on everything they have, not letting it sit there for a second and just get stale.
You see what Xpecial did? As soon as they finished that turret, drops a ward down in that mid lane. I've seen this a whole bunch from teams pretty much in every scene, actually, North American as well as overseas, a lot of the Asian teams and the European teams. It's been very popular to place those lane wards as soon as you can get past the first turret, because it gives you so much vision of where the rest of your opponents are going to come from, any kind of sneaks that they are going to plan before they get into position.
So last game, we saw that, you know, Volibear didn't buy the Madrids coming out. He went for the Spirit Zone. We see that on Nasus just usually. Why that over the Madrids anyways?
I mean, it's really, it's a preference.
Okay.
I mean, there's so many more options with the Spirit Stone. If you get a Madrids, then it's a lot. It's basically a huge boost to your clear time very early. But in the end, when you have a Spirit Zone, you can upgrade that into a lot of things. You can get Tenacity if you want from the Golem upgrade, or you can get even, well, as we've seen Diamond do once or twice. He got the Spell Vamp from the Spirit, the Spectral
the
Wraith.
Collar,
actually, Insect actually did that as well one time at Dallas. You have just so many more options with the Spirit Stone.
All right, we'll have to see what he turns it into. Looks like he's facing the bulwark for building that first. Skara getting himself out cleanly on the Lantern toss. Reginald putting himself in the middle of the fight. It looks like he takes a bit of damage for his team. So they are not too bad off in the initiation here. If they can continuously position themselves better, that could have been a good fight here. Dignitas wants to reinitiate Skara with that blue buff. He can put out so much damage, and he sees 75% and now a 50% health bar from one ability. And that's why I'm saying these guys just want to go in. Xpecial, Wild Turtle, they share just about the same amount of health right now.
And I like that Reggie's going for the Abyssal Scepter very quick, because there's so much magic damage on Dignitas. Here they go. Kiwi Kid engages.
Kiwi Kid into the middle of the fight. Reginald from the side there. It's going to be Cutie Pie on the outside. He is going to be doing up some damage here, but it is not going to be enough. They're able to just turn this one around. 3-2 so far in the fight. Looks like Reginald will finally fall as the Dragon getting a little bit of action on this one. Cutie Pie goes for the attack, but he goes down as well from the Ignite there, and it looks like big time Dyrus coming up.
Yeah, the red buff burn right there. Great to have doubles on Rumble. They're able to get the Dragon off this because it's an ace. Both of them were running away from the Dragon for a second. They're like, oh, well, we aced them. There's nobody left up. We can take down this PvE battle easily.
The Cutie Pie was just on the outside, but we can see how he hasn't had the time to stack any damage up. I was like, he's going to do so much, and he got taken out. And the Dragon kind of just hit everybody and started doing all the damage for them. A great fight coming in there. 27,000 to 22,000 gold right now at 7-7. And that Dragon is going to be going over to Team Solo Mid. So that helps them with their 3-1 in the turret push coming in. We'll have to see where they take it from here as a few items getting finished. We do see that.
So Cutie Pie had got that Bloodthirster instead of going his Blade of the Ruined King route, but it wasn't even fully stacked.
Right.
After dying, it's only at 11 stacks now, so that means it was at 22 at the time. He had just barely gotten that. He hadn't had time to farm it up. And the Infinity Edge already from Wild Turtle, there's just such a huge power difference between these AD carriers right now. Varus already brings so much to the fight with his CC and his percentage damage. He's also got Infinity Edge, means that Wild Turtle is just really a huge, huge difference in the team fights.
And you can see just how much everyone takes from a team fight. They knew the damage Cutie Pie did there. Reginald saw that, and he is taking that into his own hands right now. It is going to be Crumbs there. He puts the Wither down, but that's only going to slow down Reginald if he can get another jump in. He is not going to be there. No, he gets stopped up in the mid-jump from the toss. Great job by Pertoy to lock him up.
Maybe they don't want Reggie to go back to his roots. A little aggressive. This is last game. He went a little bit too aggressive middle or top, and dove a turret, paid for that with his life. Now he's looking for another 1v1. They didn't quite have vision of the rest of the team, so it was fairly risky. At least they're able to trade that top turret.
Dyrus bouncing over the stun here from Kiwi Kid. Looks like he's just going to try to waddle out of this one. I don't think he's going to be able to make it. No, they see the rest of the team coming down. Even I was tunnel visioned on that one. I thought Dig was going in.
Patoy's recalling right now, but I'm a QTPI is still pushing. He wants to farm the rest of his Bloodthirster stacks while he's putting pressure on this bottom.
You know, it's great play by Dignitas in the first place to realize QTPie didn't have any wards down there. There were 3 members that went down to take out Reginald. Not even he was expecting them all to be there. So Dignitas is really playing smart right now. Knowing they're a bit behind, they got to make some moves.
I do like that the team-oriented build from Crumbs is coming to fruition, that he's got his Runic Bulwark, rush that thing very quickly because Dyrus had done so well. That's an AP, and then they have Reggie in the middle, this double AP comp. You need to get that magic resistance aura up as quickly as possible to give you a fighting chance.
And QE finally got the Negatron.
There we go.
There we go.
He's got both of them now. He's upgraded into the Hex Drinker, feeling pretty good.
Look at this. Dyrus building up the Zonias instead of really going for just kind of a Rylai's harass-heavy build.
It'll be interesting to see the next thing that TSM wants to group up on, because they're feeling like they have the upper hand right now. Even though in-game you can see they're like, oh, we're 7 to 8 kills, they're still playing aggressive, and they're still feeling like they're ahead, which is true. They have a large gold lead from those dragons and those global objectives, so they're pressuring all over, and they want to catch out Skara.
So looking at Patoy, he does not have the oracles. A great ultimate there, kind of thwarts the flip, but he's still forced to flash out. Not a huge for Gragas to be missing his flash, can still get a good initiate in, but it's something that Dignitas is going to have to ponder as they come into this next fight. Like you said, that Bulwark is finished. Core item for Skara coming in as the Rabadons. Just still the Bloodthirster and kind of the zeal behind it, which is giving him a bit of help, but there's just too much burst damage for QTPie's Thirster to really take effect right now.
You can see TSM has warded very deep in Dignitas jungle on the upper side, so they can contest the next red buff or just bait out around Baron. Since they have the upper hand, their AD carry is the one with the Infinity Edge plus Zeal combo. They can use this vision advantage to try and bait Dignitas into a bad spot. The only thing is, Patoy, known for landing clutch hooks. If he grabs the right person and pulls them in, that could be all that Dignitas need to turn this around. They are certainly not out of this. They definitely have a fighting chance, especially with that death cap you're talking about with Skara. He can burst someone down very quickly.
We've seen Skara just take Baron solo before with Gragas, so it's still anybody's matchup. It is quite a hard thing to do with the minimal amount of damage you're getting from a barrel, but it has been done. 7 to 8 here, as you were saying, 21 to 14, and you know, at a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead, that's not what you consider at 7 to 8. Remember, I was asking MIA, did you realize you were up 20,000 gold? The score was still close, and they're like, no, we don't. So I guess it is, you know, really hard for these players to tell, and he said it's not something we focus on, it's the next objective. And what is that going to be for these guys, Kobe? It looks like they're hovering top and nothing really in their sights right now.
Well, it is going to be TSM making the vision play. They got X Special. He popped his oracles now, so he's clearing out around Baron, and they really have to be careful. A Baron dance versus a Patoy on Thresh and a Skara on Gragas is very dangerous. Skara has actually stolen Barons with just his Gragas double barrel combo before, and you always have to be wary of that.
Something very scary. Dyrus now in the front here, trying to clear it out. His build just compromised of the Haunting Guys, Sork Boots, and into the Zonias, so he can kind of be a pest, but it's not going to be that catch Rylai's build we were talking about just a few ago. The Bulwark trying to come out now onto the odd one a little late, and it looks like also a Zonia is trying to be built up on Reginald here. So they're a bit ways off of their core items. Not too much gold in their pocket right now either. A lot of them under 500 gold.
It's interesting. QTPie looks like he might be going for that Trinity Force in this new patch where it's a little bit cheaper, a little bit more cost effective. They took some off of the Sheen combine cost there. So if he does go that route and turns that into a Phage and then a Sheen as well, he can have a nice mid game power boost right there. Having the ability to kite. Looks like Crumb's going to go for something. He's ghosting in on the back.
Super ghosting. They think they can get Reggie, but it's going to be a nice Electro Harpoon to slow them down there. So a ghost is out. Oh, they find Patoy on the backside. He throws down the ulti for the super slow. Is it going to be enough? Odd One finds himself going down. Kiwi Kid has a lot of control over this fight right now, and he is putting down some damage. Dignitas to follow up behind. It's going to be a defensive Zonias, and it's going to be a dead Dyrus coming through 10 to 7. Dignitas starts to pick up some movement speed.
That is how you deal with a volley bear. They burst
bursted him down before his passive went off, and Special gets hooked by Patoy, but flashes out.
Looks like they're continuing to push this one down, Kobe. Special still trying to go around. He has Crescendo, so they do have that up on a disengage here on the fight. Dignitas could easily go in for more damage. Reginald also wanting the damage, though. You can see him throwing on the shield.
That was actually, we were talking about Patoy landing a hook and then having Scar follow that up with a burst combo. Patoy didn't hook anyone. He just got Reggie to dive in on him. And he was like, okay, here we go. I'm boxing up. And Scar just bursted him down right there. That death cap really working out well.
There it is, another Dragon going down in the game here, 24 minutes in. Dignitas really starting to gain some ground here after that first part of the matchup. Not really going in anyone's favor, but definitely looking a little bit better for Team Solo Mid. Dignitas stuck in this one. 167 on I'm a Cutie Pie to 235 CS of Wild Turtle. So there's a huge discrepancy there. 9,500 gold to 7,400. 2,000 gold in the pocket more of Wild Turtle.
I just want to say about the Volley Bear bursting down again. If you're not able to actually make use of the passes because he gets bursted down straight by 100%, then he's actually not as tanky as everyone complains about. Yeah. What people usually get the locket for is once you get down to that 30% where your passive procs, then you use the shield. So that shield will give you the extra time for the regen to tick all the way, and you can survive longer. But man, Dignitas, with all that burst damage, they just smashed him into the ground. I mean, Crumbs actually added a good amount onto that. His siphoning strike is up to 120 right now. It's only level 1, but he's been farming it decently.
Another Oracle's picked up by Special here, looking over to Patoy. He does not have one himself. And it looks like they are going to start clearing these out towards that Baron Dance. Cutie Pie making his way back to base to get a purchase on, and it's going to be a Sheen, so he's looking at a bit more damage. It's really what he needs right now. If he goes down anymore, is he even on full stack right now? He is, so he is getting full damage from his Bloodthirster. This fight is going to be big for Dig. If they can win this one definitively, it's going to be very hard for TSM to come back for the next 5 or so minutes.
Once he's able to combine that last piece there into the Phage and then the full Trinity Force too, it really adds so much to Ezreal as a full kit, because he can help the rest of the members of his team kite. He can apply kite from slows from a very long range with that Mystic shot, and he just has so much more utility.
Odd One and Crumbs both on your screen. The junglers, you know, at this point of the game, it kind of goes from Crumbs to the mid lane to Scara. We hear about their calls. The early game is where Crumbs is fed every statistic, every cooldown that's going on, and he calls the shots. Now it's Scara and Reginald in the game calling the shots, calling what's going on, and these guys just have to make the right calls.
Yeah, and even though TSM, they're ahead in gold right now, in game they don't really feel like that, because they can see the scoreboard 7-10, and they did just get kind of whipped a little bit there in the last team fight. So they've been tamed, and they don't really have that aggressive edge that they were showing earlier. They're contemplating their next move right now. They don't want to overextend at all, because Dignitas have showed that they can definitely punish any mistakes.
Yeah. Well, remember that 2,000 gold I said that was up in the 80 carries? That's the discrepancy you're seeing in that chart right now. So it's not across the team, it's across one person. And if that one person can't do that damage, the gold is even right now.
Yeah, Wild Turtle really needs to make use of his positioning. We've said it so many times on Varus. Positioning is everything on Varus, because without that flash up right now, and he's got a little bit longer on it, he has nothing to reposition with. So he's going to need Odd One to tank as long as he can, make use of his passive, and soak up a lot of damage for Wild Turtle to be able to fire from the back lines.
Kiwi Kid, you can see him starting to make a very big impact in this game. He has the Sunfire cape ready. He's still sitting on that Negatron, as his Hex Drinker was finished quite early to go against Dyrus. He was able to put up a lot of damage in that last fight. A big focus as we come into the next one here. And we'll have to see how Wild Turtle positions for that one too.
I like Scar going with just the straight 2 big damage items, but he does get caught for a little bit right here, able to body slam through the Wraith Wall.
The flip in, it's actually going to be a lot of just face tanking here going in. Kiwi Kid gets drawn out to the Thresh Lantern. It looks like they're going to try to semi-disengage this. He actually flashes one harpoon. They go back in. Dyrus on overheat, so he can only do the Flame Spitter. He engaged that perfectly. Special actually picking up that kill. Crumbs is just kind of forced to run around. They're deciding whether they want in or not, and it's just 2 back and forth. Team Solo Mid is taking advantage of that. A good barrel almost takes down 2, and it looks like Reginald will back off after he hits that. A good fight by Team Solo Mid. They lose no one.
Such a well
played Chase right there. Dyrus flashing in as well. And I'm glad that he built more tanky. A lot of these Rumbles just going all offensive would have paid right there. I think Link it was paid for one of his flashes for a Harpoon, pretty much a similar situation. But Dyrus had everyone on the run, so he was very confident right there. And they were able to get another kill off that. TSM members getting out with sub 100 life points right there, several of them in that team fight. And that just goes to show how well it was micromanaged.
I actually think Crumbs had the right idea. He threw down that Spirit Fire and the Tri-Bush choke. Everybody would have had to walk through that. Maybe the cooldowns weren't up for Dignitas, but it looked like they were all about to sit in a Spirit Fire fight.
Dignitas were just so spread out because Scar initially getting caught right there by the Wraith, and then Kiwi Kid tried to go in too, so they were, oh no, and then Varus has the crowd control coming from the AD carry. It was just a really well-played fight from TSM. Now they've got their aggression back. They're ready to go for this Baron, clearing out all the wards as quick as they can. Baron's down to 50%.
Skara throws the barrel over. Reginald finds two, though. Reginald could get taken out in this time, but it's going to be for Baron. It would be worth it. Can he get one more barrel over? The Baron goes down. It does go. Actually, it goes over to Dignitas on this one. They're able to steal it out. Going off of that beautiful job, Kiwi Kid could go down as he throws himself in the fire, and Dignitas holds off what could have been a 4-minute pause button for him, but they may still lose a few. A great dash out of the ultimate. Skara taking down the odd one, especially with a sliver of health towards the top side of the map, and it looks like they're finally going to back off.
Crumbs with the all-star steal right there. Really well played. They get a Baron buff, you know, they lost 2 people, so it was pretty good for them. Oh, the hook!
Man, I lost all breath right there.
Woo, really on the edge of the seat. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go to the restrooms after this.
Look at this game. 30 minutes in, 11-11, 45,000 to 43,000. Still probably just that gold between the AD carries. It's 2,500 gold in favor of Wild Turtle over Cutie Pie right now. Like we said, if we can take down Wild Turtle, that fight becomes a lot quicker. And really, Dignitas needs to position. They were able to get Baron. That was huge there because that really would have put the game completely in Team Solo Mid's favor. That was the 5-minute wait they were looking for.
And even though they lost out on the global gold of Baron, because Crumbs with an amazing steal, they picked up Dragon. So TSM got a little bit of global gold back with the Dragon, and they evened up the kills. So now it's 11-11. They're a little bit of their confidence is back. They're definitely not happy about the Smite steal, but you know, tough break. Skara now with a Baron up, as well as a Death Cap and a Void Staff. That's just full damage, plus he's got a little bit of cooldown reductions on that tiny buy with the Phoenix Codex. It really adds so much to the late game because he's already got the full power. Now he upgrades it. That's just the 3 main items that he's looking for in his build.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he's just got more Doran's rings. You know Doran's rings are awesome. You got to wear the bling. And he's going to bring out 2 to the table. Zhonya's coming out now, Reginald and Dyrus, as he had that before. That was his second item, and then he goes ahead, turns the Haunting Guys into Leandries. So it was Haunting Guys, complete Zhonya's, complete Leandries. So he kind of went back and forth there.
That last team fight also gave Dignitas the confidence to grab an Oracles. Patoy actually going to hold onto that one until they decide they need to go for an objective. There's no Baron up right now, there's no Dragon up right now. He doesn't need to pop it yet. He's going to save that just in case. So he can use the extra time from the 5-minute duration, as well as if he happened to get caught out and die, they wouldn't lose it.
Trying to see if the supports are getting in on any of the damage action in this game. It looks like it hasn't been one of those 17 assist support games for either team. So we're seeing the regulars, some mobility boots, obviously for that catch that Patoy has been bringing out so well with the Death Sentence this game. The Oracles are out. Actually, we do see a Chalice coming out in Special, so that may eventually turn into that Athene's.
And the Baron buff, I mean, even though they got off a couple people, they have it on the main damage dealers. Both Cutie Pie and Scar are looking pretty good right now, so they would be happy if they could get a team fight even in the jungle right here. Scar's got great displacement. His ultimate is up right now, so if they're able to spread out the TSM team into an unfortunate situation, they're able to capitalize on that and pick off anyone very quickly.
Setting themselves up right now. They know this turret could be probably taken down. Cutie Pie is trying to get in range, just getting some Qs off, harassing with that Triforce right now, and really they cannot get to the turret. There's just too much clear coming out for these guys. They're going to start just denying those resources in the jungle, try to make it that much harder for Team Solo Mid, but right now they got a great turtle line and they're just trying to wait out Baron.
Yeah, Crumbs made the call there. They're just like, keep him at the turret.
Yeah.
We'll get Cutie Pie their red, and then we'll get Scar their blue. Now we have all of their buffs. We don't have to rush anything. They're playing this very methodical. We took all their jungle. Now we can finish off this turret that we have both red, blue, and purple.
I feel like no, I guess not. They're just going to take the turret. I was going to say they've been here for a while. It does have a few shots, and you could have Nash just push top, but they just had enough throughout the Gragas barrel. Like you said, the buffs are on. It's not going to take that long to come back up, and they'll be set for the next fight.
Yeah, Scar's fine with throwing that out for a turret because he's got his Morello Nomicon plus blue buff. That's maxed out, 40% cooldown reduction. Thing will be back up in no time.
Top lane pushing quite well. Bottom lane is just past river, but not really in an advantageous position just yet. So they can choose to go top or bottom lane. They have that turret, and they're kind of beating a dead horse here in the middle. They've got to just figure out what else to do. That Baron buff continuously just ticking away. Now actually off of all members.
Yeah, both teams, this has been a very back and forth game. Neither one of them is supremely confident, so they're taking the smaller objectives. We get your red buffs, we get your blue buffs, we take out the last few HP of your mid turret, and we'll back off. We'll take what we got, we'll take the win, we'll go home, and we'll purchase our items because we need every single small advantage that we can get.
Did he make special throwing out the gold? And it looks like he picks himself up an Oracles. I thought he actually drank it, but it just popped twice on there. So it looks like he's got an Oracles for himself. The Shirelias for both supports, the engagements there, their safety on the supports. And we're really getting to that time in the game where it's kind of like whatever happened before isn't going to mean much, right? You're almost to your core items. You have what's going to do near max amount of damage in the fight, and it's what you do now. Everything you've done before is kind of in vain, so we'll have to see if they can produce the fight they want. Baron will find in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and it's going to be both objectives at that time.
Yeah, and Patoy did drink his Oracles, so he's doing work clearing out the whole Baron area. You can see Dignitas want to make that vision play. Any team in this game right now that makes a misstep and gets a bad engage could easily lose the team fight. It could go either way right now. He's even taking out the lane wards.
They are getting all the advantages, Kobe. Everything that they want is going to be in their favor soon if they keep playing like this. You can see the 3 wards already in the offensive side of the jungle. TSM hasn't even had the ball on Dignitas' side of the core in the last 5-10 minutes, maybe even 11 minutes. The last time they were near there was Baron.
It looks like they're going to make a nice push up the middle. That ward will drop very easily because he's wearing an Oracle standing right in front of it. But X-Special's popped his own as well.
Everybody trying to bait out a good amount of skills or that high cooldown that would initiate the fight here. And they're also trying to get that poke game in. You can see that none of them really planned for the poke game. This is not a composition that's going to be able to win that. Somebody has to go all in from one of these sides to start a fight.
So the initiation advantage actually is on Dignitas right now, since they do have Scar's ultimate long range, and they also have the possibility of a Patoy hook onto any target. Whereas TSM, they're hoping, for a very nice counter gank, because Sona's ultimate, if you can flash and get a nice ultimate off with a flash crescendo, then that's a good engage, but it's really well used as a counter engage.
And actually, Spirit Visage, I like it, coming out here on Kiwi Kids.
Too many Red Bulls, oh my goodness.
Spirit Visage and Warden's Mail coming out, so he knows he's got to be a tank here, coming in along with Nasus. They know he's seen what he can do in that last fight. Comet Train for me, they know he sees he can do. They know he can do a frontline job right now. Kiwi Kid's at that point. He's got the red, the fort pot to get into this next fight, and TSM is looking for this next Baron. Both objectives are live. It's going to be won and possibly done if it's big enough.
You can see the small things that Dignitas are doing, like Cutie Pie constantly using his ult to clear out the side waves. They are staying around this middle. They are not sending anyone over there because there's no teleport in this game as Reggie goes in.
Reginald going in very hard. He still has that Zonius to pop as he does an equalizer straight up the team, and they're going to try to walk on that as they fight. Reginald could be going down here, tries to get himself out. It does not work as Skara picks up one. Continuing on to Crumbs and Dyrus. Dyrus goes down first, and Crumbs will follow after. It's going to be back and forth. Minions taking down turrets in the fight too as they get a piece of it. And the odd one now focused by 3. Kiwi Kid to come and close, pinching the one side. Triple kill for Skara.
Oh, tough break there for TSM. You don't really want the back end initiate right there from a Reggie and forcing him to pull his Zanyas and then trying to run away the whole fight. He wasn't able to put out a lot of pressure. He was just trying to get out of there the whole time, even not able to do it with his flash. It looks like Dignitas going for an inhibitor after this inhibitor turret bottom.
That's going to be big for them. They're going to have a good amount of time to just push these minion waves in, and it actually looks like they could go strong on this. Cutie Pie wants to stay in the base. He's got 7 and 13 seconds on the closest here. Nobody's actually going to help him. Looking around, there are 3 sets of home guards, so he's going to try to shift over the wall here and get himself to safety.
Yeah, Cutie Pie there. He's got so many escapes, so he's only one safe enough to stay in that base. Still has his flash and his cleanse up, so that's good for him. Dignitas, like I said, they have the engage advantage right now. TSM, they were looking for something. There's not really a very reliable means of a hard CC engage, and so they just got kind of impatient right there, and then there they paid for it. I'm a Cutie Pie, again, taking away the second or the next red buff as well.
Everybody now positioning, getting themselves back in with those oracles, with those items, with their elixirs. You can see Skara blue potted up as well. Actually, is he double pot? I don't think he's double potted just yet. Only looks like the blue one. He's not glowing white. You see Patoy harassing in from the side, letting them know they're there as more ward clearing comes down. This becomes the antsy part of the game where really it's up to one person to get caught, and you just hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and it's up to everyone to not get caught.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
absolutely.
Nobody makes the mistake here, and we can have a good, clean game. No unforced errors, as they say in tennis.
Well, they have to be considerate now. Wild Turtle's flash, cleanse are down as of the last fight. The exhaust is down. Most of the ultimates, all of the ultimates are going to be up for this fight, and the ghosts are down for the junglers. So there's a bit of initiation miss there, but it's going to be Reginald. He throws the Zhonya's on instantly. Kiwi Kid is right there, and he's going to run for the back line, but they run for the back as well. Dyrus on the top side, he's going to go. The bottom of the screen is Reginald taking damage now. Wild Turtle is the focus, and Kiwi Kid is not letting up. He could get one more swing down. Completely takes down the back line by himself. The odd one now peeling off for the rest of the group, but it looks like Dignitas is just able to dictate the way this fight goes. Xpecial goes down, loses the oracles, and Dignitas shows the momentum strong.
It looks like sort of a comp win here. TSM have decided on the engage from Reggie. They're saying, okay, we need to have that. Oh, there's the surrender.
That absolutely is the surrender. You can see Dyrus, his head down a bit. That's never what you want to do. I think 2 of the only surrenders we've seen in the LCS. The first game of the LCS Team Solo Mid surrendered that up, and this one, they'll surrender as well.
Yeah, they had put all their eggs, like they were like, oh, we have no really hard engage. What do we do? Reggie, make a Messiah play. They wanted him to sort of pull that engage with the mid and then Zanya's, but it doesn't work that well on Diana. He would burn everything to get in there and then just have to try and walk out. He wasn't able to put up a lot of pressure in the team fights, and so they just really didn't have anything for the late game there, and Dignitas just played to their strengths, finished off the team fights.
Gragas in this pick, I think, was really huge for him. The absolute disengage. And I kind of brought it up. It was almost what Janna would have done to the composition, is break up the fact that they wanted to dive in. And they didn't take Janna. I was like, Janna would be a weird pick here, but it's open for support. And that's what Gragas Ultimate did for them. Every time, you know, they wanted to jump in, they're like, no, you guys stay back there. Kiwi Kid will dive you, and we'll take whoever just came into the fight. And actually, let's see how this all went down in their fights as we look at a replay.
So Dignitas, they really like spreading out the fights. There's Reggie with his wannabe Messiah play right there, going in, and Zanya's in. Then he just has to run away the whole time. You can see it was a nice thresh box right there. Good crescendo onto 3 people, but look, they take Dyrus down in the back, and after that, there's not a lot of pressure from TSM. Cutie Pie, he thrives in these spread out team fights, because as Ezreal, you're one of the most mobile AD carries, so they spread up the team of TSM with Scar's ultimate, and then Cutie Pie is bouncing around, consistently putting out his damage with the red buff, applying all the on-hit effects, and they just really, they wanted the spread out team fights, and they got it.
Then that was the super grisly fight from Kiwi Kid. You saw it was like the odd one piled into 4 of them. He's like, no, stop hitting my AD carry. Stop it. And then finally he realized, I'm going to turn and fight these guys. Sorry, man. Run on your own, Cutie.
Yeah, it's just tough break right them. They couldn't really, TSM couldn't really execute that team in the late game, so they paid for it.
So they ban out Wild Turtle in the beginning. It looks like they kind of got him to play in an uncomfortable position there by taking out Draven and Caitlyn. They put him on Varus, but a great game overall by Dignitas. They definitely made fewer mistakes than usual, and it was seen in the quickness of the game.
Yeah, it was a really back and forth game for a long time, though. So it was well played by both teams to grab advantages at different points.
Indeed. I like that explanation. Indubitably. After the break, we'll talk to Kiwi Kid from Dignitas, and then that's our last match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Curse. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're very pleased to have Kiwi Kid from Dignitas joining us. Congratulations on the win. An awesome back-and-forth matchup. Dude, the Renekton play, you were just like, where's your back line? I'm diving it. Did it feel good every time?
Actually, there was one fight that I decided not to go to the back line, but yeah, it did feel good. For the most part, I mean, first 5 minutes was really rough. Dyrus, we tried all in Dyrus up top. He kept his cool and turned it around, and he was 2 levels up on me on lane phase, so that was actually pretty rough. But for the most part, it was pretty good.
Did you guys coordinate that dive at all? It looked like you burned the flash for free, and then he landed the wither. There was a slight hesitation. Was that an early plan?
There was definitely a slight hesitation because me, I kind of like to cut out. I saw the cloth armor, so I was very hesitant, but Crumbs ghosted, so I was like, okay, let's go. And he told me we were gonna go. That's definitely something you should do before. You know, count out all the options. But yeah, he just turned it around. You know. Owned us, I guess.
So you said, you know, Dyrus kept his cool in the top lane, but having so much trouble, you did as well. For you in that situation, what keeps you calm and what keeps your head in the game?
I've never really been an emotional player. Like, I like to have fun a lot. And yeah, I just didn't let it get to me. I just like, okay, how can I work myself back? And I was just like, darn it, Crumbs, that's it. And then, you know, I just went on.
Was it a situation where you don't want to have to rely on your team? You kind of just keep it to yourself. I'm going to win this lane. I don't need Crumbs to help me kind of thing?
Yeah. I like to leave my emotions like,
right
you know, in the player lobby.
Right on.
And not bring it into the playing studio.
Yeah, you guys seem to regroup really well, even after losses. What did you guys do after the loss early in the day to Curse?
Actually, versus Curse, after the level 1, we were just like, let's not do any level 1s. Yeah, that's pretty much like the main thing. So we played a really safe opening, and yeah, I guess it was fine.
So you just didn't want to make the same mistake of getting behind so early and having the game snowball from there. That's very understandable. So when you guys are at home, you're now all in the same gaming house, and how has that helped you guys come together as a team? Has that changed your play style at all?
I guess we definitely play more now with everybody else. We bond together more. It makes like communication a lot more relaxed for sure. And, you know, we just have a good time. I mean, we've always had a good time, but I feel like, you know, cooking each other's food, you know, getting each other water and stuff. And like, especially after today, Scar's Gragas play, like I'm gonna be doing some extra favors for him. like chores and, you know, the dishes for sure.
Wow, I wish
folding his clothes. Yeah,
I'm gonna play some of those champions. Maybe my roommate will do some roommates. But coming into picks and bans, right? You guys, pretty much the first team that have said we're gonna put a good amount of focus onto Wild Turtle. What was this about?
Dude, I mean, like I have a scoreboard right in front of me. Like, oh my gosh, he's far. He was like almost 100 above Cutie Pie. No offense, Cutie Pie. You know, I love you, but I mean. His reliance were ridiculous, and if I recall the scoreboard correctly, he was 4K above the rest of his teammates. I mean, if I don't know like what like pushing your back is, that I mean I'm pretty sure that's it. And yeah, actually one play instead of going for turtle with my E, I actually decided to like use my powered up E to slice and to dice 35% of like 3 people's heroes. I remember one time at mid, but yeah, the main focus was definitely turtle for sure. Actually, I just subtle bragged right there. My bad. But yeah, turtle. We definitely went for turtle. That's without a doubt.
Right on.
So what was your sort of team speak like in that mid game when the objectives were going back and forth and you weren't quite sure who was ahead? Was your guys' strategy just to wait because you recognize anything special about TSM's comp or anything lacking in their comp?
Yeah, we saw that turtle was definitely outputting the most damage, and I don't know. I felt like I don't mean to diss CLG. I mean TSM at all, but I felt like they kind of had a CLG comp going on with like turtle was like doing so much damage. Like yeah, Rumble was huge too, but definitely the root source of their damage with turtle. Like I don't know if I think you guys are sick of me saying turtle all the time, but this is honestly all about turtle. Like this game.
That's kind of what we saw coming into it. And Turtle picks those champions that can be aggressive. And your champion pool seems to be, a little bit of Singed, who can be aggressive but more harassy. And then you have Renekton, who completely dives to the back line when your back line's getting dove. What draws you to a champion, or what makes you play these champions?
I really like mobile champions. Like, for instance, like, I guess Singed is really fast, but Elise is, really tricky, has a huge rappel, like, you jump really far. I like to play Cat, too. One of my personal favorites is Fizz. So I guess the mobility and like the decision making, because not only mobility, but the mobility that you can make where you can either make aggressive calls or defensive calls. So with Renekton, once you slice in, you have to ask yourself, do you want to slice in towards her backline, or do you want to defend my AD carry? So like I really like the champions with a lot of options.
Awesome.
So you're kind of new, actually, to that top lane. You joined Dignitas without having played too much top lane at all, ever. What do you think are like the main factors in a good top lane? What are your goals?
Definitely knowing how to play a lane is like getting to the lane if you're 1v1. It actually, in any case, is really important. Knowing how to 1v2 is really important now, and I did that in like previous games that I've played. And so knowing how to 1v2, last hit well under tower, knowing when to backing timings are probably one of the most important things about top. Like if you miss a back timing, you jeopardize your lane. So yeah, I'd say like back timings for sure, and last hitting on the tower for starters.
Nice.
All right, so it's going to be a few of those things that don't just come off the bat and you have to work on. So work on those top laners in my solo queue games. No, I'm just kidding. But Kiwi Kid, thank you very much. Congrats on the win once again, and good luck to Dignitas and the rest of the LCS.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, it's time for our last match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Curse. This will be the fourth and final battle between these two before the playoffs. And while Curse smells blood in the water, CLG isn't backing down.
This is our last match against CLG for the rest of the season.
Curse, as a team, is really strong, but individually, they're not that strong.
They scrim a lot. They practice a lot, and they always say, like, man, we're going to come out hard. We're doing so good in scrims, and then it comes to game day, and they just choke so hard.
After last week, they've probably hit like an all-time low, and it's just going to be up to them to see if they can come back from that, grow stronger, and recover.
I mean, they're looking really strong. They're really consistent in their practice, but people think they're like infallible, but they can really easily be beaten.
Oh, harsh with the choking. Are CLG going to be choking again?
Man, Curse is 2-1 versus Counterlogic Gaming this season, and CLG is looking to even the score here today. So, Kobe, we've kind of seen that these two teams have been picking and banning the same champions against each other.
Yeah, I guess the first thing that comes to mind is that Xin Zhao for St. Vicious.
Yeah.
He had a really solid first game, and he was using it against a bunch of opponents, and so they banned him in the second and third games. I mean, these teams have had a lot of chances to see the patterns in the other teams.
And even seen a few times with recent hits. What's so big about him?
Yeah, he got balanced in the last patch. They took off the armor aura and stuff, but it was really just the heyday of all the bruiser junglers. It fits so well into Saint's playstyle. Xin Zhao especially, he has that audacious charge, which is very easy to get off early levels, and it adds a slow. So you have a gap closer with a slow, plus a 3-town strike to follow that up with a knockup. It just makes his early game ganks really, really strong.
Right, and we talked about the balance recently, and kind of has been back and forth in play.
Yeah, I mean, some people have shied away from it now, like Latimoris. He went back to his tanky junglers.
Right.
A lot of those bruisers did get some bounces, the Vi, the Xin Zhao, and the Jarvan. The Misfortune, though, that's one of those ones that was not touched by a lot of these. She's really popular, and she hasn't been hit by any recent nerfs.
That's kind of which makes it interesting, because you don't see nerfs and nobody's really picking her up, but it fits Cop's playstyle so well.
Yeah, she's like really popular, and Cop loves her because on Curse it works very well with their team comp, because St. Vicious and Voyboy love to dive. They'll just leave Cop in the dust, and they like to go towards the front line. So Cop says he really likes the ultimate. He can hit people from very far away and add some damage all over the team fight.
Right on.
The Curse's team comp, I mean, basically that says it all. They like the diving, and then they have MF just flowing damage from everywhere.
And a little bit of that support, which kind of leads us into the CLG play with the picks and bans, is they're very focused on Lulu throughout, you know, this LCS.
Yeah, Aframo especially.
Yeah.
He loves Lulu as his main support, and so they've picked him in games 2 and 3, and it was never banned by Curse. So maybe they'll get that one again. It's a pattern that they've gone back to time and time again. She's a strong support champion.
Right.
It really plays with that CLG style of protecting double lift. They've got a shield for double lift. They have the glitter lance slow that he can peel for him with, and they also have the ultimate if someone actually does get on to double lift.
And just to bring up what's really gone on with these teams in this quick history, the last 5 for CLG have been losses. Last 5 in a row. This comes from Chowster coming back at MLG, kind of trying to get back with the team after being away at the wedding, and have not been able to find ground. And Curse is on a huge momentum rush over Dig today. So
yeah, they just
We're
beat
cut out
Dig,
for
so that's going to be really good for them. And also, CLG, though, they've got Chester back, and they said they wanted to work on their communication. That was a really big flaw, so I guess we'll have to see if that panned out.
Right. We'll have to see, actually, because we've talked to Counterlogic as well, and they're like, a lot of people expect us to be, a great analogy was the Yankees team, right? They want us to come out and they want us to win everything when, you know, we're going to play our game and we're going to make it happen for the fans. And they're still going to do it how the fans like it, but everybody can't expect amazing things from them all the time. It's actually a lot of pressure to put on a team as well.
Yeah, we saw them go with the 4 supports and double lift. They're going to go even more into that style of putting everything on double lift.
Exactly. We'll have to see what happens. So let's check out our lineups. On the blue team, it's Counterlogic Gaming. Hotshot GG in the top, Chowster in the jungle, Link in mid, double lift on AD, and Aframu on support.
And on the red team, it's Curse. Voyboy up top, St. Vicious in the jungle, Jackie at mid, Cop on AD carry, and Elements supporting him.
We'll have to see. I'm interested to see if there is a swap lane. These aren't really 2 of the teams that have been mid-swapping, if not hardly ever. So we'll have to see where they try to throw out the comfort zone, just in the lanes, in the pick and ban phase. It's going to be interesting because these guys definitely have a good amount of homework done for each other.
Yeah, and Curse are always very reactive. They say that they like to prey on the mistakes of their enemies. So if CLG slip up in one place, they'll take that opportunity and they'll run with it, take whatever objectives are offered to them, and try and roll those advantages.
And we'll have to see. These guys are so ready to play. Jumping into Champion Select already. We'll have to see what they have on the docket for picks and bans and how much that homework is really going to come into play. Sometimes we'll hear teams, you know, even when they go up against one of their hardest matches, they say, we ban what they think they want to play, and we're solely picking what is comfortable. It's not an extreme composition. We're not going to all take off and fly in from space and end the game. It's just comfort plays, and that comes out a lot for professional players, more than not.
Yeah, the Vayne, no surprise there. One thing I don't think Curse are going to ban out is the Karthus, because if Hotshot wants to play that again, they'll be all for it. If they want to use that Karthus passive all day.
Yep.
Be my guest. They actually take out the Xerath, though. That was actually something that Link did use, and they really use the long-range poke that he can have to burst someone down and then take an objective. Even if they aren't able to land a kill, they can force someone back with all of that very long-range catching someone out.
So I see Cop maybe taking Caitlyn here, trying to take it away from double lift and really force double lift into some other play here. Obviously, he has his MF. We'll see. That Jarvan is going to come out first pick, though, and I think that's one of the first Jarvans we're seeing today.
That was a very sneaky last ban by Curse, the Urgot. So Double Lift has been saying like, oh, I wasn't expecting all these Vayne bans. I better practice something else. Looks like Curse have done their homework, and they think the go-to backup AD carry for Double Lift was that Urgot, so they take out both of them, and we might see him returning to that Caitlyn pick that he's so comfortable on.
Yeah, well, that's why I say, you know, Curse, take that away, like right now. We've seen a lot of Varus as well come in. This will really be what's next in Double Lift's champion pool. What is he going to be able to play for us? Voyboy and St. Vicious now to lock in. Looks like Voy may actually be locking in himself. He's not talking too much with others. And it's going to be a slow lock-in indeed.
They're all looking very pensive right now, waiting till the end of the timer here to finally get their picks. Saint might be returning to that Sheen style we talked about in the very beginning. He picked it a lot when it was available, and even after those little balance changes, taking off some damage of the ultimate, reducing or increasing the cooldown of both the ultimate and the audacious charge, he's still going to go back to it and pick him up again.
I like the Xin Zhao pick, especially with the Jarvan. When you jump in, you can really get a good peel if you just sweep everybody back out. You're like, nope, we'll just chill in here for a second with my AD carry.
He'll enter the arena himself and knock everyone back. That's fine. He'll take the challenge. Link hovering over the Eve, which was an interesting ban against them that we saw earlier in the day. And it was mostly because Link played a whole bunch of
25+ ranked
even
games
solo. Yeah, he was
queue.
in solo queue playing it a bunch. A lot of CLG members were kind of laughing because that wasn't really part of the team strategy, but it was.
Scar came out to us and he's like, they drew that from solo queue picks. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So you can see Curse have been doing some research, just paying attention to the solo queue. But if these teams don't really leave those breadcrumbs lying around in solo queue history, like anyone can look up the solo queue matches. That's why we see a lot, even when teams do practices against each other, when they scrim each other, they'll leave the game before the end of the game so it doesn't save their champion history, and they don't leave those keys to their strategy up.
Absolutely. So we do see the Lulu pick coming in with Chowster. So it looks like CLG is going for the let's figure out some guys that can poke. We'll leave double lift on the backside to shred the team, and somebody's going to be in there to finalize the kills. We'll have to see what the pick is.
Looks like all the research that we did is paying off. The Sheen Sao picked, the Lulu picked. Those are two of them that we called out, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, research.
Props to the guys in the back. Elise coming out. So this patch is the patch where she got bounced a little bit as well. Damage off of her human form Q. The base damage, a little bit was transferred to her spider farm Q, so that it kind of forces you, if you want to trade really effectively, getting in a lot closer. And they also reduce the range on her human form Q, so it's a little bit of changes there. So you just have to get a little bit more close and personal.
So we see Voyboy has played this before, but everybody is, and Elements is one to try new things.
Elements is definitely one to try new things.
That's going to be Voyboy taking Sona top, unfortunately.
If Voyboy Sona top, that would be interesting. Voyboy also tries a lot of new things, but I think he'll be using his go-to Spider Lady. He's always really happy with that. And like we always say, it's great against 2v1 tower dives.
It really is.
3v1 tower dives. So they could be looking to switch up lanes with a pick like that Elise.
The Cho'Gath pick is actually quite interesting because I was thinking, who are they going to get who can stick to not having a lot of health but still build tanky because you're against Elise? But
yeah, what's a hotshot champion?
What's a hotshot champion?
The Cho'Gath is definitely a hotshot champion.
They lock that in. Elements here, pondering, very in a ponderous moment. And it looks like he is taking his time. The team's last pick, 40 seconds on this one, Kobe. They're looking at pretty much not a lot of super early game pressure. You know, they're going to be quite safe in lanes. You're not going to have a Cho'Gath in your face running around the map really early. So it's going to be a farm fest on that side, but we'll see if St. Vicious can do as he pleases, get that first blood as he does, have probably the hand in most first bloods. I'm kind of throwing that out there because he has been so active in the early part of the game from the jungle.
Interested to see Cop's take on Varus too, because we just saw Wild Turtle's take, and he was just outstanding. He farmed up really well, like Kiwi said. Like that game was really all about Wild Turtle. He had the Infinity Edge very early, backed it up with crit and armor pen, and he was putting out a whole bunch of damage from the back lines. So we'll have to see if Cop can do that, because that's really Cop's play style too. We said he likes to be safe in the back lines, throwing everything down, and it really shows in that outstanding KDA. I think it's up to like 18 now.
And then he went like 7-1 and something in his last 5-1 something in his last game. But we look back over at Counter Logic Gaming. They did get the composition kind of that they wanted. The Link can throw in AoE spells from the backside. They can get the soften up from both Twitch and Lux to finalize with that final spark.
And it's interesting, Chaucer's returned to a little bit more of a carry jungler. We were talking about the bruisers that were ever so popular. He's gone with another threat. So if he could be more threatening than CLG is used to, usually they just have, you know, Link and double lift. They've got the mid and then double lift and maybe even just double lift. But now they might be trying to introduce a little bit more threat.
That triple
threat. The triple threat into their team comp, because having Hotshot on the tank, they've said they're not going to move away from that. They like him playing those styles, and that's just the top lane that they're going to run. But that doesn't mean they can't run a more aggressive jungler. Definitely, Jarvan is one of those more aggressive junglers.
If you can figure out a way to capitalize on a lane from a different way, why not do it? It's not like Hotshot is kind of just cordoned off to this set of champions. That's the kind of style he plays. It comes from that style. It's not like Hotshot, why do you only play bruisers? It's like, play this because I play it damn well, and I like to push lanes for days. So that's what he does, and that's kind of something you have to consider when you come into the team, right? Let's put the damage in the jungle. Let's see if it works for CLG this game.
Yeah, and he's, again, going back to his comfort zone, he's picking that teleport. That's a great tool to have on Hotshot, because even when he doesn't have it, he kind of returns to those tendencies. We're talking about farming side lanes and split pushing and stuff, so it's great to have that good answer for Jackie's teleport, because if you have one of those early game and the other team doesn't have any global pressure, then you can essentially turn around the first gank and turn that into a 3v3, which could turn out poorly for the aggressor.
All right, we'll have to see. On to Summoner's Rift for your last matchup of today. We have more LCS coming tomorrow in Europe and both North America. So many games this weekend, and they have been so great so far. If you didn't see some of the EU ones, make sure you check them out after the cast, obviously, and then watch all the new ones that are going to happen. Right now, our final match is Curse versus Counterlogic Gaming. If you're just joining us, I am so sorry, because there has been some awesome action here. Riving from the third and Kobe to bring you this last game. And Kobe, looks like everybody's playing it safe here.
Yeah, it's interesting. After the last game, there are no elixirs in this game, so nobody's gonna have that surprise boost of health or even that blue elixir that we see sometimes bursting up the AP and the cooldown reduction. So it looks like it will be a bit more tame early game here, and they're gonna do the 2-versus-1 switch. So we're gonna have that Void Boy on his very comfortable champion, the Elise, and he does have a ward of his own, so he can ward up and look for the early 3-minute gank, so he doesn't get 3-man dove. And there he does place that ward.
It looks like both tops were kind of reading that out. You see Hotshot bought 2 wards for himself. They knew the 2v1 was coming in, and they bought up for it right off the bat.
A lot of extra mana potions also brought by Void Boy, so I'm expecting some ranged farming from him, trying to use his abilities to grab some CS instead of putting himself in harm's way.
So that's easily considered. If we see a lot of mana potions on a top, you're going to want to farm with that.
Definitely, and it makes it a lot easier that he does have 2 forms. When he goes ranged, he'll be able to use that, and he can also jump into Spider for ganks. Not only is Spider form great because you can repel out of ganks, you can go invulnerable for 2 seconds because you are untargetable, but if you want to set something up, he can gain a lot of distance with that if your jungler does combine and you want to turn that 2-versus-1 lane into a first blood.
We'll see if Nijaki can play this one right. That shield on Orianna can usually get you into some good auto attack range. We have to be careful as well. Link playing his damage well in mid. St. Vicious now over to his blue buff by himself. Looks like he's going to get no help on this, but should have enough to go down to that bottom lane that's quite pushed up for him right now.
So every time that we do have these 2-versus-1 switches, there's usually a lot of pressure from the support, at least going to check on the blue buff of the jungler. And Elements went in there. He just dropped a ward, though, because that's where Chaucer started. And Chaucer actually, right after the red buff, he's got double buffs and he's heading bottom. It looks like they might want to put that early, 3-minute, 30-second pressure onto a turret.
That's really interesting. Saint was going for Wolves, thought he mistimed it. They just spawned, so he kept going to Wolves. He would be there right now for this counter gank.
Yeah, he's going to finish that one off. If they do start this up and actually push in on the turret, then he'll be a little bit late. Void Boy shouldn't get caught off guard too easily here unless everyone flashes at him. It looks like Chaucer just waiting in the bush, though.
So Saint actually just knowing the wave, realizing that he'd have the time to get there still, and he actually plans it perfectly. Great play there by St. Vicious, and he completely thwarts possible first blood.
Yep, Afro taking a little bit of damage there from the turrets. Void Boy didn't take too much harass either, so there's more aggression in mid lane.
Oh, Link so low. Those auto attacks stacking. He throws down the ward, but he can't get the damage out there. It is the dissonance. Does not do enough. Actually negated by the shield. Where you can see junglers now almost meeting a dragon.
Jackie also didn't want to go too aggressive there. They both still have their flashes.
Yeah.
These mid lanes don't want to burn their flashes early because that would open them up. Like we said, both of these junglers, very aggressive early game gankers. So whichever mid lane burns their flash first is going to have to play a lot more defensively and will start losing out on that CS.
It just adds to what these junglers tell us all the time when we ask them, what are you guys looking for early game? It's for our jungler to make moves because we're just trying to hold the lanes and make that a win for ourselves. So it's up to the junglers right now. And like you said, on aggressive ones, we'll be sure to see some action.
So Hotshot has already burned his teleport to get back to lane, but look at the pressure on his turret. It's taken a lot more damage than Void Boy's turret has. Because both junglers went bottom and St. Vicious was able to help Void Boy clear out that wave, they're actually ahead in turret life right now, and Cop gonna just continue the aggression on Hotshot.
Level 5 Link looking to go bottom, knows that Void Boy with vision has backed off from that turret, and we actually have St. Vicious coming up top. Everybody's really playing the 3v1 safe. I think this is the first time that both lanes are kind of not dying to that initial 3v1.
Yeah, so nobody died this time either, but they are going to take both turrets. It looks like they're happy to trade.
Hotshot getting a little bit of aggression here from Saint. He's moving in through him. He loses the red buff, though, so no reason to continue with that attack. They're going to get the gold on this turret and make sure they can stop that, or get the advance on the bottom.
So it's one turret for one turret, but CLG have the vision on Dragon. They've got a pink ward over here, so it looks like they're actually going to move into it right now. Everybody has plenty of health, and there's no one from Curse to come around. That's a win for CLG.
Yeah, Hotshot was coming back to lane. They had vision of both Cop and Elements backing, so they can take this quite easily. You're going to have Link to come down to give it some shield off here that doesn't really hit anybody. It was a good dodge on the shield. So we'll have to see after the Dragon comes down what they decide to do. We're going to get whatever patched up that's going on right now. Right now we have 5 minutes 45 into the game. No first blood. 1 turret to 1 is it's kind of the split push. Just swap and crush turrets down.
Yeah, and it's really that advantage for blue side why so many people are like, oh, I really want to have blue side, because they get that advantage where their duo lane usually stays bottom because of the double golems, and then if you do trade turrets like this, then you can go in for a free Dragon. Good job by CLG capitalizing on that. So there's no one nearly in any position to do anything about this. It's going to be a free Dragon, already at 50% life here. So that's definitely a win for CLG. They also already have Hotshot back up in that top lane. Even though he had burned his teleport just to go back to base, he's looking fine. Hotshot has loved duo 2 versus 1 lanes for a long time. Even way back in the days when I played there, he was very happy with that because, like you said, he doesn't usually win 1 versus 1 anyway, so 1 versus 2 is fine. He'll take a beating. He'll just
Chowster. Wow, that was actually pretty close getting the shield there from Lulu. Chowster makes it out with a sliver of health, but they pick up a bit of a gold lead there. 1,000 gold in their favor. Spread across, it really does not mean much for the whole team. They're no more than 200 some gold up on each lane right now. Everybody's got their buys in. It's going to be a quick BF sword actually coming out for double lift. So again, we're seeing these 80 carries just rush the damage.
Yeah, and Voidboy right now getting up to that lane, just bullying Hotshot back. Hotshot's out of mana, so he's going to recall. We'll have to see if Voidboy wants to just CS and keep this wave at his turret, because it's totally pushed. He can keep it there and force Hotshot to go somewhere else and try and take advantage of the 1 versus 1 matchup that most people, just based on the players, would give to Voidboy.
Hotshot is actually returning to lane here. It looks like they're going to try to push something down. He knows he's not going to go head-to-head versus Voidboy top, but they're going to try to get this mid-turret right now.
They're definitely going to look to put some pressure here. It looks like Xin Zhao anticipated Hotshot actually returning to the lane. That's not something Hotshot's going to even do if it's just Voidboy. He's scared. If Xin Zhao's up there too, there's no way he's going back up there.
That was actually pretty funny. Saint saw him as soon as he was in mid and said, nope, I'm not getting a gank out of this. Nijaki forced to pretty much just use that utility to save himself mid. Oh my gosh, getting burst down and completely feasted on. First blood from Counter Logic Gaming.
Great job by CLG playing to their strengths right there. Hotshot, not a 1 versus 1 player. He doesn't go back to the 1 versus 1 lane. He goes mid. They get a nice first blood right there, and they're trying to catch him and keep Hotshot down here.
I do it. Get that stack off if you can. He just gained that feast. They're going to get a good binding on it. Double hit on the binding. Will they be able to drop elements? He goes down 100 to 0, and it's going to be a focus on Saint and Voidboy right now. CLG with so much movement over the middle part of that Dragon area, and it looks like they push Voidboy out of the flag toss. Not enough, but he does get the Q in to finish it off.
Stylish finish there from Chowster. It looked like a little stab to the back of the... So CLG, or Curse, actually engaged a 4-on-5 after they had already just lost Jackie pretty much only for some cooldowns for that feast and for that laser, and they paid for that. Now they're going to lose out on their blue buff as well. Saint doesn't want to let it go, though. They might even go in to contest this after.
That was a really scary fight, especially for Elements to be in so far. Oh, good shockwave going on to 3 members. Can he get the ball movement down? The cooldowns aren't there. They get double lift. Aframu surely going down here. A few bits of damage go in. Will he have to charge the flash over? And Aframu finds his way out. Stage left. The glitter lands to keep him safe.
So they only got 1 kill there, but it was on one of the most important champions for CLG. It was on that double lift, and the only way to keep double lift from CSing is to keep him off the map. You put him in the graveyard, his screen is gray, he can finally stop CSing, because there's really no other way. He always manages to find CS somewhere on the map, as long as he's up.
We see Jarvan rushing health. Hotshot GG not going to be able to do that versus Voyboy in lane. He's already buying just straight magic resistance. Looks like he'll try to get a little bit in. He does have some AP on that Cho'Gath. He has 15, so I don't think he's going to fully go for a Geyser or anything, but he is trying to get himself some health. Maybe turn that into a Locket. Voyboy back to top lane, 41 to 43, so Voyboy has kept along with Hotshot and CS there. As we move down the line again, it's just kind of been a very even game in CS for every LCS game today, just off the start.
Yeah, and Curse actually have 2 people down bottom just last hitting here. Koppa's not shoving a wave. Sona's not really helping him shove a wave. They have 2 people on the bottom side, so that leaves the mid exposed. And CLG are jumping right on this. They're going to shove it up. They've got 4 people there. This is going to be a pretty easy objective. Now Elements is sort of rotating over, but it's going to be too little too late.
You can see all 3 of them kind of noticing a little late, and there's converging onto this mid area. Right when it gets taken down is that engagement. Will they decide to go in? It's not even taken down and they go in. It's going to be Chaucer trying to flag toss out of his ultimate. Saint taking some good hits. I don't think it's going to proc all the way.
They have a nice wave clear here, though. They do have Aphromoo on the... Oh, and Link is even going to use his ultimate. They still want this turret. They can probably get it now. They have already forced out Saint, and that's going to be the global objective they were looking for.
That was a great hit. He had the minions, he had Nijaki, he had Elements. A great little push off for the turret. It's like watching Gragas, or Skara use Gragas ulti just to grab those objectives. They can do the same thing.
Plus, CLG have this deep ward. They've got a pink inside the blue buff here of Curse. So they're going to continue to look for those aggressive invades. And Chaucer really putting on that third threat jersey for CLG, it looks like.
Absolutely. We see Link rushing damage just like the AD carries here. A quick, needlessly large rod is his first buy. He even has a Fairy Charm in there as he realized he got a burst in money, and he was able to just go for the next item that he wanted instead of piecing together maybe a Chalice first.
So it's interesting how Curse getting behind him gone with gold per 5 on Voyboy as well. They've got 2 Cage's Lucky picks here, and they're going for a little bit more of a late game comeback here, trying to get that money back where they can, because he knows that if he does meet someone in the solo lane like Hotshot over here, then he'll be fine regardless.
This is something we actually heard, you know, Elements talking about before, is what's going on with the sight stones and whatnot. And it's a lot of wards for everybody right now. He says, I don't usually need to get those items if everybody's buying wards as well, and Curse feels like they're at that position. We see Nijaki pink it up, pinks and greens still. Pinks and greens coming in for Elements, and there were 3 wards going on as they get placed down by CLG as well, so a lot of wards. Vision is power.
Definitely words to live by in this game, but look how low. Okay, so that was a missed combo. I was just about to say, though, since Elements... no, he hit that. Since Elements has gone without that Sightstone, he's missing out on that little bit extra HP that a lot of the supports are getting from going that route, and against the CLG comp like that, if Link is able to land the combo, he can 100% Element. They've got a fairly bursty combo here, and there's a lot of range with Twitch with his ultimate. Chaucer can jump in. Elements is going to have to play this game very carefully.
I feel like Elements is either holding on to a lot of money or just being pushed into a position we don't usually see him piece things together. I've never really seen Elements have that type of build. It doesn't mean he's behind, but maybe he's just trying something different.
People always talk about how CLG performs so well in their scrims, but they choke on the tournament day. It looks like they're doing fine so far. We don't want to jinx them, but they haven't done it yet.
So a little discrepancy coming up in the CS now. 95 for Link in middle versus Nijaki. They took that turret and they've been able to pressure it. So Counter Logic Gaming definitely putting on the overall map pressure a lot more, being more omnipresent right now in the match, already 12 minutes in. And this is something we see come from them later. Hotshot isn't split pushing yet. He's sticking with the team.
Yeah, and Hotshot's picked up a very early Spirit Visage, which is an interesting item for Cho'Gath. You get that extra healing. His passive actually heals a lot. So in lane, whenever he kills minions, he's going to get a lot of health back. But the magic resistance, great against this Curse team. Not only do they have the double AP, basically a lot of AP coming out from Voyboy as well as Jackie, but like we said before, Varus, one of those AD carries that has a lot of mixed damage, and that percentage damage is magic as well.
You know, something interesting today that was in the EU LCS is Bjergsen was building nothing but pure power, no cooldown and whatnot on Orianna. I wonder if we'll start to see that, you know, spread into the NA LCS. It's just, it seems like the 80 carries are kind of doing it where the APs follow and just forget about the cooldown and say damage, damage.
Voyboy, it looks like in answer to Hotshot, has finished the Morel and Nomicon. So though Hotshot went with the increased healing,
Voyboy's got the answer for that with the AP. This is a very interesting item build for both top laners here. Looks like they're trying to do some counterplay with each other.
It's really one of those games where lanes definitely meant more to these guys just in the beginning, and now we're going to see those team fight items start to come into the builds. We'll see the auras start to come out. The Locket actually already finished on Saint. He loves that item, loved it when it first came out. It was his new go-to item because it really just gives the jungler everything you need.
It's very interesting because like there's not excessive healing on CLG. I mean, Aframu is playing a support that has a lot to do with shields. Link is playing AP mid that has to do with shields. So Grievous Wounds doesn't really won't really help them there. Trying to figure out, I guess he really likes that cooldown reduction on it, and just trying to lane against Hotshot.
We'll see what they can do. It looks like they're putting 2 with Hotshot top. They want to get this last turret down. They know it's just too much of a staple for Voyboy. He's pushing this lane way too much. He's caught up in CS. He was only down a few to Hotshot since he's been farming up as well. But they're going to thwart this and try to take it down, as it looks like Kerr's putting aggression mid as well.
Yep, the top turret's still at full health, so it will take a bit. Voyboy, a little bit unsure here, but he looks like he wants to go protect his turret, and Chauster taking this opportunity to get behind Jackie.
They kind of put everybody up top and then started just waltzing around. They weren't really able to get too much off of that, and they're not even going to get that top turret anymore. A little bit too much a spread on the focus. It looks like they wanted to do something, and then they just ended up not doing anything.
Yeah, a little bit of some backwards play here.
Yeah.
Nobody really wants to go aggressive, just playing defensively. It was a tiny win for Curse because they did get that cooldown of the teleport out.
So we have cooldowns coming back up. Still a very slow game between these two teams. There have been quite a few back and forth, but really not the kills coming up. Everybody's testing the waters with abilities every time they come out. We see that Infinity Edge going in for Cop. The Infinity Edge already built for Double Lift, so he can start to sit on the outside of these fights. Are they ready to initiate, though? We do have that Null Magic coming out for Jarvan. He picks up 2 Pink Wards as well, so the Pink Ward's coming out everywhere.
This will be extremely exciting when these two teams do meet, because Link has gone full damage. He's got a Rabadon's Death Cap right now, and Double Lift has an Infinity Edge. So their 2 main threats are huge threats right now. They both have the biggest DPS items, and there's not a lot of health on many members of Curse. Like we said, Elements can just get 1 shot right, or he can get 1 comboed right now.
It's like a lot of these guys, you know, I just said it, and I should have looked at Link's. He did go for full damage like we were talking about in the EU LCS. So maybe he'll finish that Chalice when he gets the chance. Maybe he'll go for the Void Staff and just the Sork boots to really put that pain down. Like you said, he can pretty much one-shot Elements if that catch comes in. I'm going to pressure onto this turret now. A few pokes are going to be good for them. Everybody's going to get their hand in on this one. Voyboy in from the side here. He could get a good one. That's going to be 1. Do they get the Cocoon? He gets it on the flag toss. Can they continue onto this one? They're waiting for the Shockwave. St. Vicious, 1 more dive. They get it. She moves the ball, and everybody flashes out. Nyjack, he misses the ultimate there. Chauster's taking a bit too much. Hotshot doesn't have the rest of the team. Look how squishy the rest of CLG are, but they get off the burst they need, and the front end burst is just too much for Kurz. Turning around, Voyboy, 1 last hit. The passive proc auto attack from Lux coming in. It looks like they'll be able to finish off another one, and CLG turned that one around.
Flashing that Shockwave was gigantic because, like we said, not too much tankiness on either of the teams right now. You have to be able to dodge the damage. Nobody can really take it except for Hotshot. And they actually got a kill for St. Vicious while he was actually running away because of the burn on the red buff. And CLG want to take this opportunity to rush down a Baron. This is fairly dangerous, but Curse not really in the position to counter it because there's no vision inside of the pit.
So much damage is missed when you miss Shockwave, whether you've used Dissonance or not. Everybody's right on that ball. Everybody's right there for the next ball damage, and it just got 0 damage out of all of it. This is a lot of health getting taken away here. Chauster finally comes in. They get the smite. They get the feast. That can't be contested. It could have with the HP bars, but Curse is going to try to crawl back here with the Dragon.
I have to say, that was bold by Chaucer using his smite early, because the last time he got it stolen away. Crumbs made him look a little silly, and they had vision, so they knew that no members from Curse were around, but still, that's always a fairly risky play. They've got a Cho'Gath with true damage. I guess he felt like they had it in the bag.
Yep. We look around after the Baron goes down. CLG going to be very happy with that one, as Curse is kind of put in that pause position here. 3,000 gold behind. We do have finally a Fiendish Codex coming out for Link, so he is going to start finishing that Chalice. As we look around, attack speed being built for double lift, but I'm not sure. I think he'll just turn that into the Phantom Dancer and really get that double item max damage you're getting from Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer crit. Look around, can't say it. I got D-Man. That's the first time it's ever happened. Morello Namicon going into Voyboy as he buys it, and he actually is getting himself up for potions as well, so he can sustain in whatever lane is left for him after this.
It looks like Jackie also trying to go full power here. He got that Nuclear Large Rod, could go for that death cap. It just happens that he's a bit poorer than Link, so he's on the back foot. He's just trying to catch up.
Pushing down mid, Jackie. He's saying, yeah, stop Link, I dare you, as Zin was just on the outside of that one. St. Vicious looking to pressure mid here with Jackie, but there's a lot of pressure top. Voyboy has had to have called for assistance by now. They're going to lose another turret here. That gold lead grows a little bit, and it looks like they're actually going to start pushing over. They may be able to catch Jackie here between the turret. Link has vision, tries to go for a bit of damage there. Looks like they're just going to put siege pressure on.
Yep, CLG doing a good job. They get another turret, some more global gold. They're making great use of this Baron buff. They rose it very early, and they're just taking so much money off of the back of that one call.
Well, it's not something you see a lot. Jackie's really the one bringing out the most of it. Cop can once he gets there, but there's not that much siege clear. Definitely not as much as the Anivia Nasus lineup we saw with Spiritfire and Anivia Ultimate. So you can see, once CLG makes it to a turret, they're going to be able to get way more damage down in the trade.
So Jackie does have his death completed now. The next shockwave is going to be huge. If they're able to actually land it this time, maybe delivering it with a Saint Audacious Charge, putting the ball on him, and then comboing that with a shockwave, it would make the team fight so much better than the last one. They really have to land all of their abilities because CLG just took a huge lead with that last Baron.
You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see, and I wonder if it sticks on her, Voyboy go into repel form just within range of Orianna, repel into the middle of a fight, and just shockwave everybody out. It would be an unstoppable initiation. You may lose Voyboy, but you'll definitely take Counterlogic off guard.
Ooh, looks like we also have dual Infinity Edges. So both of the damage dealers have caught up here. The Baron buff just giving so much, though, to CLG. They've still got a quarter of the time left on that, so the regen going to help them with the siege. It's always so annoying. Even when you have a Sona on your team, you feel like going up against a team that has Baron buff, they're regenning just as much as you.
And just look what one wave allowed them to do in damage for the turret. Like I said, these trades super not in their favor here. That siege clear just isn't big enough. This is probably going to be the turret for them. They've got a lot of health on GG, and it looks like he's just actually going to run in here. They're going to get the damage on the turret without even the wave. They get a stick up there. Good shield onto St. Vicious. Will he dive back in for the shockwave? They grab a few members. Chouster's in the middle, but he dives even farther to lock down the back line. Just completely helping the team. Double kill coming in. Like we said, double lift would be on the outside to clean up the fights on Twitch, and he is going to do that. A triple kill coming in as CLG pushes the inhibitor.
Yeah, CLG really were happy to take that engage, take down the turret at the same time. And I love just the Cataclysm, and the Hotshot put the Rupture right inside it. Those concentric circles just doing so much work.
I thought Chouster was going to be looking for the way out, but he completely dove into the back line. Very Kiwi Kid-esque of last game, but really it looks like Counterlogic has found their way back into the initiations. Strong team fights, and it's definitely the one we've been looking for since that relapse at MLG.
We also have the Aegis of the Legion completed, so Chouster looking pretty good in those team fights. I like how he got, oh no, Elements, there it is! The combo!
So
game over.
Fast.
Oh, it's so sad. A lot of people are kind of superstitious, and they don't like, especially a lot of Koreans actually, they don't like playing Sona as their support because it says game over, so they don't play the arcade Sona skin. Oh. They want to stay away from that one because it bodes not too well there.
Well, it definitely showed pain. Elements in the death chamber waiting to get back up. He's got his sight stone. They have both been picked up. We actually see a Zeke's coming out as well for Afromu, so even just more in general. The supports are grabbing up items. We've seen this at the Theans. We've seen the Zeeks today. Usually we just see them trying to continuously buy wards for their team.
Yeah, and even though we have St. Vicious working on his own Aegis of the Legion, Link's a step ahead. He's already got his Void Staff in place. He's got 40% penetration. He's just on a roll right now. He has no deaths. Those 8 assists actually stack up really well too, adding to his gold lead. So his Lux can definitely, just like we saw him do to Elements, make you pay for bad positioning.
And we've talked about this before multiple times, especially when somebody goes up against an Elise, because that's when it matters, is you look at Hotshot, and he has he has a Ruby in there, but it stayed away from health. He is just building that armor. He's building things that are not going to allow Voyboy to get that percentage damage off. So he completely built for the lane, and now he really is just becoming unkillable because you get to stack health with your ultimate.
Yeah, that's a patented Hotshot style. He's done that forever. He's confident in his ability to keep his 6V stacks. He stacks those up early, and he's like, I'm not going to die because I'm building full tank. They probably won't focus me, so I can just build all of my resistances up. And he's got his 6V stacks right now, giving him an extra 720 bonus health.
Absolutely. Double lift. Looks like he's going to go ahead and just play sneaky right now. He just doesn't want to be seen at all unless he's farming far away from the other team. He's the last one to enter and the last one to leave.
I like how Voyboy getting a little tanky now too, because he's been fairly squishy, not able to pull off his assassinations that he usually looks for. The Giant's Belt going to help out a little bit, but he's still going to have to play it very carefully and use that repel to dodge some spells.
So they really need that St. Vicious initiation. I think it's really what's going to win him that fight. Like I said, it'd be awesome to see the Voyboy, but it's a little too all in for where Curse is at right now. 40,000 gold, as we haven't taken a look at it recently, to 32,000 gold. That 8,000 gold lead at 25 minutes is making an impact. It's about that time, 10-4, and the turrets are 7-2. And really, Chronologic has super slowed down here. Do you think this could affect the momentum they had?
Well, they're doing a good job right now baiting out Curse because they have the vision advantage, and there goes Chowster.
Voyboy onto 2. He's going to find them, but they're going to be able to close in from the right side now. You can see where CLG is trying to focus all of this attention. Voyboy in the back, keeping Cop at bay. Alphamoo and Chowster going after Voyboy now. Hotshot can. He continuously get the last hit on the St. Vicious. A great command shockwave on 4 members of CLG, but is it going to be enough? No, it's going to be Jackie going down. Vicious and Voyboy have already fallen. Cop and Elements on the run. A double kill coming in for double lift. And Elements is just going to slowly walk away. We've seen what it's like to run in a dress. He gets the flash off, but Hotshot is just going to slowly be a gentleman and walk Elements home.
Oh, all the way home. Game over once again. That is why CLG have Hotshot on the tank. He zoned out the 3 most important members on Curse by himself. He didn't have to land. He was just AoE cone silence, and it looks like they're going to pick up the Baron off the back of this. Great job by Hotshot right there. Just being a beast and getting in the way of both Cop and Jackie, zoning them out of the fight until they had the time to burn down Saint and Voyboy.
So CLG putting themselves in a great spot that fight. I think Command Shockwave was used a little too late. It's almost like they engaged on too few people.
It was because Hotshot did such a great job zoning out Jackie. Jackie couldn't get in there to get the combo off. Saint and Voyboy did their thing. Like we talked about, they usually dive in. They dove in, but Hotshot was a one-man scary monster there, and he was able to keep everybody back off of it. So then Jackie used it a little late. Cop couldn't get in there, and they all fell apart.
And there's that confidence of Hotshot not thinking he's going to lose stacks. And that confidence just grew into an Oracle's as well. So he thinks he's good enough to sink 400 more gold into himself, and they're not going to lose that. They didn't even have the proc from the passive on that one, and they all are almost half health there of the squishies. St. Vicious obviously didn't take too much, so he's going to put himself in the fire here. He is going to be able to get some good damage down. They're thwarting anything else to come from this push. There was a valiant attempt there.
CLG just looking so good right now. Off the back of a second free Baron, they are going to shove right up the middle. They also have the bottom inhibitor exposed. They don't even want to go for the turret. They'll just go get that free one. Then they can swing over and just demolish the rest of the base. They've got another 20 seconds without St. Vicious up.
A great composition just is not allowing the St. Vicious Nijackie dive command shockwave composition to happen for these guys. There we see Chowster locking up Nijackie. It's not going to happen again. They take him down instantly. Cop on the outside is shot 2 auto attacks, and he finds himself on the ground. A triple kill coming in now for Double Lift. Could he get the quadra? The quadra kill coming in. He finalizes. No, not the last one. Hotshot GG is going to get the inhibitor. That's not it, though. It's St. Vicious.
St. Vicious
still alive.
It was coming from the fountain. He wanted to give it, but not enough time there. Double Lift showing that he's more than just the Vayne and Caitlyn that people have been pigeonholing him into. He's got Afromoo as a support. Afromoo maybe gave him a little nudge, you know, hey, that Twitch guy, he's pretty good.
Super duper good. It looks like Double Lift could be liking this pick here, and he was all eyes for St. Vicious after that quadra kill. He knew it. Hotshot focused on that Inhibitor, I was so lost in the fight. I thought he was just like inside that big gaff and I couldn't even find him, but no. Saint was like, guys, remember I died for you just a few minutes ago? Stop dying.
That's going to be the whole base for Curse right now.
Oh, yeah.
And we still have an outer turret in the middle for CLG.
It's super amazing play. They have absolutely turned on the afterburners here. For them to come out and completely do this to Curse after we just said CLG on a 5-loss streak. That's not something you'd really tag on with the name CLG, but it has happened that way. And you know what? They were sick of it. They have really taken these past few weeks to kind of pull CLG back to where it was, and they're really coming out strong here. 50,000 to 36,000. You know, I said to you, it seems like they're in a lull, but you were right. They were ready for the fight, and they're playing this one smart. They weren't in a lull.
They definitely were having a hard time. You're right. That streak was very, very important to break right now, and they've come out strong. Now people are going to be looking at them again because this is Curse. Curse are at the top of the ladders. They are who everyone's gunning for, and CLG are making this look really easy.
Let's see what Link can do here as they push down. We've seen him just completely crushing these waves. One more goes down. Doublelift and them are going to make quick work of this one. And it, like I said, there's not enough siege. There is siege from Curse, but you can see each wave means so much damage on every turret right now. It really is a big factor. They have to stop something here, Kobe. The bindings go out. There's the final spark. That's going to be up quite quick for Link as we can see it. Already a quarter cooled down. St. Vicious diving into the fight. Can they get the ball on it for the shockwave? He doesn't even get enough damage down there. Void Boy is the next focus. The crescendo to kind of just pause them after the kill. One after the other are going down. Cop might not even make it to the fountain. One last shot. The triple kill again going on to Doublelift after his quadra. They finalize the turrets and the Nexus.
Ooh, Cop letting 3 deaths go in that game. That's going to ruin his shining KDA. I'm sure that CLG are just like, oh, yes, that is the icing on top of the cake.
They have to be proud. They played a great game. Everybody in the beginning of this game was privy to the strategies. We saw the most backing at turrets for 3v1 stops. Usually that's the first blood. That's somebody going down. They return to lane, you put them back on the ground, and that's what these teams have been doing aggressively. Both top laners, kudos, guys. Voidboy and Hotshot played that perfectly, didn't let the teams get those kills, and we saw them have to plan things out mid to late game.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like seeing a different Voidboy this time. He usually builds like every top laner very tanky up there, but he rushed the Morel and Omicron, and then he was getting kind of blown up in fights, and you can see it. He was 0, 6, and 3. One of the roughest games that I've seen for him in a long time.
Yeah, and I believe we have a replay, that fight that's before the second Baron. That's what this fight is.
Oh, so this is the vision bait. CLG's so far ahead. They spent time clearing out everything around Baron, and then they just put on the pain here. You can see the combo lands. It was a good ultimate there from Cop, but look at Hotshot. He's got Jackie and Cop over here in the back just zoning them out, while the rest of his team melts down Voidboy and St. Vicious. After that point, it was a good effort by Jackie there, a great shockwave, and Cop tried to follow it up with damage, but it wasn't enough to finish anyone off. It was just too little too late. They both get caught there too, and CLG bring home the bacon.
And that's what you look for the whole time as an Orianna, for them to bunch up. And it's scary because you do have to get a little bit more close just to get it in. That's why the shield is so effective at its range.
Yeah, tough break right there. It was a good effort, but CLG just played it so perfectly after getting their advantages, clear out all the vision, and then force you into a bad spot. That's how you finish off.
All right, everyone. Well, there's still more LCS coming up. When we come back, we have an interview with Hotshot GG and Link from Counterlogic Gaming. And after that, we'll take a look at our standings. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined here on the interview couch by Link and Hotshot from Counter Logic Gaming. First up, guys, it's been a while since we got to speak to you. It's been a while for the win. It's got to feel good straight away.
Well, for me, like, it actually doesn't feel that great because, like, we expected to do well this season. We expected to do better, and so, like, we're happy to win, but at the same time, it's not like super gratifying for this win specifically.
And before we even get into things, let's talk about this season. I mean, it's been a rough season for you guys. You're 9-11 right now in the season after a great victory over Curse, but we've talked about it at the start of the show against TSM. This is essentially a new team for you guys.
Yeah, so one of the things that people don't understand is that we had literally 2 roster swaps and a position change. And so that essentially made us a new team. And the community kind of expected us to be like the old CLG, you know, like CLG is CLG, but we're a new CLG, and that's where we stand right now.
Yeah, and Link, obviously, you're the newest member of the team. You've come into this. How do you feel now? You've settled in the LCS.
It's pretty. It still feels new to me because, like, even though we're halfway through the season, it just feels like we haven't played that many games. We've only played 19 games so far. We've played like over 100 games in scrims, but still, like, the number of tournament matches that I've actually played, it's so little compared to how many teams like Choster and W7D1 and Hotshot have played. So just fitting in with the team, it's still a completely different environment during tournament gameplay because the way you play in tournaments is completely different. So fitting in with Aframu and trying to get the synergy working with Choster, it's still new.
And talk to me about your champion pool, because you've played a number of champions so far in the LCS. You started off very first game of the season on Syndra. You've just pulled Lux out now. Do you feel you're starting to add more to CLG? You're starting to become, instead of just Doublelift being the damage, you're doing the damage as well?
Yes, that's the plan right now. I'm trying to get these heroes that can do a lot of variety of things, like provide utility while doing damage. That's kind of how Orianna worked, but the problem with Orianna is that her damage is really weak early and mid game, while Lux can do all these different things like wave clear, protect towers, and shield, and do damage consistently throughout the whole game. So I'm trying to bring these kind of heroes that can peel and basically do damage.
And obviously, moving on to the game, Hotshot, the team comp that came out here, we were like, oh, he's gone back to Cho'Gath. He's regressed. He's back in there. But it really worked very well this time around.
So one of the things that my team always tells me, they're like, Cho'Gath's not actually bad. I'm like, the community tells me Cho'Gath's bad. And like I just feel Cho'Gath's, he's good sometimes. Like, he has his fit. But the team's like adamant. They're like, he's good. He's good. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. And so they kind of like put me on show, and I was like, okay, I'll just do my thing, and I guess it worked out.
It worked out better than Karthus did the other week. So, I mean, do you want to talk us through that? Obviously, the Karthus last week, you know, it was an experiment.
Well, like, we actually had a lot of success with Karthus in scrims and stuff like that, and I honestly think that the game itself went well from early to mid. We just faltered late game, and to me, that's not really the Karthus pick. If you're 10K gold ahead, and you're, like, extremely ahead of your opponent, any team comp should be able to, you know, win.
Would you ever bench yourself? So the question is, would you?
So I'll preface this with saying that my pride is not worth CLG's success. And I truly believe that. And not only that, every roster change we've ever done has been a team decision. You know, there's people that say Hotshot bench Sane, and we actually have maybe a conversation recorded about that, and it was never like my decision entirely. It was always the team's decision. Like, it was a team thing.
Yeah, so I mean, on that same stand, I guess you can probably relate to the problems that TSM have had lately with their changes as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, how would you stand in that sort of situation? Obviously, the Chaox. Obviously, you know, from CLG's perspective, you have one shot caller now. I believe it's Chowster. How does it stand when there's multiple voices? It's something that you guys have gone through before. I remember back when you used to stream the scrims, all you could hear was just chaos.
Well, the thing is, a team really has the voice. Like, the majority always has the voice, because if one person is left out, then everybody will, like, push him away and lead the team into a different direction. And so, like, people were, like, questioning the swap with Wild Turtle, but a team will always do what a team thinks best, and that's just how it is.
And Link, speaking of having a voice in a team, obviously you're the newest member in there. Do you feel you managed to express yourself enough in the team currently?
It's definitely hard getting a voice in this team, well, at least in the beginning, of course. But slowly over time, you start to figure out, you slowly start to figure out how to get your voice in, basically. Whether it's like talks, like one-on-one with people while you're eating dinner with someone, you can sort of express your thoughts. It might be hard when you're sitting like as a group, as a 5, but with someone like your manager or something, they definitely help you get your voice out.
And, you know, between the two of you, we've obviously always jokingly talked about CLG being simply protect double lift, which effectively it is. When you see all the other teams playing different types of tactics, different strategies, maybe you see the international teams as well, the Koreans, the Chinese, etc. Do you ever pick things up and say, you know what, that would work for us? Or do you simply look at it and go, it's great, but it's not the CLG way?
So a lot of people think that we never tried to have like multiple threats and all these things. But we tried in scrims, we played in scrims, like you saw the other day, or a couple days ago, that Renekton was being banned against me. And it's like, that was an effort to like try to adapt a playstyle like that. But it actually comes into play when we like, or when we scrim and when we play our games, it feels like our other way of playing is just more successful for our team. And yeah, that's just how it is right now.
And relevant to this game, because we noticed a certain thing towards the end there. When you called a few people out, you kind of singled out Elements for a little while, went chasing off while the rest of your team was around here, and you even flashed to make sure you got that kill on him. When everybody else, he was running towards him. Was there a little something there?
No, Elements is my Canadian brethren, so I enjoy his company, and he's a really good guy. I just wanted the KDA.
Speaking of KDA, by the way, you got cop 3 times in that. Was that targeted? Because we noticed when the team fight started, he was off. He was gone.
It was pretty funny because as the team fights were ending, we were just like, just kill Cop, get Cop's KDA. Like, we were literally yelling at the top of our lungs and we're just trying to kill him. It's pretty funny.
Excellent stuff. And the final question, you know, how are you finding now that you're in the gaming house? You've been there for a while now. Do you feel settled in the full LCS scene?
I think we're still trying to get settled. Like, even though we're in the gaming house scene, we're still trying to figure out what works best for us. And it's only been recently where we're like working out like the quirks and stuff, and we're trying to improve our efficiency. We're trying to figure out what sort of scrim schedule or how long we should scrim for exactly works for us. So even recently, we're trying to make our replay analysis even better. Like before, we just sort of like run through it, but now we're taking like time and actually like spending hours, you know, watching what we did wrong and what we could improve on. So even though it's halfway through the season, we're still working things out.
Anything else you'd like to add to that?
I have something to add, but it's like a little bit different. So one thing that kind of frustrates me about like Reddit lately specifically is that a lot of people are like, Hotshot should bench himself and stuff like this. And then like when I talk to my team, they're like, we misplayed as a team, or it's like X person's fault, and they don't target me specifically. Like, and so it's frustrating when the community is like, Hotshot, 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 and then my team's like, it's not your fault, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. So it goes back and forth, and I'm just like,
It's also like the community doesn't know like behind the scenes of what's like going on during like our communication. Like last game Afro, it wasn't his fault because somebody else called out to like kill the ward or whatever. So it's not necessarily like that person's fault. It's always a team thing. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much, guys. You've been excellent to have here, and congratulations, of course, on your victory over Curse. So it does take CLG 9-11 now in the league, and that does mean Curse have managed to have their first loss. The KDA ratio of Cop has been injured. Maybe people will finally be able to catch him, because 3 deaths means a heck of a lot to them. But, you know, as it is, we've had some fantastic games today, and to take us through the all is going to be Kobe over the analysis.
Hey guys, actually back at the desk for all of us here. Now, after these 6 games today, there was no movement in the standings. Let's take a look at those. Curse at the top at 13-3, Dignitas 5-5, TSM is 13-6, and CLG is 9-10.
And following them up still are Vulcan at 7-11, Marn 5-11, Complexity and GGU still tied down there, 4-12 for each of them.
So true. Now, coming up on Sunday, the LCS action continues in Europe. Kicking things off, it's SK Gaming versus Gambit. Then Copenhagen Wolves take on Against All Authority.
Next, it's Dragonborns versus the Giants. And then they're coming off a really big victory against Gambit. That's huge for anyone.
For sure.
Then finally, Gambit's going to battle the Copenhagen Wolves.
It all starts at 5 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Central European time. And after that, the North American LCS returns with 6 more big matches. Kicking things off, Marn takes on Vulcan after a rough day for both teams. Then 2 winning teams from today face off, Complexity and Good Game University. The victor here will pull out of that tie for last place. Our third match features Mega Zero and the rest of Marn taking on Dignitas.
Then, after beating the #1 team today, CLG sets their sights on Complexity. After that, GGU is up again, but this time against TSM. TSM ended their winning streak today, and we'll see if they can shake it up tomorrow. And closing out the day, it's Vulcan, still battling for a place in the top 4. But will they have the curse of Curse standing in their way?
We'll have to see. It all starts at 1 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central European time. I'm Riv for Kobe, Jat, D-Man, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching.
Bottom. I'm gonna base right here.
Double F trying to turn it, but he gets focused on. Reginald not quite catching up. Catches him with a crescent dash. Shadow dash falling, and that's going to be an 8.
We have Baron, Just don't overextend.
Now they realize it. TSM have just pinged it. They realize his damage is coming down there. Double F, one more hit. Double F goes down, and Team Solo Mid are going to take the game against Counter Logic Gaming.
Mid's back. I don't know where he is.
I'm not there yet. You have to be careful.
Oh, they're on me? Let's beat. Back out. We don't have Kate. Back out.
One more barrel will be enough. Can he land it at the right time? He goes in towards it. Keeping Quick dodges out of it. And now he's going to get caught out by the belly slam. Oh, and Elements comes in with a Q.
Saw an answer. Like forward there.
Yeah, they're all missed. Got him. We can end the game, maybe.
This is GG.
Yeah, we can end the game. We got 3. Nice job, guys.
Good job.
They're taking Baron damage right now. They have to get out. Equalizer's gone. That a beautiful curse and a sad bomb. He locks everyone up. Do they have the damage to follow? One more electric harpoon and he is going to be done for. Turns around, throws down the Sonias. They just have all the plays right now. Dignitas to follow up behind. It's going to be a defensive Zonias and it's going to be a dead Dyrus coming through 10-7. Dignitas starts to pick up some movement speed.
I got GT.
He's slow. That's free. That's our boys. That's
I got Cocoon.
Okay, go.
3 seconds.
Yeah, go for it. They might be doing it.
Back up. Go back in.
Keep going.
Oh my god, yes!
Nice.
No.
We did it, dude. Fucking did it.
Thank you.